Hey listeners, how are you all? Thank you so much for being our awesome members. There's a lot to come more. Sit tight, be comfy, put your headphones, now let's begin. There was still snow huddled in the shelter of the pines, but it was largely cleared in any open area. Soon it would warm further and become an endless marsh hundreds of kilometers in every direction. Impassable, even for tracked vehicles. This was the last hunt. Colonel Yuri, the Siberian colonel, drove the third truck in the column. He preferred to drive. He wanted to see the road and feel the road. He wanted to know how much farther they could go into the Siberian marshes. He felt his truck slide slightly to the left and knew they were getting near the end. An open area lay ahead. He beeped twice. The signal for the column to stop. The men were busy for the next hour. Wood was gathered and a large fire constructed. 5 men set up a propane stove and heated stew. 4 men sat on the ground, their hands bound behind them, 2 men with rifles standing over them. Mosquitoes were out. Full daylight and snow on the ground, yet somehow mosquitoes were already out. A few. Not the hordes that would explode from the puddles in the next weeks and suck the life from any mammal still in the marsh. Annoying. A warning to get this hunt done and not return before October. The Siberian colonel hoped he would never have to return. This was his 4th hunt. He wanted it to be his last. The first 3 hunts had taken out 1 man each. Department heads. Robbers running the commissary and mess hall and construction crew. Invited out to join the other officers for a spring wolf hunt, they had not returned. Listed as deserters. They would never be seen again. For this time. The motor pool. Crimes there were unforgivable. 30 men had eagerly joined the colonel for this hunt. The Siberian colonel waited until every man had eaten. The sky darkened. The temperature dropped. Men moved closer to the fire. The 4 men to be executed were just within range of the light from the fire. Just at the edge. Shadows flicking over them as men moved around the fire to get a bit more stew or find a more comfortable place to sit. The 4 had the sense to keep silent. Words might get them a beating. Silence might mean there was some chance they would face a better ending. The trial had occurred a week earlier in the colonel's office. Investigators described dates and amounts. Tonight was not about evidence. Tonight was about consequences. At a nod from the colonel, the first of 3 tankers spoke. We had no targeting electronics. We had the fucking Ukrainians out in the open. 3 tanks. One was one of ours. They had painted over the Z after they captured it. I wanted that one. I wanted to blast those fuckers back to Kiev. But none of the rangefinders worked. We got no targeting information. We aimed visual and fired. We got off 3 rounds. None were even close. Sasha was the best gunner in the battle group, but without electronics, by the time we got the 3rd round fired, they had already taken out our track. The 3 of us got out of the hatch, but they went after us with machine guns. What saved us was our tank. When it blew, it spread out a cloud of smoke that hit us as we ran for some trees. Silence after that. Silence as 30 men stared at the 4 men at the edge of the clearing. The Siberian colonel waited several minutes, then nodded to the 2nd tanker. It felt like there was a million of us. We come down out of Belarus straight for Kiev. Open highway. 4 hours. We were sure we would be there in 4 hours and shove our barrel up their ass. They had nothing on the highway, nothing in the air. Nothing to stop us. Ukraine would be returned to Russia in 4 fucking hours. And then shit started happening. No fuel. The gauge remarked full, the engine remarked empty, truck after truck, tank after tank. 4 hours from complete victory, and these fuckers had sold our fuel. He gestured toward the 4. This time there were shouts. Curses. The men getting ready for what would surely come next. The colonel nodded to the 3rd speaker. Pavel died shitting himself. He ate the rations stored in our tank. They smelled bad, but hell, you all know what a tank smells like. It was just one more bad smell. He was out of the tank, curled up on the ground by nightfall. He couldn't stop puking. He couldn't stop shitting. He was too weak to get his pants down, and it was too cold. We put blankets over him, and tried to get water into him, but he just puked it back up. That was his last night. Lying by the side of the road, shaking from the cold while he filled his pants with shit. He was dead by morning. Tell me. He yelled and pointed at the 4. How much did you get for our food? How much was Pavel's life worth to you, greedy bastards? Tell me, how much? The time had come. All the men stood. They formed an arc a dozen paces from the fore. No order was given to fire. One man fired, then others. Not all, but most. It was over in less than a minute. They slept in their trucks and returned to base at dawn. The four would be listed as deserters. Left 100 kilometers north of the base, deep in the Siberian marshlands. They would be food for wolves and other predators. Within a week there would just be scattered bones and fading tire tracks to show they had ever been there. The Siberian colonel was back in his quarters by noon, shaved, showered and changed, then to his office. The general's door was open. His wife and daughter had arrived. Orlov saw the Siberian colonel pass down the hall and waved him in. Smiles, introductions, small talk, and a quick assessment. She was perfect. Tall. A former athlete, a former soldier. American, with that American poise. The daughter was smallish, but pretty as well. She stood slightly behind her mother, a small hand clinging to her skirt, uncertain of her new surroundings. The mother, the American woman, kept a hand on her daughter's head, slowly stroking her hair. A good mother. A careful mother, calming and reassuring her child. There was small talk. A bit about Poland and the mother's role there. A few words about the general state of Europe. All interesting but unimportant. The Siberian colonel saw what he wanted and chose to go for it. Within 10 minutes he was back in his own office making a phone call. To the lies begin. The American woman pulled Sergei onto her, kissing him and wrapping her arms around his neck to bind him to her. Hurry, Sergei. She continued kissing him. You will take Lana to America. Yes. Now fuck me. She tried moving, but he held too tightly. Pay attention. She tried squirming again but was unable to move against him. I am paying attention. We will take Lana to America. We will do that when you get your next leave. Now fuck me. Jesus, Sergei, you have no idea what this feels like. I know you want to talk, but talk later. You have me. I'm yours. Fuck me. I will talk, you will listen, and then I will fuck you. Fuck me while you talk. She squirmed again, but he just held her tighter. The American woman, everything they told you was a lie. It's Russia, Sergei. Of course they lied. Now fuck me, and then tell me which lie is today's lie. Our position here. My job, your job, our future, all lies. Okay, fine. We leave Siberia and go back to America. We say we are taking a vacation. We are both long overdue. I fly to Syria tomorrow. No, she pushed against him but could not move his weight. She grabbed his hair, then his ears. Somehow grabbing him would stop him from leaving. He waited for her to stop pulling at him. He was a patient man. Yes. I leave at dawn. You are base commandant. I was commandant for a week. Now I am not. All a lie. To you and to me. A way to get you to Siberia. Now you are here. You will stay here. I will be in Syria the next year. If they choose, they will keep me there another year, and another. My life will be Syria. Your life would be this base, or worse. The American woman studied his face. She saw pain. He was telling the truth. We will wait for you here. Lana will study ballet here. They have a good school, we checked. The school is closed. It is too dangerous for women and girls to be out. There have been problems, too many problems. But, the American woman could think of no way to finish that sentence. The American woman, use your connections. That huge black woman. Jackson. FBI. Get her help. She, another sentence the American woman couldn't finish. Everything about you is known. You have connections. Use them. Get Lana out of Russia. What do you know about Jackson? The American woman was no longer interested in sex. She stared up at Sergei. She had been taught to study faces. She carefully studied his. You and Jackson found a traitor at Fort Meade. NSA. You became friends, then lovers. She has been your control the whole time you have been in Russia. We knew that. We used that. We put you at embassy. Events in Poland so you would hear what we wanted you to hear, and pass along information we wanted passed along. Misinformation. You were to load the NSA with misinformation. You did it well. Maybe I did. Maybe I recognized bullshit when I heard it. So what? We talked about all of this in Poland. Putin will invade the Baltic countries next. You and I will be assigned to the Estonian embassy and do what we do. Change in plans. I will go to Syria. You will be kept on base until they decide what to do with you. I think they will move you and Lana farther east. Don't let that happen. Get her out of here. The American woman stared into his face. Pain. He saw the future. Fuck me, Sergey. Now. She kissed him, and he began rocking into her. She felt his breath on her face and his hand on her ass. His arms tightened round her. She could barely breathe. She could no longer move. He took her, his woman. Maybe for just one more night, but she was his. When he was done, he continued to hold her. Silence. For a moment she was afraid he might cry. There was so much pain in his face. Sergey, I will find a way to get Lana to America, and you will find a way to join me. Russia is a dead country. All the good, all the young are leaving. Things are dangerous now, and they will get much more dangerous. Only the old, the weak, and the vile will be left. Don't let Lana grow up among them. Another silence. She pulled his head down and kissed him. You know my home in Wisconsin. You will fuck me there. That old house will shake when you take me. My parents will wake up in their room and smile. We will watch Lana grow. A much longer silence. The American woman kissed him and waited. The American woman, don't let them put you on a train. They will execute you or take you some places farther east. Farther north. You and Lana will vanish. Find a man who will help you. Be good to him as you are to me. Do what he asks. You will need such a man to survive. Pick one who can protect you and Lana. Maybe Colonel the Siberian Colonel. Maybe Major Shirokov. Use your judgment. Hold me. He held her with one arm and caressed her with his other hand. Hair, thighs, ass. She pressed herself against him, her lips never leaving his neck. We will live like this in Madison. You and I each night you will hold me just as you are now. Mornings we will both walk Lana to school. We will help her with her schoolwork, and we will drive her to ballet lessons. We will be proud of her. You and I we promised to watch her grow, and marry, and have our grandchildren. We will keep that promise. She glanced up at him as she talked. She didn't see tears. She did see pain. At dawn he got out of bed, dressed, and packed. One khaki-colored bag. The same bag used in every army in the world. He carried it to the door, then got Lana and laid her next to the American woman. He sat on the edge of their bed and played a bit with their hair. Lana giggled. The American woman smiled until the very end. He kissed each of them, tucked the covers around them, and left. Is Daddy traveling again? Yes, sweetie. When will he be back? The American woman hesitated and instantly saw concern build on Lana's tiny face. He may be gone a while. He will write and tell us more when he knows more. He will ask about you. What will you tell him? I will tell him I am still practicing my ballet steps, and I am learning Ukrainian. Yes, he will like to hear that. Now kiss me. Let's sleep a little longer. Lana kissed her mother and pushed up tight against her. She played a bit with the pillow they shared, then slept. The American woman tried. Instead, she silently wept. Sergey. Lover. Husband. Nemesis. She had risked a quick trip into Moscow to find a new troll farm that was doing real damage in America. It was a trap. Sergey was waiting for her. He took her, and he kept her. Huge, strong. She had once punched him in the chest and seen no impact. He played with her like a cat playing with a mouse. He used her. And, one night he had taken her. Trapped in a room, she was his. He had wrapped massive arms around her and held her. But he was also gentle. His huge hands caressed her. He kissed her lightly and often. He gave her time. He waited until she was ready, and then he took her like no man ever had. A year later he had tricked her. His granddaughter was in an orphanage. Mother dead from drugs. Father dead from gangs. The American woman didn't know Lana was his granddaughter. She knew a 3-year-old girl needed a mother, and the American woman needed someone to love as she wandered the emptiness of Moscow. Sergey had hovered. Ever closer. Ever kind. The right words, the right gifts, the right hugs. They became a family. The American woman adopted Lana and married Sergey. Now a Russian wife and mother. American intelligence approved. She would have married him. Anyway. Years together at the Russian embassy in Warsaw. Years together. A family. Now Syria. The foreign ministry had not liked how things had ended in Poland. So there was punishment. Her banished to Siberia. Him off to Syria. Would she ever get her husband back? Maybe. That was the best assessment she could make of their situation. Maybe. Certainly not soon. She still felt his hands, his kisses. How much longer? How long would she need to protect herself and their daughter? She was vulnerable in so many ways. Novosibirsk was the capital of Siberia. Thousands of kilometers from Moscow. Half a world from America. The Trans-Siberian Railroad came through town, and there was an airport. She would not be allowed access to either. And Sergei was probably right. There were so many ways things could get worse. Small towns farther east. Farther north. She and Lana could be moved to any of them. Given new names. Hidden away. Impossible for Sergei to find. She and Lana serving some logging camp or refinery. Vanished into the vastness of Russia. The American woman slid out of bed and crossed to the tiny kitchen. Sergei was her husband, and her protection. He was gone. How long before they came for her and Lana? How long before they were taken? She made a pot of oatmeal. Maybe their last meal. It would be heavy and large. 3 names wait in their tiny apartment for a knock on the door. No, she and Lana both showered, put on spring dresses, carefully combed their hair, even used a bit of makeup. At 8, Lana still wondered makeup was a treat. Just a touch on the lips. And a ribbon in her hair. Big breakfast, fresh clothes. They would test the size of their prison cell. Could they leave their apartment? Could they leave the base? Could they wander Novosibirsk? On a pretty morning in April, they would find out. First stop, the motor pool. It was a long walk, but Sergei had been able to check out a car there. Could she? For weeks Sergei had taken his wife and daughter into Novosibirsk. Not a pretty city, but not bad. Industrial from the Second World War. The heart of Siberia. Protected by distance from the advancing Germans. Now, still industrial. Still Russian. Mostly apartment blocks from the Soviet era. But a zoo and a ballet school. In their week together Sergei had taken them to both. Both nearly empty. So were the main shopping streets. They had bought Lana a new dress and ate at a larger restaurant. Quiet. Hushed voices in the shop. Hushed voices in the restaurant. Men hanging near. Lots of idle men. Vodka bottles shared by small groups. Mostly near alleys, but sometime more publicly. Loud voices, loose talk as they wandered the streets and shopping area. There seemed to be an endless supply of idle, dangerous men. Lana had liked the zoo. Tigers. Huge Siberian tigers. She covered her ears when they roared but didn't back away. She did back away when a group of drunks passed too close. Sergei took a step toward them, and they hurried off. But that ended their time in the zoo. Time to get back to their base on the edge of town. Sergei had been able to visit town. Could the American woman? Did she have that much freedom? No, your name is not on the list. The clerk seemed confused. Her name was not on the list. Why was she standing in his office? He knew who she was. He had seen her standing with her husband just days before. Wife of a general. But not on the list. He could deny her a car. He had that authority. He had that responsibility. A subordinate stood near his shoulder. Younger. He made an effort to clarify. Ma'am, it's not safe. No women are allowed to travel alone. There have been incidents. It is best for you to stay on base. The American woman hesitated for a moment. Argue? To what end? He was probably right. Maybe parts of Novosibirsk were safe, but would she know which parts? Still, it seemed a convenient way to keep women stuck on base. Could she walk the several kilometers to town? Not with Lana, and not if it wasn't safe. She nodded her acceptance and walked away. Playground. Lana had her favorite place on base. There was a school near the apartment blocks. Its playground wasn't very large, but it was a playground. Kids filled it every day. They had gone there every afternoon last week while Sergei was at work. The American woman had charged in, certain there were friends to make. There were friends, but there were complications. First, equipment. The jungle gym was for boys. Lana had climbed up one side, waiting for other girls to join her as she asserted her rights. No girls had joined her. Boys had yelled. She yelled back. Finally she climbed down and pouted all the way to the girls' area. Apparently they were allocated a small merry-go-round. Lana helped push it, earning a place on it once it got spinning. Language. Russian, and something that sounded like Russian. Lana soaked up languages. Her second day on the merry-go-round she could exclaim when to push, when to jump on, and when it was time to start it all again. The American woman met the mothers. It was like every playground. Children played, mothers watched and talked. These mothers talked and gave her papers. You are the general's wife? All the mothers were young and pretty, and all the mothers were cautious. Yes. They say you are an American. I was raised in America, now I am Russian. I was Ukrainian. Now they make me a Russian. What always followed was a careful pronunciation of the woman's name and the names of her children. As they remarked the names, they stared at the American woman, looking to see if the American woman was actually listening. She was an American, but she was the wife of a Russian general. Could she be trusted? Would she help? She was a mother. Maybe a mother would help other mothers. Maybe desperate mothers took a chance. Sometimes they inquired the American woman to repeat their names. Then came cities Mariupol, Kherson, Donetsk. There were stories of how they were taken, when they were taken, what had happened to their husbands. But intermixed with the stories was a repetition of their names. By the second afternoon women were arriving with names and addresses on paper which they pressed into the American woman's hands. So much compressed into brief conversations, but the essence was always the names. The American woman was to know their names, and somehow store their names. She was to know who had been taken to Novosibirsk. The Interior Ministry would take them elsewhere. They were certain of that. But they wanted to leave a trail. Some record of where they had been. Some way. For family to find them again. To bring them back. Some hope of rescue. Maybe years from now. That morning, as the American woman and Lana approached, they could see more children and more mothers than usual. And every mother faced the American woman. Every mother had paper in hand. Every mother rushed the American woman. When 20 or 30 people speak at the same time, nothing makes sense. Except enough of the same words were repeated that the American woman did understand. The train. East. Today. The American woman extended her hand and took each piece of paper. She hugged each woman, read the names on the paper and hugged each woman a second time. The crowd became a line. Paper, hug, kiss on the cheek, next woman. Tears. So many tears. The American woman too. Her time would come. The train east. One of these days. She and all the papers she had collected, all the names she could remember, soon. The American woman was still collecting papers when two groups of men approached. Different uniforms. Interior Ministry and Army. Both groups with sidearms. They stood off to one side for a few minutes and watched the line of women hug the American woman. Several of the men seemed amused at the tears, but they remarked nothing. Finally an officer in the Interior Ministry stepped forward. He carefully pulled a list from his pocket and read off 6 names. One of the names was the American woman Orlov. He put away his list and every mother not called seemed to shrink away. Back towards the playground. Back into the shade of the school. Back toward invisibility. 6 women stood in the open. 4 children slowly approached their mothers. Little ones grabbed their mother's skirts. Older ones stood tight against their mother, waiting for an arm around their skinny shoulders. Lana came and took the American woman's hand. There was a process. Each woman was called up, given a Russian passport, and given a Russian name. Each woman objected. The Interior Ministry men stood close, hands on their pistols. The women huddled together. The American woman glanced towards the second group of men of the army. 3 of them. 1 officer. Sergei had introduced him the week before. Later, the American woman had joked about him. Called him the porcelain colonel. It was the way he stood. So perfectly straight. His uniform perfectly creased. Tall, fit, square-jawed, he didn't quite look real. More like a porcelain model of a soldier. Too perfect to be real. His was one of 2. Names Sergei had given her that morning. Colonel the Siberian colonel. One of 2 men she should go to if in trouble. The American woman took a chance. Her name was called. She ignored it. She walked straight to the colonel. He stood like he was waiting for her. I need your help. She stood before him, Lana at her side. Yes, you do. Standing close, she saw now he wasn't quite perfect. His ears were a bit too large and one of his teeth was discolored. A small scar ran up the side of his nose. She saw that. What she didn't see was any reaction to her obvious plea. He studied her as she stood before him, studied and waited. I wish to remain here in Novosibirsk. I can see that. Please. Help me. No response. No rejection, but no offer to help. No change in his expression. He continued to study her. She felt like a specimen under a microscope. She controlled her breathing, raised her head, and stared back. Colonel, what do you want from me? No response. She moved closer. They weren't quite touching, but she was close enough now to feel his breath on her face. She needed to stay off that train. She and Lana. Once they got her on that train, she and Lana would disappear. Desperate times. Desperate measures. Colonel, I know you live alone. You have no one to care for you. I will cook your meals and clean your apartment. No response. His eyes never moved. I will submit to you. What you offer I can get from any of these Ukrainian women, all of whom are half your age. Her fist instantly clenched. But she saw no malice in his face, nor any leer coming from a man who knows a woman will let him take her. What do you want from me? He made her wait before answering. Loyalty. You will cook and clean and warm my bed, but you will also be loyal. You will trust me, help me, advise me. You will be my eyes and ears. You will assist me. And your loyalty will be to me alone. I agree. Do you? If you do, kiss me. Then give me all those papers you have been collecting. She kissed him quickly enough. But the papers. There were dozens in her hand. She kept her lips pressed to him while she decided. It would be an absolute betrayal. Seen before all. Every face was turned toward her. They would all know what she had done and why. Please. She whispered while pressed against him. Absolute loyalty to me and only me. Or accept your new name and new home in the north. Your new husband runs a beer hall in a refinery town just above the Arctic Circle. They are desperate for their families to find them again. Make your choice. She felt tears coming to her eyes, but she knew the choice she had to make. She held out her fist full of papers. She heard groans and several shouts. The colonel opened his hand. He waited. She laid the papers on his palm. All could see. He slowly browsed through the scraps of paper. Took his time. The last connection some of these women might have with their families. He twisted and turned one or two scraps, but it was clear he had no real interest in any of them. Finally he closed his hand around the papers and stared at the American woman. None of these scraps matter. They are all Russian now. They just don't know it. He put the papers back in the American woman's hand. Move your things to my quarters. I eat at 6. I like fresh bread. 4 new quarters. The colonel's quarters were just down the hall from where they had been staying. One of the new housing units reserved for senior officers. It took 3 trips to move their belongings and 2 more trips to move their groceries. Lana was quiet through most of the moves. The American woman waited. She knew there would be questions. Why are we moving? Your father wondered we would be safer if we stayed with Colonel the Siberian colonel while he was gone. Russia is dangerous now. The American woman and Lana emptied their refrigerator. Lana was quiet again. The American woman waited. You made promises to him. Yes. He promised to protect us, and I promised to help him. The American woman had 2 plastic bags. Lana had 1. It was their final trip from Sergei's apartment. Another question would be coming. The American woman helped Lana with her bag and waited. You kissed him. Yes, and I will kiss him again. Women kiss men who help them. The hallway was long and dark and smelled of mildew. The American woman wondered if Lana would accept her explanation. 8 years old. A very bright 8-year-old. She saw everything. She questioned everything. Silence from her did not mean acceptance. It generally meant she was working her way through a problem. The American woman pushed open the colonel's door and went straight to the kitchen. Lana, Colonel the Siberian colonel is a good man. He will treat you well. He will protect us. I will cook and clean for him. I will care for him, and he will care for us. This is what we will do until Daddy comes back from Syria. The American woman got down on her knees and hugged her daughter. Okay? Yes, Mommy. The American woman got a kiss on the cheek and the beginnings of a smile from her daughter. Not every concern was resolved, but at least initial acceptance had been achieved. The rest of the day, moving in. Observations? The colonel's quarters were identical to the one they had left, same basic design, same lousy workmanship. A central sitting area, 2 small bedrooms to the left, the kitchen and bathroom to the right. Tiny by American standards. A few years old and already in need of repair. Every corner had cracks in the plaster. The ceiling had a yellow spot where the roof had leaked. The windows rattled in the wind. The parquet floor needed resanding and releveling. Lousy workmanship throughout. She remembered the old Soviet motto, "They pretend to pay us, and we pretend to work." No surprises in the apartment. Several surprises in the occupant. First, he was a reader. One bedroom, the one Lana would use, had the standard issue bed. But it also had bookcases filling every wall. History mostly. Military history going back to the Romans. Mostly in Russian, but some in English. She remembered the titles from several of the officer schools she had attended during her own military career. The second surprise was less a surprise and more a point of emphasis. Order. Perfect order. The porcelain colonel lived in a porcelain apartment. A couch and 2 chairs in the sitting room. Couch aligned perfectly facing the 2 windows. A chair on each end of the couch turned at a right angle to the couch. It would not have surprised her if he had taken a square to measure the angles. Same thing in the kitchen. Cups in perfect rows, food turned so every label faced out, nothing out of place. The third surprise came in the bedroom. The bed was perfectly made and the closet set with his spare uniforms all facing the same direction, all spaced slightly to avoid wrinkles. Not the surprise. The surprise was half of the closet and the half of the chest of drawers were empty, awaiting her. He had expected her arrival. He had prepared for her. He knew she would come to him and knew she would accept his conditions. She filled the 3 dresser drawers and half closet allotted to her. And she stared at her new bedroom. He was prepared. He was confident. He would be a challenge. The very next wondered was obvious. She needed such a man. The Interior Ministry wanted her gone. Her and Lana. Gone. Never to be found by Sergei or anyone else. A senior officer might be able to hold them off. A man this prepared might have the skills. If he chose. He wanted loyalty. Odd request. Of all the things he could demand, why that? 20 years in the army taught her a fundamental lesson. When faced with the unknown, act on the known. Did she know this man? No, she did know he would be home at 6 and expect dinner, including fresh bread. This she could do. She and Lana. They spent the afternoon in the kitchen baking and learning where utensils were kept and what temperatures the oven actually achieved, as opposed to the numbers optimistically set on the dials. Dinner? The Siberian colonel arrived at 6:10. He greeted Lana, addressing her as Svetlana and giving her a slight bow. Lana kept her distance. The American woman got a hand on her ass that pulled her tight, and a kiss that lasted. He kept his eyes open as he kissed. He watched for her reaction. She let him hold her and slowly put her arms around his waist. His kiss was gentle, his hand firm. She gradually relaxed. He continued to hold her. He continued to watch her. "What do you want from me, Colonel? I'm waiting for a smile. You are happy to see me. You enjoy the feel of my hand on your ass. You ask a great deal." "Yes, I do." The American woman leaned into him, rising onto her toes to kiss him. "I am grateful for what you did this morning. I will repay the kindness. You will become my woman." "Yes. I understand that." She kissed him again. "And yes, your hand warms me." He let her go and took his place at the tiny kitchen table. The Siberian colonel sat erect, his tunic still buttoned to the chin. The American woman offered him vodka. He declined. She brought him dinner, and he ate slowly. Most of his attention was on Lana. He wanted to cow about Poland. It took Lana a few minutes to get comfortable with him, but then she became the girl who had done the reading podcasts in Warsaw. Big smile, cute stories about the books and about other children and about grandmothers and big red dogs. The Siberian colonel smiled, nodded, and congratulated her on her successes. Slight conflict as dinner ended. The American woman rose and started taking dishes into the kitchen. Lana started toward her bedroom and her books. "Svetlana, you should help your mother. I understand you help with the cooking and baking. That is very good. But you should help with the cleaning too. A girl belongs at her mother's side." Lana froze, glanced to her mother for confirmation, then returned to the kitchen. She dried plates as her mother washed. final instruction from the Siberian colonel as Lana finished her chores and started for bed. Svetlana, tomorrow morning you and your mother will help in the nursery at the school. Many of the Ukrainian women have very small children, and there are some orphans. A girl your age should help raise younger children. You can read to them, but you should also learn to change and feed them. Again, Lana glanced to her mother for confirmation. The American woman nodded. And, as you go to bed, you should stop, give me a kiss on the cheek, and say good night. Curtsy, wait for me to say good night, and then go to your room. The Siberian colonel was seated in the middle of the couch. Lana came around the side, carefully kissed his cheek, remarked good night, then curtsied and waited. You are a good girl, Svetlana, and very smart. I think you will quickly learn to care for children. Years from now, I think you will be a good Russian mother. Lana curtsied again, then hurried to her bedroom, her mother right behind her. Mommy, I want to take ballet lessons again. The American woman got her undressed and into her nightgown. The bed was small, but still plenty big for an 8-year-old girl. A window between two bookcases let in cooler evening air. The American woman wrapped a duvet around her daughter. Sweetie, the studio is closed for a while, and there are many children being brought here from Ukraine. It would be good if you can help them. I suppose I can read to them like I did in Poland. That would be good. There was a long pause. The American woman sat on the side of her bed and slowly stroked Lana's hair. Did I curtsy correctly? You were very good, but we will practice in the morning. Will you curtsy to him? Yes, I suppose I will. He likes to kiss you. He is our friend and our protector. He seems a nice man. Yes, he does. The American woman gave Lana a kiss, pushed the duvet tight around her, and turned off the light. The Siberian colonel was still sitting on the couch, his tunic still buttoned to the neck. He seemed to be working his way through an endless stream of emails. The American woman stood opposite him. Do I curtsy to you? The world was a better place when people practiced basic courtesy. The American woman pulled at the edges of her skirt and did a deep curtsy. And now, what do you wish of me? Some nights you will sit next to me, and we will talk. You have much to learn. For tonight, you will go into your purse and bring me your cell phone and both your passports. The American woman waited. He was asking too much. She would bargain to keep the passports. He ignored her, his attention back on his emails. Colonel, you made some promises to me this morning. One of them was trust. Will you honor your promise? His eyes never left his phone. He was tapping out a message as the American woman slowly moved to the bedroom and her purse. She dug to the bottom for her passports, hesitated, then took her phone as well. She stood before him, curtsied one more time, the passports and phone in her outstretched hand. Trust? He glanced up at her. Yes, trust. He took her phone and passports. He had strong hands. He tore each passport in half and pushed them into an outside pocket. He then broke her phone and handed her the pieces. Discard those. He motioned toward a wastebasket in the kitchen. The American woman hesitated, then did as told. She even curtsied when she returned to him, but she had to ask. Why? No answer. From an inside pocket he drew 2 new passports. The American woman studied them both. She was now Ilya Nestorev, wife of Pavel Sorokin. Birthplace Magadan. Lana was Alina Sorokin. Birthplace Magadan. Mother Ilya Nestorev, father Pavel Sorokin. Magadan is on the Pacific. Should there be trouble here, you will get on the railroad and keep going east. When you get there, be good with Pavel. He is a former sergeant of mine. Trouble? There are those who wanted you dead in Poland. They want you dead now. Your phone gives your location. Your passport proves they put the bullet in the right person. If you get on a train as the American woman Orlov, you will be dead before the next stop. And if I leave here as Ilya Nestorev, I will be impossible for Sergei or anyone else to find. As you already understand, it is best if you stay in Novosibirsk with me. The American woman stood looking at the man. She was trapped, but also protected. Sergei had remarked to trust him. It didn't seem she had much choice. Thank you. The American woman stood and waited. Now? Get ready for bed. I will come to you soon. She grabbed her skirt and carefully curtsied. Acceptance. Thanks. He would come for her. He would take her. Payment for services rendered. She accepted that. No objection. And, yes, some interest. She returned to her bedroom and lowered the covers on the bed they would share. Smoothed the sheets and fluffed the pillows. Stepped out of her dress. She chose a long, white satin nightgown and slid into bed, arranged herself. Spread her hair across her pillow. Lowered the duvet so her breasts were visible. Raised the duvet. Lowered it again. Played with the skirt of her nightgown. Waited. Nearly an hour. When he finally came to her, he sat on the side of the bed and bound her wrists behind her with a pillowcase. "Colonel, I will not hurt you in your sleep, you can trust me." "No, you will not hurt me. First, I can defend myself quite well, but you also understand all the consequences of such an attempt. So you will not hurt me now, or ever. I am binding you to show you are mine to take when I wish. Do you understand?" "Yes." He ran his fingers across her face, then played a bit with her hair. "The American woman, you are my woman, a Russian woman." "Yes." "Mine to take." "Yes. I will not hurt you, the American woman, but you must know I easily could. You will obey me, always." "Yes. This will be our life together. Your life with me, Colonel, I understand. I am yours. I will please you." He undressed and climbed into bed. The American woman settled onto her back and spread her legs. He lay over her, his face just inches from hers. "Do I call you, Colonel, in our bed? Call me Yuri. And now you fuck me. I will fuck you now, and every other time I wish. You have agreed to be my woman. It is my right to take you." But he didn't take her. At least not immediately. He lay over her, one hand deep in her hair to hold her head as he kissed her. The other hand moved across her. Her cheek, her breast, her thighs, her ass. His hand was light. A gentle caress. The American woman felt herself relax. She kissed him. She warmed to him. "Tell me where you most like my touch." "My face, as you slide along the edge of my hair, pushing it back. I like it when you kiss me as you touch me there. Please do that." His fingers caressed her cheek and slowly stroked her hair. He kissed her many times. She felt herself press her thighs against his. She wanted him. "The American woman, show me you love me. Tell me a secret. An intimate secret you would only tell a lover. Let me know you. Show trust. Tell me something important about you, something you want me to know." "Jim." Her answer was immediate. She wanted to tell him the story. She wanted him to understand. "When I first left the army, I bought a fishing lodge at the northern edge of Wisconsin and worked as a guide. I met a local man. A high school teacher. I loved him. I wanted him. I spent every Wednesday night with him. I wore a nightgown just like this one. We had great sex. One night a week. For 2 years. One night a week. It hurt me. I wanted more. I tried for more. In the morning I made his breakfast still wrapped in satin. My breasts, my ass, glowing in white satin. His. I was his. I wanted him. I needed him to want me. I needed to see want in his eyes when he glanced at me. I never saw it." The American woman, "I think you misunderstand your own story. 20 years a soldier. Iraq. Afghanistan. A silver star. And now you fish and fuck a high school teacher? You didn't see want in his eyes because there was none in yours. You needed a bigger man. Sergey. You needed to be scared, and held, and loved. There was want in your eyes when you glanced at Sergey. There is want in your eyes now. And what is in your eyes, Yuri? You take me, bind me, fuck me. You tell me I am your woman. Why? You were right this morning. You could take any of those Ukrainian women. Any of them. They are beautiful. They might even be willing. You took me. For a day or two. For fun. To spite Sergey. Why am I in your bed? You are in my bed because this is where I want you. You will stay here. You will be my garrison wife. Answer the question, Yuri. Do you want me? I need that. I need to see that in your eyes. Make no demands, the American woman. Ask me no questions. You are mine. I will take you as I please. Interpret that as you wish. He put a hand over her mouth and began fucking her. Slowly at first, then much faster and harder. He was big and strong. The bed began crashing against the wall. Harder and faster. As he did it, he glanced down at her. He saw want in her eyes. Her chest heaved and sweat streamed from her face. I will fuck you when I wish, the American woman. Sometimes on your back. Sometimes on your knees. I will fuck you when I want you. You will let me. You know you must. But it is not just that I force you. You want this. Sergey was gone less than 3 hours, and you were mine. You were born to be fucked. Born to be held. Born to be kissed. You were desperate to be just where you are. She started gasping for breath. His arms were so tight around her he nearly crushed her ribs. Through it all her eyes never left his face. He climaxed, then kissed her, and she smiled. You want me, Yuri. I can see it. Yes, the American woman, I want you. I have taken you, and I will keep you. You will be loyal to me. You will obey me. You will be my wife. Sergey. Yuri tightened his fist around her hair. You will not repeat his name again, the American woman, you are mine. He will not return from Syria. He is gone from your world. There is one man in your life, me. You will serve me, you will warm my bed, and soon, very soon, you will love me. You will stay mine. Of this I am certain. He held his position, his face just above hers. She could feel his breath on her face and his sweat on her chest and hips. He waited. She was to say something. She glanced up at him. You will protect me and Svetlana. You will keep us in Novosibirsk. Do that, and yes, there will come a time when I love you. It is not for you to bargain. It is for you to obey. Your wrists stay bound tonight and any other night I wish. You are mine to fuck when I choose. You are my woman. Say it. I am your woman. Repeat that, the American woman. Whisper it to me now and often. The American woman whispered the words. He held her close. She pressed her face into his neck and whispered the words over and over. She realized it was true. She belonged to him. She hoped he was strong enough to keep her. It might be many months before Sergey returned. And of course, in war, not all returned. Until he did, she would be Yuri's woman. She whispered to him and slowly fell asleep. 5 babies' mommy was very friendly with the colonel. She made oatmeal for breakfast. I helped. I set the table. I gave the colonel his napkin and he thanked me. I curtsied, then sat and ate. Mommy was wearing her nightgown without a robe. She's very pretty. All white and shiny. And a bit funny. As she stirred the oatmeal, she jiggled. She smiled while she did it and glanced over her shoulder at the colonel. He had his phone in his hand, but he was watching Mommy carefully, and smiling as she jiggled. She spent a long time stirring the oatmeal. When she brought over our bowls, she stood next to the colonel for a while. He kept an arm around her and held her tight. She played with his hair and bent down to kiss the top of his head. When she sat down to eat, one of the straps of her nightgown slid down off her shoulder. She smiled at the colonel again. The colonel was already fully dressed in his uniform. He finished his oatmeal, then walked to the door. Mommy went with him. He pressed her against the door and kissed her. Light dinner tonight, then a small party at 8, Lana? Mommy glanced over at me. Svetlana. She is a Russian girl. Please use her Russian name. He paused, and Mommy nodded. There will be a babysitter for the younger kids. Svetlana will like that. And don't forget the nursery this morning. Young girls need to learn these skills. Soon she will be a mother herself. Not very soon. She is just 8. 16 will come fast. Mommy glanced unhappy. The colonel pressed her more tightly. At noon a car will come for you. A meeting of some women. They're planning a celebration ball. Ukraine? No, that celebration is yet to come. This celebration is for our victory over Napoleon. Chased out of Russia. An event too long ignored. This summer it will not be. You will help plan it. Svetlana? Leave her at the nursery. She will be safe there. She will make friends. He kissed Mommy. It was a long kiss. He gave her a good hug, then she curtsied to him, he bowed slightly, and he left. Am I to be called Svetlana now? Mommy was still at the door. Her smile was gone for a moment, but then it was back. You are getting older. It is better if we use your full name, not a nickname like when you were little. Am I to marry at 16? I like the idea. All the Disney girls were young when they married. Only 8 more years and I would have a husband and a home of my own. We shall see. Help me in the kitchen and we will get ready for the nursery. Mommy washed, I dried. Then we dressed. Summer dresses. Bright colors. Skirts that swirled if we turned fast. I spun in place once I was dressed. Mommy did too. She stood in front of a mirror and glanced at herself. Each side, Her hands posed in different positions. Her head high. Big smile. She tried 3 different pairs of shoes. Always in front of the mirror, looking at herself, posing, smiling, swirling her skirt. My mommy was happy. The nursery was loud. And it smelled. We walked past the playground and through a side door. I think it was the school gym. There were cots and baby cribs everywhere. There were some adult women, but mostly it was girls like me carrying babies from one place to another, or giving them a bottle. I saw 2 babies being changed. So gross. Like yellow mustard. I hurried past and glanced for the place where I would read to kids. Mommy held my hand and led me through one row of cribs after another. Mommy talked to other women, and they pointed. A grouping of cribs. 4. Near some windows. 3 girls were already there. They were about my age, but they already knew all there is to know about babies. They had me sit on a cot while a woman told me about how to hold a baby. Then the woman gave me this baby while the other girls yelled instructions. I was scared to hurt the baby, and everyone was shouting about my hand on the baby's neck. One of the girls even came over and moved my hand to the right place. Then she sat next to me on the cot and told me everything about babies. I listened to her and held my baby the same way she did. Soon the other girls stopped yelling at me. They told me their names, and the names of their babies and how long they had been working in the nursery. 2 months. And they were certified. One girl showed me a card. It had her name on it and a red seal showing she was already a baby. Care aide. An aide at 8. I wanted to be one too. They told me all the things I would have to learn. And they had learned it in just 2 months. My baby's name was Marina. The girl who had been caring for her had taken a train east the day before. I wondered what had happened to Marina while the girl was gone. Marina did some things I liked, and some things I didn't. She pooped. Every time I fed her, she pooped. It smelled so bad. The other girls showed me where to get paper to wipe her and fresh diapers. I didn't want to clean her. I got poop on my hands, and even a spot on my dress. But the other 3 girls watched me carefully to make sure I got Marina clean and showed me how to get a diaper on her. I liked feeding her. Even though I knew if I fed her she would poop, it was nice to hold her. I set her on my lap and leaned her against my chest while I held her bottle. Her hands grabbed at the bottle, and sometimes grabbed at me. She pulled my hair one time. Another time she pressed her face against my chest. But mostly she sat quietly in my lap, warm against my chest. 2 things I did not know about babies. First, when they are done eating, and before they poop, they burp and sometimes puke. The other girls laughed when Marina puked over my shoulder. I wondered that was mean. But I suppose it did look funny. Also, babies are hot. I would put Marina on my shoulder, and she would breathe against my neck. She was so hot it almost hurt. This was also when she grabbed my hair. Babies are strong. It was hard to get my hair out of Marina's tiny hands. When the babies slept, we liked to keep holding them. They were so soft and warm. Eventually we put them in their cribs, but first we held them. I liked that. Her face rested on my chest, and I stroked her hair like mommy stroked mine. Then we girls talked. They spoke a language not Russian, but it was close. They laughed at some of the ways I remarked words, but they were kind, and I slowly improved. We talked about babies and about the base we lived on in our families. I told them about my American mother who was now a Russian mother and about my grandmother in Wisconsin who made really good cookies. They told me about their families, and sometimes they cried. Then one of the babies would wake up, and if one baby woke up, all of them did. And they all needed changing. Apparently, babies poop when they eat, and when they sleep. It was funny to lay them on their back, change them, and have them smile up at me while I cleaned their poop. It was almost like Marina was laughing at me, teasing me. Mommy came for me later in the afternoon. I promised the girls I would be back the next day, and I was. I went back many days. I got better at talking with the girls, and better at holding Marina safely. And I did earn a card. I became a baby care aide. I wondered the card glanced very grown up. 6 women of influence. The American woman watched her daughter for a while. No trouble making friends. She joined the other 3 girls with ease, and while she was obviously nervous about taking and holding a baby, she managed the process quickly. Within minutes she had a baby on her lap and was talking to the other girls like they had been together for months. Nothing to worry about. And maybe a point of pride. Her daughter would be a good mother. The girl she saw sitting on the cot in the gym could become the woman who would be holding her own baby in 10 or 12 years. Svetlana, a mother. The American woman took another look around the gym before leaving. There was order to the chaos. Dozens of cribs, but in groupings like this one. Many young girls, but grown women here, and they're available if needed. The American woman had no concerns about leaving her daughter with the other girls. Off to a meeting Yuri had arranged. Suddenly her name was on the list, and she could now have a car and driver. Off to some woman's home. The drive through town had plenty of surprises. A city of 1 million people, apartment blocks dominated. And a Russia city. Most buildings had been built in the Soviet era. So she expected the same endless featureless rectangles she had known in Moscow. There were rectangles here too, but smaller, brighter, newer. She wondered if the Soviets had kept their hands off this Siberian city and left things to the locals to work out. The driver took her to a neighborhood of 3- and 4-story apartment buildings near the river. Newer places, lots of brick accents and white stucco walls. Bright, cheery, expensive. Her driver parked before one in mid-block and opened her door. Why was she here? Good question. And one she inquired herself at least a dozen times as she sat through a third and fourth cup of tea and finger sandwiches. The apartment was nice. One set of living room windows had views of the river. All the rooms were large and well decorated. The American woman joined 8 women. Plenty of room, comfortable chairs and elegant sofas. Women dressed to match. Cotton dresses, scooped necklines high on their chest, A-line skirts to the knee, makeup applied with care, jewelry appropriate for daytime, hair combed back from shining middle-aged faces. They had been waiting for the American woman. Quick introductions, cheek kisses, bright smiles. She was to share the couch with the hostess, Ilya Larkov. 4 hours passed. The American woman remarked a few things about Poland, but they seemed more interested in her daughter. The American woman described the gym and her daughter's new duties as an aide. That led to a general description of daughters, babies, children, and back to daughters again. 4 hours. Some tea, some food, but essentially it was 4 hours about daughters. Eventually there were hugs, cheek kisses, and 7 women gone. Ilya kept the American woman's hand and inquired to her to stay a bit longer. They were afraid of you. Ilya pulled the American woman back to the couch. She continued to hold the American woman's hand. American. They wondered you might arrive wearing pants. You might even ask us to burn our bras. I am Russian. I have a Russian husband and a Russian daughter. Yes, so you say. Ilya held the American woman's hand. Her other hand lightly stroked the American woman's forearm. Her fingertips went up the American woman's arm, and back down. Her eyes never left the American woman's face. You were still a child in the 90s. Here it was a time of great change, or the hope of great change. Women formed groups. We even elected several women to our Duma. American women came and advised us. Some of us remarked things that made sense in America equality. We lost all our seats at the next election. So you think I am here to cause trouble? You wear a dress and makeup and sit as a woman should sit. You speak of your daughter and babies. They feel better about you now. When we meet next month, we can talk about the dance. I know nothing about a dance. The American woman didn't know about a dance, but she did know the fingertips on her arm were sending her a message. She turned more fully toward Ilya. The woman glanced amused. Was she playing with the American woman? City Hall has a large banquet area. We used to have monthly dances there. Families brought their marriage-age children and played matchmaker. We stopped when the war began. It seemed unpatriotic. Now it is just too dangerous. Even with a police presence, people will not go out after dark. And the colonel, we mentioned a possible dance to your colonel. We miss the dances. Of course we would invite your officers. He seemed very interested, and with 50 officers inside the hall, and your security outside, it should be safe. The American woman glanced down at the fingertips on her arm. She took them in her other hand. So I am to help with the planning? And, would you like to see the rest of my apartment? Yes. What she saw was the bedroom for the next hour. 7 criminals go west to die. Criminals go west to die. The Siberian colonel took 12 MPs with him plus their lieutenant. 6 rode in the bus. the rest in the back of their van. Both vehicles passed through gates and security guards before parking at the back of the city jail. A door was opened to give them direct access to the cells. The guards had prepared the prisoners. The ones making the trip had been moved from their individual cells and gathered in a larger holding cell. 43 men, mostly late teens and early 20s. Several who glanced much older. All wore prison garb and had shaved heads. None remarked a word as MPs formed a line across from them. The Siberian colonel spent a minute with the head jailer. No surprises, no great secrets to share. But he wanted a few minutes to pass. A few minutes for the inmates to look at the MPs and understand their future. If they were going to cause trouble, now would be the time. You all understand you are going west today. You will sign a 90-day contract and become a hero of the Russian army. You will have your chance to loot and rape and murder. And you will have your chance to die shitting in your pants as artillery rains down. After 90 days, if you survive, you will be allowed to return to Mother Russia. But you will never return to Novosibirsk. If you are ever seen here again, you will be driven into the northern marshes. Now, you will come forward, 4 at a time, and be given leg restraints while you sign your enlistment contract. He stood and stared at the prisoners as the MPs moved toward the cell door and prepared the paperwork in the shackles. If there was going to be trouble, it would come now. The MPs had done this before. They knew to move quickly and confidently. Once the first 4 were moved toward the bus, the rest would follow. 4 MPs stood with automatic rifles aimed into the cell. The others opened the cell door and motioned 4 men forward. They hesitated, but one moved to the MPs, and then 3 more followed. 1 megapixel held out a clipboard with the enlistment forms. One quickly attached the shackles. It went fast, it was meant to. No chance for second wonders, no chance to do something stupid. 4 men signed and shackled, 4 men marched to the bus. Another dozen men were moved through the process. Kosakov stared into the cell. The back row. While the teenagers were shackled and led off, the older prisoners backed away. The very old would not be a problem. They would whine, but they would go. It was the 20-somethings that would try something. They might even have a plan. But it was a bad plan. They would have their best chance at the very beginning while 40 other men could run interference or even participate in some futile escape effort. As the cell cleared out, it became easier and easier to identify the troublemakers, and easier to get to them. Maybe they had simple weapons. Maybe they would charge on some signal. The Siberian colonel chose not to give them the initiative. He waited until there were just a dozen of the hardened criminals. He had picked out the leader. Saw some sly plan in his eyes. Time to move. He took a nightstick from one of the prison guards and walked into the cell. The convict took half a step forward, ready to challenge the Siberian colonel. What if we don't want to get on the train? The Siberian colonel had been right about the leader. He was slightly bigger than the others, slightly older. Definitely no smarter. You will go today, or you will go tomorrow. If you go tomorrow, you will go with a face not even a mother could love. He saw a sneer and a motion toward a pocket and a weapon. The Siberian colonel swung the nightstick at the side of his head, catching and crushing the top of his ear. Visible, painful, but not debilitating. The man screamed and turned to one of his friends for help. None of them moved. You will slowly remove the weapon from your pocket. Since you are armed, we have every legal right to shoot you. So move very, very slowly. The man held one hand to his bloody ear. The other slid into his pocket and removed a toothbrush with a sharpened end. He held it out on an opened hand. One of the MPs took it. Now the rest of you. You will be searched when you are shackled. If we find a weapon, you will be shot. 4 more men held out toothbrushes. Jail weapon number 1. MPs took them all. You will be given better weapons where you are going. You will use them well, or you will die. The Siberian colonel left the cell and watched as the last bunches were processed. The final 2 were in their 60s. Both objected. You can't take us. I'm 63, and he is 62. He glanced smug. The Siberian colonel wondered what his crime might be. Old, balding, a layer of fat sliding over his belt. His strong-arm days were over. Maybe trafficking in stolen goods. You are in luck. President Putin has raised the allowable enlistment age to 65. You get to be a hero just like the others. I lied about my age. I am 67. You have 6 days on the train to come up with a better lie. The last men were shackled and loaded. The Siberian colonel and all the MPs followed them out to the bus. 6 MPs sat with their rifles pointed back at the convicts. The Siberian colonel rode behind in the van. The Trans-Siberian Railroad station was a classic. Low and wide, nearly a century old, it was included on every tourist advertisement. The convicts never saw it. They were driven around one side to the freight area. The train was waiting, and it would continue to wait until all the convicts were put in special cars at the back of the train. 3 other cities had also cleared their jail cells. Guards kept the groups separated. Shackles never came off. Loading and securing took half an hour. Then a conductor signaled, and the train moved to the next city and the next collection of convicts. The Siberian colonel stood and watched the train begin to accelerate away. 6 days? The head jailer stood next to the Siberian colonel. Yes. You get to keep them on your records until they arrive at the marshalling area. 6 days of payment for their food and guards. You will do well. The jailer chose his next words carefully. He was committing a crime. Theft by fraud. Others who had committed the same crime had gone north into the marshes for a wolf hunt. I am happy to help you clear the city. 43 today. Over 150 in the last week. No response from the Siberian colonel. He continued watching the train. Colonel, I am happy to help your campaign, but we are a city of 1 million. We will always have crime. 1,000. The Siberian colonel turned to look at the jailer. By the end of the month we will have sent 1,000 criminals west. Yes, we are a city of 1 million, but I think after 1,000 criminals have been blown to pieces by the Ukrainians, even criminals will understand every crime they commit comes with a death sentence. Crime will end here, soon. The Siberian colonel saw his MPs were lined up near the prison bus. All stood at attention. Their lieutenant called for their salute. The Siberian colonel returned the salute and nodded his approval to the lieutenant. It had been a good day. 8. A party back on base, the American woman collected Svetlana, then returned to Yuri's apartment. Time to get ready for the party. She had a general idea what to expect. In the short time Sergei had been base commander, she had attended 2 parties for officers, a welcome for Sergei, and a promotion for one of the lieutenants. There were formal moments out on the parade grounds, but that evening or the next there would be a gathering in one of the officer apartments. Lots of vodka, lots of jokes, wives in the kitchen making and providing snacks. The American woman had been admitted briefly to the male portion of the party. She spoke a bit about Poland. Some measure of respect. Not just the commandant's wife, but a woman of some accomplishment. Now, Sergei off to Syria. Yuri the new commandant. The party was for him. The American woman would attend on the arm of a man not her husband. No choice in the matter. In some ways it would be an unveiling. Whatever rumors officers and officers' wives had heard, now they could see for themselves. In less than a day the American woman had abandoned her husband and taken Yuri. Attendance at the party would be overwhelming. Who could miss seeing the American bitch betray her husband? The American woman did her best. A simple dinner before the party. Her hair and makeup already done. Yuri arrived home just after 6. The American woman served borscht and fresh bread. Yuri spoke mostly to Svetlana. He wanted to know about the nursery. She was a bit nervous at first, but soon she talked at length about her baby, Marina, and about the 3 Ukrainian girls who were part of her group. She went on and on about her day. The American woman expected Yuri to stop her at some point, to grow tired of her talk, but he listened attentively, nodding and agreeing with her that caring for a baby was hard, then telling her how proud he was that she was learning so quickly and being so helpful. Svetlana seemed to glow and grow under his smile. A few minutes to clean up, Svetlana drying dishes and telling her mother more about Marina. Clean up over, the American woman slipped off to her room and changed into a very attractive party dress, satin, a floral print, a flared skirt just short of her knees. The scooped neckline hinted at her breasts. She came out looking for approval. Svetlana liked it. Very pretty, mommy. Yuri was not as pleased. He walked her back to her closet and picked the smallest garment hanging there. The classic little black dress. She had bought it for a private dinner with Sergei. Shiny synthetic fabric. Spandex below the bust and just below the ass. She had worn it for him on their honeymoon in their honeymoon suite. Sergei had loved it. Yuri, He watched while she packed herself in all that elastic. Better. Yuri, they already think I am a slut. This dress proves it, you will wear it. Don't be mean, Yuri. They all understand. Ownership of me has passed from Sergey to you. Put a hand on my ass, hold me close. They will all get the point. You will wear this. Yes, I will wear this if you require it, but please don't make me. She leaned against his chest and kissed him. He made her wait. You may wear the other dress, but you understand what you must do. I am to look like we spent last night melting our sheets, and that is true. She understood his needs for the evening. He was the alpha male. She had to appear grateful to be with him. If she showed any reluctance, it would affect his status. As for her status, if she did this wrong, there was always a train heading east. She quickly changed. 10 minutes later they were off to the party. Svetlana was delivered first. She had a frilly party dress left from her time in Warsaw, but she no longer twirled herself to see the skirt flare out. She was a more serious girl now. A nursery aide. Sort of a mother. Instantly more mature. She calmly joined 7 other small children in the apartment next to the party. The major had a 13-year-old daughter who always served as sitter for the little ones. 7 kids from 2 to 8 already gathered around a Disney movie. An older boy, maybe 10, sat off by himself with a video game, his protest for being declared in need of a babysitter. Svetlana gave her mother a quick kiss, then took her place on the floor near the TV. One of the 2-year-olds seemed fussy. Svetlana took her hand. The party? Yuri held the American woman at the door before knocking. You will be with the wives. Listen to them. Tell me about them. My eyes and ears. I will do my job, Yuri, but please treat me well. There might have been more talk, but another couple came up the hall. Yuri knocked, and both couples were admitted to an incredibly crowded room. The furniture had been pushed to one side to create more standing room, but still, none of the apartments could hold the 40 or so people now at the party. It was shoulder to shoulder in the sitting room and kitchen, and it was deafening. Windows were open to help somewhat, but there were just too many people. Once the colonel was recognized, the volume dropped somewhat, but it was still very loud. The host was second in command at the base, a man nearing the end of his career. A major who would never be a colonel. But people liked him. He raised what was likely his 3rd or 4th glass of vodka to welcome his boss. Officers, tonight we celebrate our new commander. A man expert at many military skills, including wolf hunts. If the major wondered he would get a laugh with the mention, he was wrong. He hurried on. Ladies and officers, our commandant, Colonel Yuri, the Siberian colonel. A round of applause followed. The American woman watched faces and timed the applause. Genuine, she wondered. They respected the man. And his look? Confidence. He made eye contact with nearly every man in the crowded room. No one glanced away. All gave a slight nod. He stood and let them applaud. It was his due. Finally he raised a hand, and the room quieted. Thank you. I have been honored to work with you in the service of our great nation. I will be grateful for your skills as we prepare for the emerging threats facing Mother Russia. But tonight, we enjoy a night of quiet conversation in the company of our ladies. You may have noticed the lovely lady at my side. The American woman Orlov will be remaining here in Novosibirsk while her husband is in Syria. I have inquired her to help us with the local population. As someone who served Russia as ambassador to Poland, I think she will do a fine job as our ambassador to Novosibirsk. A few chuckles at that. A smile from the Siberian colonel, and a nod towards the American woman. She stood close and nodded in return. No words. A slight touch of hands, barely noticeable, but noticed by most. And the moment passed. The major mentioned his wife would be bringing out refreshments, and that signaled the women to follow his wife to the kitchen where they would remain the rest of the evening. The American woman followed the other women. Their kitchen was more alcove than separate room, so 20-some women were able to either be in the kitchen or stand near. The American woman stood at the very outer edge of the women, the final arc facing towards a stove, and some women removing a tray of pierogies. While they struggled to find elbow room in the herd of helpers, a dozen or so conversations began. The American woman listened and watched. Yuri would not want to hear her first observation. The women were short. Not dramatically short, but in a Russia where women averaged 5'4" or 5'5", these women were all an inch or two under that. Successful men married taller wives. A simple, observable fact known to all. Also, a simple fact: Russian army officers were not successful men. The officer corps had been cleared out by Afghanistan, and again when the Soviet Union died, unsuccessful men joined the Russian army and married the women in this kitchen. Slightly undersized, ordinary faces, wearing party gowns noticeably less well-made than the dresses any woman in Poland would have worn to such an event. These women had settled for their second or third option. Maybe their only option. They were doing the best they could. Their conversations. Lots about kids. A little about clothes. Evenings out. Very light. The American woman could almost see a distance being kept. Yes, ranks mattered to wives as much as to husbands, but this seemed somehow less about lower-ranked wives and careful before higher-ranked wives, and more about general cautiousness. They found safe conversation topics and stayed there. Except twice. The American woman heard very brief flare-ups. A few sentences rushed, voices dropped, and then back to clothes and restaurants. Topic 1: the Ukrainians. Apparently one husband had visited one woman at the school. Quick looks in his wife's direction, and then back onto safer ground. Topic 2: the train. A phrase that sounded like a mantra: the soldiers go west, the women go east. The mention of a woman who had apparently once been part of this group. Her husband had deserted after some wolf hunt. 2 days later she had gone east. A bit of disagreement on when. Had it been 1 day, or 2, but agreement on her direction east. East was pronounced carefully, like a word with magic powers. Several attempts were made to talk with the American woman. Who was she seeing in town? The American woman mentioned the names of several women she had spent the afternoon with. No one seemed to recognize the names. Next, try how. Was Sergei liking Syria? The American woman mentioned he was just settling in, but it was hot there. She had no idea if either were true, but she wasn't going to say she had no contact with her husband since he had left the day before. She decided to dodge further Sergei questions. She explained she still didn't understand the distinctions between Russian and Polish pierogies. The perfect conversation starter. Safe for her, safe for the women around her. The question filled the air for the next hour. In the meantime, a couple plates of food made it out to the men, and a bottle of vodka appeared from somewhere in the kitchen. The wives all remarked they really shouldn't, but all of them did. The bottle disappeared quickly. 2 hours passed. Several more vodka bottles made the scene. Conversations stayed safe. Pierogies, borscht, private recipes for special occasions. The women relaxed. Conversations got louder, barely audible against the noise coming from the men just a few feet away. It was almost painful. But it was a party, and parties are loud. The American woman made some effort to monitor Yuri. When the American woman had attended in April, she and Sergei always left early. It was never a true party if the boss was standing there watching and listening, so Sergei left early. Yuri? The American woman checked every few minutes. Finally she saw a head nod from him. She was at his side quickly enough. Whispers. Touches, his hand just brushing her ass. She stood close and glanced up at him. The expression on her face, the position of her body, made words unnecessary. She wanted him. Time to go. He smiled. He nodded. Apologies to the other men and his hostess. Their hands lightly touching, and out the door they went. 9. The babysitter. Then things got complicated. It was just a few steps to the apartment where all the children were being monitored, but it seemed like a different world. Pain. And fear. Svetlana rushed to her mother as soon as she came through the door. No words. But hugs. Tight hugs. The American woman glanced over her daughter's head. She saw the boy off to one side, all the other kids tied together hugging the babysitter. Tears. All but the boy. He stood a few feet from the rest of the kids, staring down at them. The American woman recognized the body language. Intimidation. He was threatening them. Or her. The babysitter hugged one of the small girls, calming that girl, but not successfully calming herself. The American woman stepped forward, about to adjudicate whatever had gone on here, but Yuri pulled her away. Mikhail. He spoke to the 10-year-old. It is best if you go back to your apartment. Tell your parents you have my permission. We all know you are too old for babysitters. Mikhail gave one more hard look at the babysitter, then raced out of the room. Yuri waited for him to leave, then took out some cash for the babysitter, thanked her for her work, and led the American woman and Svetlana to their apartment. Comments? None. Complete silence as Yuri led them up the hallway. Once in their apartment, Svetlana raced to her room. The American woman followed. He hit her. He was being mean all night. He threw toys. He threw popcorn. He teased the little girls. Yevgenia told him to stop. He remarked he didn't have to. She told him to stop again. He punched her in the stomach, knocked her down, and then he sat on her and held her wrists down on the floor. He leaned over and laughed at her. He held her like that. The American woman wasn't sure she was getting all of that. Svetlana was rushing, but also pausing to breathe. It changed the phrasing of it all. He teased the little girls. Whatever the words, it was clear Svetlana was very upset. So he was a bad boy. The American woman tried to put a summation on all of it, but there was more going on. She was the babysitter. He was to obey her, but he didn't. When he sat on her, when he held her hands down on the floor, when he leaned down and laughed in her face, she was so frightened. I think she wanted to scream. And he held her like that. He leaned down and held her. He was lying on top of her. All the kids were crying. And he just held her like that. Svetlana started crying. Her hands went around the American woman's neck, and her face disappeared into her chest. The American woman held her tight, kissed her cheek, and slowly stroked her hair. But the crying didn't stop. Mommy, I don't want to be a girl. It is hard to be a girl. But good too. You get to be a swan. Up on your toes with your arms bending as wings. Boys can't do that. You are beautiful. You will be a prima ballerina. Boys will hurt me. We will protect you. She was so scared, Mommy. So scared. She wanted to scream, and he just laughed. He will be punished. She will still be scared, always scared. It took nearly an hour before the American woman could get her calmed enough to sleep. She had no words that helped. She used her hands. Long, slow strokes from the top of her head. Kisses. More strokes. A few words. Her love. Her promise of protection. Eventually Svetlana slept. Yuri waited for the American woman. He watched her undress and pull on a white satin nightgown. When she approached the bed, he grabbed her wrist and pulled her to him. The American woman settled onto her back, onto the position she knew he demanded. That boy needs to be punished. The American woman lay still as he pressed his weight on her and pushed her legs apart. He's 10. He did not know what he was doing. Maybe something he saw in a movie and did not fully understand. She's 13. She knows what he will do to her next time. Yuri, stop it. He's going to fuck her. This month, next year. He will fuck her. He knows it. She knows it. Their parents know it. He will find a place, and he will fuck her. She needs to get used to the idea. They can protect her. Ukraine. I don't think a man in my unit fucked fewer than a dozen women and girls. See the girl, fuck the girl. Day after day. Now we are back in Russia. Different country, same rules. See the girl, fuck the girl. Mikhail will fuck her. So will half a dozen other boys. See the girl, fuck the girl. She understands her future. You are the one who is confused. He flipped the American woman over onto her stomach and pulled her hands behind her. But you understand this. He wrapped a cloth around her wrists. It is no good to fight. You are a girl. You get fucked. By Sergey, and now by me. He rolled her onto her back and pushed his cock into her. This is what that girl saw and felt. The American woman, her future. Probably too young at 10, but maybe not. She had to wonder if he would. Right there. In front of the other children. Her on her back, unable to stop him. Knowing, maybe for the first time in her life she was a girl, and she was going to get fucked. Nothing more fundamental in her life. No Disney movies for THS. No Disney princess on her back getting fucked because he was Prince Charming, but because he was a man, and men fuck women. She lay still, motionless and wordless until he climaxed. Okay. You fucked Ukrainians. Now you get to fuck Russians? Is that where we are? Women are here to get fucked. 13. She is just 13. A girl. A Russian girl. You are in charge. You get to decide what happens on this base. No, I get to decide what happens on this base, and in Novosibirsk. Then every rape is your responsibility. Yours too. He leaned over her, his weight and his arms making her breathing painful. His face just inches from hers, his sweat dripped onto her. I'm not responsible for this rape. For what you are doing to me. I am not responsible for what is happening to all the others. You had a meeting today with 8 women. You sat and drank tea, you decided nothing. What are you talking about? They want to plan some dance. They told me a little about it and remarked they would meet again next month to do more planning. They will meet every month for the next 7 lifetimes, and there will be no dance. So what? Rape. We will have dances. Supervised dances. Dances that lead to marriages, not rape. Are you serious? The thugs in this town will dance and then rape their women after? He slapped her. Hard. He raised his hand as if to strike her again. My men are not thugs. The thugs are gone. Deserted. My men are men of honor, professional soldiers. The American woman stared up at him. Her face burned. Deserted. After a wolf hunt? His wife sent east? The women talked about that tonight? Briefly. Secretly. Like they were afraid. They're safe. Their husbands are honest. And you will never mention those 2 words. I hear them, and maybe you go east. Maybe just Svetlana. Don't you dare. The American woman struggled against her bonds and kicked him with her heels. He slapped her again. Stop it. There is much good you can do here, but I don't have the patience for a lot of trouble from you. You will do what you are told. He grabbed her around the neck and slowly tightened. She stared up at him while he did it. She remarked not a word. Yes, you are tough. Good. But you will obey me, the American woman. Now sleep. I will give you your next assignment in the morning. 10 dance plans. He woke her with gentle kisses and a light touch. He played with her hair, stroked her side, cupped her breasts. Lightly. Barely touching his. Whispers were barely audible. She had to focus her complete attention to hear his words. Words she wanted to hear. Love. Desire. Admiration. Love. She wondered he had mastered seduction techniques. Repetition. Simplicity. Gentleness. And one other desire for intimacy. So human. Sergei was gone. He might be back in a year. No less than that. He might be gone for 2 years. He might never return. Cold winds scratched at the windows. A woman alone. Alone in a Siberian winter. Surrounded by an army of thugs. Now held by a man with strong arms. Did she love him? No, but as he repeated the words, she wondered if the time would come. The hand slowly stroking her hair told her he could be good to her. Her and her child. And, truth be told, she wanted to be with a man. Not just protection. Companionship. Intimacy. Love. She wanted to love. What did he want? The mystery of Yuri. Why had he selected her? Women were cheap. Russian women looking for a husband, Ukrainian women unable to say no. Why pick her? 49. Tall, healthy, but no beauty, and 49. Men always chose younger women. He was maybe 45, maybe 46. Younger than her. Not what men prefer. She still had her shape. No fat rolls round the middle. But her face was weathered from years serving in the American military. Her hair beginning to gray. She might still be called handsome, but no one would call her a beauty. And she was entering the years where nothing good happened around the eyes or chin. Who wants a woman cruising into her 50s? Did he want her at all, or did he just want Sergei's wife? Some male pissing contest. Look whose wife is on my arm. See what I can take. Some old grudge between the two. Her as a cheap trophy. On his arm until some point is made, then dumped. Was that why she was in his bed? Yuri, why am I here? His hand played in the hair just above her ear. His palm rested lightly on her cheek. You remarked you liked it when I held you this way. I do. She lay motionless as he continued to stroke her hair. She closed her eyes and felt his warmth. You are here because I wanted you. I saw you. I wanted you. I took you. I will keep you. You have a wife. Yes. We met in college. A party. Both of us drunk. She let me fuck her. I fucked her every night for a month. She got pregnant. She wanted a baby. She didn't want me. We married but never lived together. We were divorced years ago. The army sends her some money, but her parents take care of her too. And since then? Yes, there have been other women. but none so beautiful as me. Sergei glanced down and smiled. You joke. Yes, I joke. I know how I look. You look like a queen. Tall, handsome, regal. You stand like a queen, you move like a queen. A queen for the king of Siberia. Yes. The American woman took his hand. She studied him. He let her. No effort to change his gaze, or start a new conversation. He let her look, and he waited. Yuri, I am just the woman you rescued from the train. I am the faithful old wife who cooks and cleans and warms your bed. Yes, you will do all of that. And you do it well, but you will do one more thing. He paused. He took her hand and kissed it. If this is persuasion, I like it. He paused for emphasis. I have two problems, the American woman. One I can solve with bullets. One requires women. You will solve the second problem for me. With a dance? Some project with the Larkov woman? It will be much more than a dance. You will make it more than that. You will meet again today with Ilya Larkov. You will plan an event. Those women want to dance. You will plan that dance and much more. Russia has no holiday to celebrate our victory over Napoleon. We have a sad holiday to celebrate the end of the Soviet Union, Russia Day. June 12th. This year we change that. The sad holiday is replaced by a victory celebration. We beat the greatest general of all times. The world should be reminded of that. We Russians should be reminded of that. What is the connection to women? Women will dress and dance as if it were 1812. How did they dress then? I don't know. You will find out and make it happen. Why? To fix this country I need to change the calendar. I need it to be 1812. I need women to look like they have just seen Napoleon chased out of Moscow. And then I need women to do what women always do when the victors come marching home. Yuri, it's just a dance. You and I will make it far more than that. Russia Day is a reminder of all we have lost. The end of the Warsaw Pact, the Soviet Union, the world's effort to shrink us and humiliate us. This year it is Ukraine that gives us the finger. Well, fuck them all. We beat Hitler, we beat Napoleon, fear us. I want to walk into City Hall and think the year is 1812. I want to believe Napoleon is freezing his tiny ass off as he runs away from the greatest army on earth. And our women need to be dressed a special way. Yes, you will make that happen. Yuri, is this going to be good for women, or bad for women? Will this just make us look silly? Big hats, bustles, veils. Taking women back to 1812 will be good for women. The formalities, the niceties, the return to basic etiquette. Respect for women. You women will be lovely in your dresses. Your dance partners will be odd. Connections will be made in the presence of your families. Women will dance, they will talk, they will marry, as it was in 1812. I don't think it was that simple even in 1812. You will make it that simple. If we rebuild our families, we rebuild Russia. June 12th begins a process that will change our country. All from a dance. It is far more than that, the American woman. You will make it far more than that. 11. What did women wear in 1812? What did women wear in 1812? Ilya pulled the American woman to her. That was already their established pattern. Ilya would command. 5'8", she wore 4-inch heels to gain a height advantage, and she was stout. Not fat, but definitely larger than average. The American woman could not be sure if she was looking at a fat or muscle, but she was certainly looking at someone who might outweigh her. A woman who held her tight. A woman with large breasts she delighted in pressing against the American woman. She took the American woman's hand and moved it to her breast. The American woman was to feel and enjoy. Her own hands went to the back of the American woman's neck, then deep into her hair. She held the American woman's head for kisses. She held the American woman's head to watch her eyes as she slid her hips against the American woman. She held the American woman's head because she would determine what happened next and when. The two women stood at the foot of Ilya's bed, the bedroom window shades drawn, the door closed. Soft light came from around the edge of the curtains. Ilya was a few years older than the American woman, and the soft light not only set the mood, but hid wrinkles better than makeup. Maybe it's my age, but I find I like moments like this more than a quick jump between the sheets. Time to touch, to feel, to look, and to kiss. Intimacy. I think I crave that more than sex. Her other hand lightly stroked the American woman's cheek. The American woman's arms wrapped around Ilya's waist. She found herself pulling Ilya tighter. They kissed again, and glanced into each other's eyes. Does your colonel know you like to be with women? It's no secret. I first came to Russia with a woman. I had something I wanted to do here, but I was also drawn by that friend. I was dating a man at the time. She was far more interesting. Ilya was wearing a light fragrance. It must have been on her wrists. As her fingertips felt the American woman's cheek, her fragrance filled the air. Lilac. Yes. Do you like it? Very much. I also have to say I like holding you this way. I feel our hips warming as we hold each other. This is the perfect dance position if women were allowed to dance together. I wouldn't want to move. I would just stand here and slowly sway with you. The American woman slid slightly to one side, then the other. Your colonel, he will help us with our dance? He wants an event. June 12th. Russia Day. Your dance will be part of it. We are to celebrate beating Napoleon. That was over 200 years ago. Yes. The American woman held Ilya tighter as she swayed. Ilya felt the pressure and smiled. I think you want more than kisses. I am ready, Ilya. Take me when you wish. Ilya had the strength to lift and push the American woman back onto the bed. An hour passed while they wrestled in bed. Clothes ended up on the floor. Ilya chose to be the aggressor. She threw her weight onto the American woman. The American woman lay back and enjoyed what Ilya did for her. In the end, she wrapped her arms and legs around Ilya as the two of them sweated and caught their breath. The colonel knows about me. Does your husband know about you? My husband constantly travels on business or to conferences with other mayors, or, well, who knows where he is or why. He had someone check on me. I think he was relieved I was with women and not men. You have children? The women lay facing each other, each with a hand in the other's hair. I have 2 daughters. Married now. That was the original point of the dances. Get them out with boys, but not in bars. We created a charity. About 15 mothers. And we actually did give some money away. But the main purpose was to be an organization that could rent the ballroom. And our dances worked. We married off 11 daughters to families we knew and trusted. I think Yuri wants that to happen again. He mentioned dancing leading to marriage. It is all part of his effort to remake Russia. On Russia Day. Worst holiday ever invented. Why not call it Defeat Day? Russia definitely needs to be remade. I told you we stopped our dances. Crime got so bad. One Saturday we had 2 cars stolen and 3 families robbed. They nearly came right into City Hall to take our things. I am the mayor's wife, and they robbed me. So now you want army officers at your dance? Yes. Were they ever invited before? It was a rude question. Rude because the American woman already knew the answer. It was the same answer she would have received in the US. Ilya chose not to respond. The women continued to look at each other and continued to play with each other's hair. Yuri will bring some officers, and I am sure he will protect the dance, but it is part of an effort to change Russia Day into a Napoleon event. He wants the women to dress like they did back then. That might be fun, but what did women wear back then? I have no idea, but we may be talking corsets and hoop skirts. I'll make some calls. Time passed. Ilya pulled herself closer. The American woman, I know you were an army officer. I am sure you are proud of your service. But this is Russia. The army is different here. Our recruits are beaten and hazed. Men with money are never called. Officers here are not gentlemen. I know you are married to a general. Maybe you have seen some of these things. Maybe you haven't. I can only tell you as a mother, I would never let my daughters marry a soldier, even an officer. That's why they were never invited. Yuri will bring unmarried officers to this dance. They will be treated with respect. But they will go home alone. I will pass that message on to Yuri. And I will schedule some time at a dress shop. If we are to wear hoop skirts, I will ensure they are attractive hoop skirts. Neither of the women moved. If the American woman left now, she would leave thinking about the officers not good enough for the local wealthy. Her disappointment in Ilya would build. Their relationship would end. A wager, Ilya. That night, as we stand laced into whalebone corsets, we will review the eligible bachelors on the dance floor. You will study each officer. If you find one that you admire, you must dance with him. And if I don't find one, Ilya, if we are to be friends, ask a better question. Ilya hesitated. The American woman, I do want to be your friend. I apologize for disrespecting our troops. I propose this as the other side of the wager. If I do not find an officer I admire, I will keep looking until I do. Much better. Now kiss me, play with my hair, and tell me you will not laugh at whatever silly dress we have to wear at the Napoleon dance. The American woman, I like the idea of a bustle on you. It would be fun to watch you walk across a room. They laughed and held each other, feeling better about each other but knowing the first gap between them had appeared. Usually one led to more. 12 Irina is sad, all the babies were sleeping, so we sat on the cot and talked quietly. We laughed sometimes. Mostly we laughed at me. I remarked a word wrong, or remarked something silly, like saying we wore feet, rather than shoes. But I got better at understanding them. And the more I understood, the more they talked to me. The four of us huddled together on the cot, keeping our heads close and our voices low. One morning we talked about places we had been, and I mentioned Poland. I remarked I had been to Krakow and Warsaw. Then they talked, but it was too fast, and it was angry. Irina glanced at the floor, but she also glanced at me. She talked fast, and too loud. I was afraid she would wake the babies, and she did. They were soon crying, but she kept talking, almost shouting. I think I understood her at first, but then it got more difficult. We were going to Poland. My daddy went off to the army. He told my mommy to take me to Poland. But the buses were blocked by shelling, so we waited another day. The road would be clear, they remarked. We waited in a theater. It was huge. We sat in seats way in the back. All the other seats were already taken. We tried to sleep. Then the theater exploded. I think that was the right word. My Ukrainian is still bad. She was crying and almost shouting at this point. She talked about the ceiling. I think it was the ceiling. Things were falling. People were screaming. She was crying now, and hard to understand. My mommy leaned over me. There was smoke and things kept falling. Some of the things hit my mommy. She was hurt. I could hear her crying. People everywhere were screaming. This went on forever. It felt like hours. People came to help. We were near the top rows, so they could get to us. Below us everything was buried under parts of the roof. They carried mommy to an ambulance. I followed behind. I stood and watched. A woman took my hand. She remarked she would take me to the hospital to see my mommy. She led me to a bus. Other women were yelling at me and pointing to another bus. I didn't understand. The woman held my hand. She reminded me of my mommy. She led me to a bus, and I got on. She glanced at me now. Angry. The babies were crying, and the other two girls got up to care for their babies. But Irina didn't move. She stared at me, just the two of us on the cot. The bus took me to Russia. I will be adopted by a Russian family. I will marry a Russian man. I will have Russian babies. I will be a Russian woman. Like you. The people who killed my mommy. She got up and went to her baby. I went to Marina. All the babies were crying. All of us were crying too. I wondered about my mommy. Had she gotten on the wrong bus? Is that why we lived in Russia and not back in America with her parents? I wanted to go to America. I wanted a hug from my grandmother. 13 dead thieves in the night. The klaxons blared at 3. The Siberian colonel was up and dressed before his orderly arrived. The American woman inquired him to untie her. He ignored her as he strapped on a sidearm and strode to the door. Other officers were running down the hall. He walked. He moved quickly, but still, it was a walk. Solid, confident strides. He monitored his breathing. Breathe in 2 steps, out 3 steps. Down the hall and out to a waiting staff car. A sergeant was wearing a comm set and relayed reports. The Siberian colonel largely ignored him. Shots were being fired in the tank parking area. That pretty much explained everything. Most of the base tanks had already been shipped west, but 27 remained. Repairs, maintenance, soon to join the others in Ukraine. Each contained electronics. Soldiers in the motor pool had sold tank electronics until the Siberian colonel had taken them on their wolf hunt. Without soldiers to sell the parts, thieves had come to steal the parts. It appeared to be a large group of thieves, and well armed, but 100 MPs were now surrounding them, firing both small arms and RPGs. 2 groups of thieves jumped into trucks and broke for the base fence. The slower truck was hit by dozens of rounds and an RPG. It rolled onto its side, a mass of flames. The lead truck was hit with small arms, but managed to make the perimeter, 2 megapixels vehicles in pursuit. The firefight lasted a few more minutes, then stopped. The Siberian colonel exited his car and strode through scattered bodies to the area between 2 tanks that seemed to be the focus of the shooting. He counted 3 MPs down in receiving aid. 8 thieves lay in the dirt. Several were dead, the rest wounded. Those who could move raised their hands. I surrender. The Siberian colonel removed his pistol and shot the first 3 in the head, 2 left alive. One of you will talk to me, one of you will die. Both began shouting all they knew. The Siberian colonel shot the one of the right and held his pistol over the forehead of the other. Who do you work for? Where were you taking the electronics? Nikita Stupak. We have a warehouse near the station. I can show you. The man lay there shaking, staring up at the Siberian colonel and at his pistol. The Siberian colonel ignored him. The commander of the MPs drew near, waiting orders. Have him bandaged, then take him with you. Send out a company, including at least 2 tracked vehicles. They will hear us coming. I want the whole city to hear you coming. Surround that warehouse, then wait for me. While the captain gathered his men, the Siberian colonel returned to the wounded MPs. Each was receiving care. All the wounds glanced serious. The Siberian colonel stood over each man, waited until he had their attention, and then saluted. The men tried to return the salute as best they could. The soldier with the communications equipment waited a few steps away. Sir, our men have followed the thieves to a warehouse. They're preparing to enter. Order them to stand down. They're to monitor only. Sir, Sergeant, if you ever make me repeat my orders again, you will be on the next train west. The Siberian colonel returned to his car and ordered the driver to follow the other vehicles off the base. They were a convoy of a dozen trucks. He could also hear 2 armored personnel carriers doing their best to keep up. They followed the train tracks to a long block of warehouses. MPs were already surrounding one of the largest. The minute the Siberian colonel was parked, a lieutenant rushed up to him. Sir, we saw their truck go in. We have exchanged fire with them. We would like your permission to go it. You will wait. The lieutenant seemed to squirm. So much he wanted to say, so much he wanted to rush off and do. Finally, he settled for one sentence. Sir, they killed 3 of my men on perimeter patrol. When the rest of the unit has arrived and been emplaced, you will requisition as many RPGs as you want. We are not going in. We are killing all who come out. Is that an order you can obey? Yes, sir. The Siberian colonel stood and watched as the captain positioned his men. There were far more than needed for the objective, but the Siberian colonel wanted the entire company here. Here to participate. Here to retaliate. Here to bond as a fighting unit. The risk was friendly fire, but the captain set the men in the classic L-shaped ambush formation. Fire would come from the front end. One side. Thieves who attempted escape would run out the opposite corner of the building, where the lieutenant waited a block away. There would be no survivors. Once everyone was in position, the captain came to the Siberian colonel for final instructions. Use the heavy-caliber machine guns on the APCs. They should penetrate the brick walls. Aim about 3 feet off the foundation. Keep firing until this city is awake and those walls are rubble. After the initial salvo from the APCs, there was a brief interval of return fire, but that dropped to nothing in less than a minute. 7 or 8 men took the only exit and ran right into the lieutenant and his very angry soldiers. No surrender was accepted. Within 5 minutes it was clear every man in the building or out on the street was dead. The Siberian colonel kept the machine guns firing. The old yellow bricks exploded, and soon whole chunks of the walls collapsed. 10 minutes later a corner gave way and the roof collapsed. A longer warehouse wall bulged out momentarily, then broke in half and collapsed. The building was gone. The firing continued. The Siberian colonel waited a few minutes more, then ordered a halt. He inquired the wounded thief to be brought to him. The man was shaking and had obviously lost control of his bowels. The Siberian colonel just glanced at him, made him stand and look at the warehouse, then ordered him to leave. He pointed down the street, and the man limped away as quickly as he could. His reward for naming their employer? The captain stood opposite the Siberian colonel. He seemed confused. No, we needed a witness. The city will see the warehouse and the bodies. The thieves need to hear what happened to all who challenged us. They need to hear it from one of their own. The Siberian colonel waited before continuing. He wanted his point understood. Take your time removing your men. I want you still here after daybreak. Let the city see you. Let them see the dead. Talk to people who come near. There should be no doubt what happens to those who steal from us. The captain saluted. The Siberian colonel got into his car and returned to base. 14 dressed for Napoleon, you left me bound. There were men outside to protect you, but the Siberian colonel grabbed the American woman by the throat. Don't you dare finish that sentence. I don't want to hear, but I was an army officer, or I have a taekwondo black belt. Neither matters. You are defined by a simple fact. You are a Russian wife and mother. You are to cook, clean, raise your daughter, and hold still while I fuck you. I will protect you. You will be grateful. You will lie in our bed and wait for my return. The American woman had freed herself soon after he had left. Freed herself, then shared Svetlana's bed as the girl shivered from the ugly noise of the klaxon. She had taken a knife with her and hidden it behind two of Svetlana's books. Had there been an intruder, she would have protected her daughter with her life. She didn't mention the knife to Yuri. She could smell cordite all over him, and see blood splattered on his uniform. Fresh from the fight. Adrenaline surging through his body. Never a time to talk, and certainly not a time to argue. She helped him out of his uniform and pulled him back into bed. He was in her instantly, rocking into her so hard the bed was banging dents into the wall. It hurt, she remarked nothing. He left an hour later. Agenda accomplished. Fuck the woman, take a shower, change into a clean uniform. He left without a word or a kiss, but not before binding her wrists one more time. She lay still, even slept a while. His description of her, correct. A Russian wife and mother. Russian. Gender roles from a past century. Gender roles unquestioned. She cooked, cleaned, raised her daughter, and lay still while he fucked her. Now, at least until Svetlana got up, she would sleep. An hour later her own agenda began. Free her wrists, feed Svetlana, get her to the nursery, then take a car to the dress shop. Ilya had sent a message. Sample dresses were ready. Svetlana was silent on the walk to the nursery. The American woman wondered Svetlana might have been frightened by the klaxon. There was no description of the baby Marina. No talk about her three friends. She did point once when they passed the playground. She pointed to the corner where girls had ridden a merry-go-round. Now boys rode it. No girls were left on the playground. Maybe they are playing somewhere else now. Svetlana just shook her head. It wasn't much better inside the nursery. The four girls barely greeted each other. Svetlana picked up Marina, played with her a bit, then carried her off to find formula. The other girls glanced at the American woman but remarked nothing. Confusing and worrying. But the American woman had a car to catch and an appointment. The dress shop was down the street from the gallery Novosibirsk. Novosibirsk had half a dozen shopping malls. When winters last forever, indoor shopping is preferred. The main train station was 2 blocks away. The American woman noticed it seemed to have more cars and trucks parked around it, but she paid it no more attention. She wanted to see how awful dresses from 1812 might be. Ilya was waiting for her dressed in a gown the American woman vaguely remembered seeing in some old movie. There was no waist. Floor-length skirts gathered just below the bust. The bodice was simple, very modern in some ways. Ilya's gown had short sleeves, a scoop neckline down to about mid-chest, and material over her breasts. It glanced like the top half of any current bodice. Like it? Ilya turned so the American woman could see the dress from multiple angles. She was obviously enjoying modeling. She took several steps across the room, turned with a sweep of her skirts, and returned with a smile. Anna will explain it. Anna stood to one side. Apparently the shop owner. Late 50s. Thick glasses, likely the result of too many years making tiny stitches. Simple. These gowns are incredibly simple. A reaction to the fashions of the mid-1700s. Gowns of those years got more and more complicated, and expensive, and hard to wear. Whalebone corsets kept waists small and made breathing difficult. Hoop skirts filled the area around a woman and complicated the simplest acts. And the gowns had trains. Fabric dragged behind women. Easy to trip over, and impossible to take outside since they would quickly be covered with dirt and horse manure. So women stayed home. They had to. I was afraid that is what we would have to wear. Not after the revolution. Anna paused there. Built some suspense. Apparently an experienced storyteller. Only rich women could afford to dress like that, and many of those women were dragged before the guillotines. Instantly women stopped dressing like Marie Antoinette. Not just in France, but all over Europe. Within a few years, this was the style for women. Wealthy women might wear better fabric, but all women adopted this style. No need for a corset, waists were hidden behind the skirts. No hoops. Just a simple drop of fabric. No trains. This style could be cheaply made and was far easier to wear. It dominated Europe for a generation. This is a relief. The American woman walked around Ilya, touched the gown in several places, checked the closure in the back. They wore zippers. The zipper hadn't been invented yet. They used buttons or hooks and eyes. We can do the same if you wish, but zippers seemed more convenient. Anna pointed to a gown hanging near them. Care to try on yours? You could make me a dress without a fitting. Mrs. Larkov gave us your height. The rest is easy. These gowns are very simple to make. The American woman nodded and the three women moved to a fitting room. The shop owner had been right. The skirts were probably an inch too short, but otherwise, the fit was right. Simple to put on, simple to wear. The American woman's gown was sleeveless, but otherwise identical to Ilya's. Material over the chest, a stretch of elastic under the bust to gather the top of the skirts, skirts to the floor. The American woman wondered even she could sew something similar. She took some strides across the room. The skirts gathered a bit around her ankles when she walked, but not enough to interfere with her steps. She turned, walked back to Ilya, and realized she was showing off. Yes, the American woman, you look lovely, it feels comfortable. Yes, and it shows off your breasts. The American woman ignored that and took another short walk. Colonel, the Siberian colonel, wants all the women at the dance to wear such dresses. Do you think they will be willing to do that? The American woman stopped and waited for Ilya to answer. I have already texted pictures of me in this dress to all of my executive committee. They love the idea. Most already have appointments to have gowns made here. And the cost? The American woman faced the shopkeeper. The colonel will want our officers' wives to also wear such gowns. The cost will be determined by the material they select. Sewing will be fast and cheap. We already have patterns for various sleeve options, and the neckline can be high or fairly revealing. The skirts need to be cut and hemmed. Simple work. These can be very cheap gowns if women wish them to be. And you are certain this is what Russian women were wearing in 1812. This is what every middle-class or wealthy woman in Europe was wearing. The American woman took another walk around the room, sneaking looks at herself in each of the mirrors. The American woman, there's a very nice restaurant down the block. I have reserved a table. You and I will wear our gowns. I am certain you will be far more comfortable with this choice before we are done with our soup. She was. It was a bit uncomfortable when she took her first steps down the street. There were stairs. But women shoppers paid attention. One woman inquired if they were actors. The American woman got more comfortable with each step. She had to pull her skirt once when wind caught it, but otherwise she found walking easy. Seated in the restaurant, she found herself playing a bit with her skirt, but otherwise it felt like a normal lunch. Except Ilya was staring at her breasts and smiling all through lunch. They had soup, and the American woman leaned forward to sip it. Ilya smiled brighter each time the American woman leaned forward. I didn't know eating soup could be foreplay. I love looking at you, the American woman. I have told you that before. Feel free to look, but leer somewhat less. Ilya smiled and continued to smile all the way back to her apartment. She put on some music and the two women danced close and slow. They also conducted some business. Ilya had reserved the banquet hall at the city hall. June 12th. Russia Day. Time enough for new gowns and for dance lessons. There were 55 families in the organization. The Leding families of Novosibirsk. Ilya was certain they would all attend. The American woman was hesitant. I should talk with Yuri first. This is all his idea. He needs to approve these dresses. Ilya smiled at her. You are a good Russian woman. You know nothing is settled until a man says it is settled. But he wanted the date. And the dress? He will see you in that dress and fuck you so fast you won't have time to get the dress off. The American woman felt the warmth in Ilya's hips and pulled her tighter. Maybe. But this all seems odd. He is a man, and he is ordering me to organize a dance. When did men start requiring dances? He can fuck me anytime he wants. He doesn't need a dance to get me in the mood. He is using the dance as another excuse to bring his troops into town. He blew up half the warehouse district last night. Now he wants a dance. He provides protection, gets his junior officers laid, and extends his influence over town. He did what? Some gang stole some equipment from your base. He tracked them down and killed every one of them. He left the bodies out for all to see. He's been clearing out our jails. Now he is clearing out our gangs. He is showing Novosibirsk who has the biggest dick in town. There was blood on his uniform. They say he personally executed half a dozen thieves. Took out his pistol and shot them in the head. They had surrendered. He shot them anyway. Ilya pushed her hands into the American woman's hair and held her head. They were eye to eye, just inches apart. He is a very dangerous man, the American woman. Be very careful around him. He will dance in our city hall and smile, but there is iron under his velvet glove. He will soon rule all of Siberia. And you will help him do it. No, I won't. You are already doing it. You are his means to build the social, the cultural. He has to show there will be a good life after the bullets stop flying. She couldn't help but laugh, and any man or woman who sees you lean over a soup bowl in that dress will know life can be very good. She rose higher on her toes and kissed the American woman. Now show me you can use the short zipper on this dress. 15 flag dresses. The American woman kept the dress on as she picked Svetlana up from the nursery. It drew stares. And it drew questions from the other women. Svetlana loved it. It is amazing, Mommy. Can I have one too? I will ask the colonel. Back home, the two of them worked on dinner. The American woman wrapped a huge apron around herself to protect the dress. Svetlana stirred the borscht and talked about the dress, not about Marina or the other girls. The American woman probed here and there but got no explanation for whatever was happening among the girls. Yuri arrived home at 6:10. The American woman got out of her apron and stood for his inspection. Very nice. I wondered dresses were more complicated back then. The French Revolution ended that. Fashion change. Simpler, more relaxed, more comfortable. You are sure Russian women dressed like that in 1812? He had pulled her toward him and made her turn in a circle. He touched the skirt and cupped one breast in his hand. The dressmaker remarked every woman in Europe dressed like this. Fashions came out of Paris, and all women followed. But Russia had some differences, correct? The dressmaker didn't mention any. Yuri held her arm tighter. We are celebrating the defeat of Napoleon. We cannot do that with our women wearing French dresses. Make this dress Russian. He actually pulled at her skirt, not sure what else to do. I don't have a magic fashion wand, and short of sewing a Russian flag across my chest, I don't know what I could do. Do it. Do what? Put a flag on it. It would look ridiculous. Mommy, I can do it. Svetlana ran to her room and returned with a patriotic banner several inches wide. She pressed it across the American woman's stomach. The American woman moved to a mirror. Wide as it was, it negated the basic style of the gown. It moved the waist of the dress down to where it was on contemporary dresses. It wouldn't work. The American woman stared into the mirror for several minutes, then began folding the banner lengthwise. White on top. She folded that several times until it was about a quarter-inch wide. She pinned it. Blue was a struggle, surrounded on two sides by the other colors, but she managed to fold it and pin it. Red was easier. She finished it and held it just below her breasts, over the current white band that gathered her skirts. Not a flag, but sort of a flag. She turned so Yuri could see what she had done. His smile was wide and genuine. I knew I had picked the right woman. You will ensure the dressmakers use that band on all these dresses. It is required. Remind them it is a patriotic celebration. The American woman agreed, set the banner down, and served dinner. Yuri was all over her once Svetlana was in bed. He had a small CD player, found a CD with dance music, and held the American woman close. It was less a dance and more a long hug with some slight rocking from side to side. I don't think they danced like this as 1812. Find a teacher. Maybe someone from the ballet school. Bring her on base to teach the officers' wives first. Requisition dresses for all the wives. Svetlana would like a dress. Good idea. All girls should get them. They can start wearing them as soon as they arrive. They will just get dirty. Order as many as you need. I want to see all women in these dresses from now on. All day, every day. I think it would be better to wait for the dance. Make it more special. I think it would be better if you did what I told you. He was holding her so tightly she wondered if her ribs would bruise. Her arms were around his neck. She kissed him and tried another approach. The dresses are so simple, the girls can make their own. They will have dresses ready for the dance, and they will be even more proud since they will have made their own. Good idea. Use the school. She says she is ready for the new curriculum. Let's find out. New curriculum. The boys have been bullying the girls. We will separate them. They should be studying different subjects anyway. Childcare, cooking, and sewing for the girls. Mechanics, computers, and physical education for the boys. What about math and history? Yes, they will get plenty of both. But the girls will never use algebra, and the boys don't need to name every English king. They will study the parts of math and history that will be useful to them. Without advanced math, girls can't. Don't start the American woman. His hug was now painful. This isn't America. This is Russia. We will teach girls to be wives and mothers. Like it was in 1812. Back when Russia was strong. End of conversation. Ilya was right. He picked the American woman up and threw her in bed. He paused long enough to bind her wrists, but not long enough to take off her dress. He played with her breasts under the satin while he fucked her. 16 sewing lessons, not a good way to start the morning. He was up at dawn, left her bound, out the door with a final order. Go to the school. I will call them so they expect you. Then show the Women's Council the flag band you created. Tell them you think it should be on every dress. But you are the one. He was already out the door. He was the one who wanted a Russian emblem on every dress, but she was to present it as her idea. Get the American to have all the women wear a flag under their breasts. Would they do it? Probably. Why did he want it? Patriotism. But also a way of counting the women who would follow. Women would now all have a uniform to wear. She was asking them to wear it. Svetlana came in and climbed up on the bed. The American woman had a scissors hidden under her mattress and had just started cutting her wrists free. Svetlana paid no attention. She had seen the American woman struggle with the scissors many mornings. Did the colonel say I can get a dress like that too? Yes. The American woman cut the last of the cloth, slid the scissors back under her mattress, and dropped the cloth on the floor. He remarked, you can make one for yourself if you like. That would be fun. Will you teach me? No question. Svetlana liked the idea. She was sitting straight up on the bed, her eyes examining every inch of the American woman's dress. We will visit the school this morning. The colonel thinks they will have sewing classes for girls. You can make one of these dresses as a project. Maybe I can make one for Marina too. The American woman had her excited little girl back. She sat still while the American woman got her hair back in a ponytail, but that was the only time she was still. And she was never quiet. Marina this, Marina that, the dress this, the dress that. The flow was constant through breakfast and on the walk to the school. The American woman had taken the wrinkles out of her dress as best she could, and wore it as requested by the colonel, her new uniform. She found herself getting more comfortable with it. Men and women both stared, but she wondered they had less to stare at. With no real waist, and with skirts flowing to the ground, her legs and most of her figure were hidden. The wind wrapped the skirt around her ankles at one point, but she had no problem pulling herself free. And that seemed the right word as the skirts flowed over her stomach, hips, and thighs. It was a free and easy style to wear as well as being fairly modest. She liked it. Svetlana insisted they stop in the gym to check on Marina and show the new dress to the other girls. There was some initial reticence from the other girls, but clearly they were interested in the dress. Svetlana, back to being her enthusiastic self, explained with certainty that soon all four of them would be sewing such dresses for themselves. They all took an even closer look at the dress, then began debating colors and fabrics. The American woman left them with their babies and their dress planning. A flight of stairs took her deeper into the school and toward the administration offices. It was an older building. Stairs had fairly wide indentations where generations of little feet left their mark on painted concrete. Hallways were wide and silent. The American woman followed a single sign to a suite of offices. The outer office was empty. An open door led to a book-lined office built around a massive dark-stained desk. An older woman sat staring as the American woman stepped into her office. "I am the American woman, Orlov. Perhaps Colonel the Siberian Colonel told you I would be visiting." No response. The woman stared. Gray hair, gray suit, wire-framed glasses. Big eyes behind the glasses. The American woman wondered if her Russian had been unclear. She tried again. Yes, I understand who you are and why you are here. We are to make dresses like the one you are wearing. We wondered the dresses are so simple, maybe students could make their own. You are in America. I am a Russian citizen. You are here to help Russia become more like America. I am here to raise my Russian daughter and please my Russian husband, and please the colonel. The American woman watched the woman. She wanted the American woman to show anger. She wanted a fight. The American woman chose not to play. I can see you are busy this morning. I will inform the colonel. Novosibirsk has many dress shops. The American woman gave her to the count of 3, then took a step toward the door. I will see if Mrs. Trusova is free. Behind the woman was a massive panel with switches, each labeled with a name. The principal flipped one of the switches and spoke into a speaker embedded in the panel. "Mrs. Trusova, would you come to my office? An American wishes to speak to you about dresses." The woman turned from the panel and went back to staring at the American woman. The American woman could think of a million things to say but understood none were needed. A frumpy old woman in gray. No unkindness from the woman matched the unkindness nature had already sent her way. Mrs. Trusova also drew a stare and silence from the principal. Early 30s, dressed in an outfit she had probably made herself. "Hello. I can see by your dress you must be the sewing teacher, and I can see you must be a very good one." "Thank you." The woman offered her hand and a smile. "May I show you my workroom?" And off they went through several hallways and up a staircase. Her workroom glanced like 2 classrooms had been opened into one. Large tables occupied one half the space, 10 ancient Singer sewing machines took the other half. Singer. The American woman sat down at the first one, her foot instantly on the treadle. It was identical to the one she had used in Kolomna when living with her first husband. Her first winter in Russia. This one and all the others had to be a century old, brought from America by the hundreds or thousands when American businesses lined up to sell industrial products to the Soviets. Not much work in America in the 1930s, plenty in the new Soviet state. She doubted Singer had ever been paid a dime for all the machines they had shipped here. There is a company in Rostov that manufactures very modern sewing machines. Clearly the woman didn't want the American woman to get the wrong impression about Russian sewing machines. But I find children learn better on these old Singers. They move more slowly, so students make fewer mistakes and have fewer injuries. I agree. A very good choice. I used one of these when I lived in Kolomna. I was able to make all my winter clothing. The woman instantly brightened. They are nearly indestructible. Perfect for schools. I usually have a class of 20. Half the class pins and cuts the cloth using my patterns, and half sews. The girls do amazing work. And this dress? The American woman stood so the woman could get a good look. She slowly turned while the woman glanced carefully where the skirt matched the small bodice. I know the style. The French invented it, but the English used it most widely. They called it the Regency style. Our women used it at court. I am told you will be modeling it as part of the Napoleon event. The intention is for all of us to wear it. Certainly a ball in City Hall, but through several other events and maybe for several days. All the women, and all the girls. Oh, and it is to include this. The American woman carefully reached into her bag and pulled out the 3-colored band. It was still a mass of pins and she handled it carefully. Once out of her bag, she held it across her chest. It is a patriotic event, so we were thinking such a band would be appropriate. Yes, that is easily done. I have ribbons we could use. She was off to a closet and came back with white, blue and red ribbons. It took her a moment to arrange them on one of the sewing machines, but she quickly sewed the ribbons into 8 or 9 feet of tricolored ribbon. If I could have your dress, I could put this on for you now. The American woman hesitated a movement, but then slid out of her dress and stood in her slip while the woman placed the dress carefully across the machine. In less than 5 minutes she had the ribbons sewed into place. The American woman wondered the use of ribbon was a lucky choice. Bright, shiny, they were a real highlight for the gown. The girls will love having such bright ribbons on their dresses, but do you think they will be able to do such careful sewing? I will produce yards of it. They will just need to tack it in place, and the rest of the dress? I have patterns for all manner of bodices. We can do long sleeves, half sleeves, various style necklines. We will adopt for this style. It will be much simpler than current dresses. Especially the skirts. We will gather and connect at several places where it meets the bodice, but otherwise, it is just a simple fabric drop with a simple hem. When can you start? The colonel has ordered that I start this afternoon. I understand your daughter is to be in one of the classes. I am sure she will be very excited to be included. So, Yuri was already ordering people to make dresses. Why had he sent the American woman to the school? Yes, now the teacher had a model and understood about the flag band. But there was more. The American woman was sure of it. He wanted her involved. He was plotting, and she was deeply involved. 3 bright ribbons surrounding her chest were now a public sign for all. Public and personal patriotism. A sign of allegiance she would wear, as would every other woman in Novosibirsk. 17 Stalin's bunker. The Siberian colonel wondered of Stalin every time he visited City Hall. 5 floors of intimidation. During the Civil War, Stalin had brought a Bolshevik army down the rail line and defeated the local White Army. There would be no independent Siberia. No non-communist Siberia. In case there was any doubt, in 1926 he had his minions build an administrative bunker in the middle of town. Massive. A flat gray wall with windows so small they could be gun ports. No architectural flourishes. Big, gray, hulking over the city. Locals knew who their master was, whoever was the current occupant of the gray fortress. The Siberian colonel never went in unarmed, and never went in alone. The building was now nearly a century old, with no air conditioning, bad wiring, and rumors of a leaking roof that made the top floor unusable, but still a dangerous place. The men who occupied the offices were fat and lazy, but crafty, sneaky, never to be trusted. Older men in double-breasted suits meant to hide flabby bellies. Well-fed bellies. Men who had made it to the capital city of Siberia determined to extract the riches of a rich region. He wished to see them all shot. He was certain they felt the same about him. He had his car park outside the front doors. 2 men with automatic weapons stayed with the car. 2 officers with automatic weapons followed the Siberian colonel into the building. The mayor's offices were on the 3rd floor. The elevator worked some days. Some days it didn't. The Siberian colonel saw the elevator as a bad place to be trapped. He took the stairs. Larkov always hosted these meetings in his conference room. Never fewer than 7 or 8 unit heads joined him. 2 security guards stood near the door. There were handshakes and tea. The tea was poured from the same samovar, and Larkov sipped his first. Poison could still be applied in several ways, but at least there were appearances of safety. Since he was mayor, Larkov decided he should lead the weekly discussion. City Services has prepared the usual parade route for the Russia Day Parade. Your military units will gather in the usual location. My units will gather on our base and parade through town in addition to the usual parade route. Your tanks damage our streets. Larkov remarked the words but didn't seem overly concerned. Streets could be repaired, and repair contracts would yield income to several members of his cabinet. The warehouse district needs to be reminded that tanks are large and very close. They saw what happened to the Stupak warehouse. Stupak has other warehouses. There was silence as the men drank their tea. One man with shoulders, the other with a belly. Larkov nodded his assent. The tanks would rattle. Windows through the warehouse district and then through the rest of town. A message. You will have your parade in the afternoon and your dance in the evening. You understand there will be significant expenses for each. It is the Women's Council that is organizing the dance in the evening, and the parade is a national celebration of Russia's independence following the dissolution of the old Soviet Union. An odd thing to celebrate, nevertheless, it is a national holiday. A day of patriotism, but also of expense. The Siberian colonel slowly removed an envelope from his pocket. These fat men were easy to deal with. It was always about money. Give them money and they became like puppies hoping for a treat. There are 6 names in this envelope. Each has a warehouse containing goods stolen from my base. I have sent most of their men west to perform their patriotic duty. Over the next few weeks, with the cooperation of the local police, I will send the rest of their men west. I may or may not enter the warehouses of the men on this list. He tapped the envelope. Should they continue thieving, I will enter their warehouses and take all I find. But there is an alternative. They may become 6 model citizens. They may keep their warehouses and launch legal businesses. And they may become sponsors of the parade, and sponsors of the Family Day event. Their names can be prominently displayed, their families respected. Family Day. The day after the parade and dance, your people will fence off the beach along the river. I have ordered a company to bring in a Ferris wheel and some other simple rides suitable for children. Families will bring their children and receive free rides and free snacks. Families. That includes committed couples. Singles will not be allowed. That sounds expensive. The men in this envelope will be named premier sponsors. They will join us at the event. Several minutes passed while the men sitting around the table tried to determine how this new event would put money in their pockets. Only after that process was completed did Larkov think to ask. Why? Why a family day? Yes. Singapore. The Siberian colonel let the name float in the air a moment. He wanted their complete attention. When Malaysia was formed, Singapore was excluded, an island. Unwanted by its neighbors, no real resources, little room, just a chunk of land at the end of the Malay Peninsula. Former British colony, left on its own, left to choose its fate. Its leadership chose to bet its future on one word: clean. Clean what? Clean streets, clean clothes, clean government. It worked. I am suggesting a different word for Novosibirsk, family. Russia Day is June 12th. Family Day will be June 13th. We will put those together and build a city famous across the world. Nobody laughed. The Siberian colonel was large and had a pistol strapped around his waist. But B's sense of laughter did not indicate presence of support. The Siberian colonel was not surprised. He waited several minutes for questions. He heard none. He stood. The meeting was over. He left the envelope on the table and returned to his car. Family. A good word. So much could be accomplished under that label. 18. The American woman's flourish. The American woman's flourish. The driver had been given orders by Yuri. The dress shop. She was taken directly there. Nearly 30 women waited for her, Ilya among them. All were wearing new Napoleon dresses, and all had the tricolored band under their breasts. It's a brilliant flourish, the American woman. Perfect. Patriotic. And you made it the perfect width. I was just experimenting. She had time to say little more. She was introduced to each of the women in the shop. The executive committee was there, and many other members of the Women's Council. Money. She could smell it. Expensive fragrances. See it. Shoes, of course. They might have similar gowns, but their shoes would display wealth. And the fabrics they chose for their gowns. Hear it. The rich spoke Russian differently. More easily. Phrases tossed about. Whole sentences not needed, since all of them were in on the joke, in on the reference. The American woman missed most of it. They didn't care much. They were speaking to each other. Outsiders could catch as catch can. The women had already modified the gowns. Not the basic design. Still floor-length skirts, but now in better fabric. Bodices still began at their breasts, but some had long sleeves, some puffed shoulders, some necklines an inch or two up their necks, while others barely covered their breasts. Individuality. They had all found some way to highlight their own features. And their own style. The American woman was unsurprised. She wondered if Yuri would be. The one common element, the flag band around their chests. Somewhere in the endless series of introductions and brief conversations, the shop owner took her arm and led her to a corner. I have received the requisition from your base supply office. It was sent by a man. It just tells me to produce 3 gowns each for the 37 wives on base. No size. No fabric. No colors. The American woman had not met all the wives on base. Were any large, or particularly tall or short? And why 3 gowns? We know they will all be attending the dance at City Hall. So one of the dresses should be satin or some equivalent synthetic. It is spring, so pick brighter colors. As for sizes, the American woman did some quick calculations. Every woman she had met was 5'4", 64 inches. Times 2.54 centimeters. Set the skirt length for women standing 162 centimeters tall. Dress size 42. A size 10 in America. She guessed most wives were a size 8, but it was easier to shrink a dress than to expand it. The satin gowns should be sleeveless. I am guessing the other two are to be worn during the day. Make them cotton and add half sleeves. The woman was taking careful notes on a small pad. Her face nearly met the paper. The woman was obviously busy, but the American woman had to ask. When will these be completed? The American woman knew it was the first question Yuri would ask. I am sharing patterns with several other dress shops and many independent seamstresses. I think every sewing machine in Novosibirsk is running. Not an answer. The American woman waited. A week. But I warn you, we will be making the same dress over and over, only changing colors. As you know, women like to be unique. She waved her hand around the room to emphasize her point. They can be unique with their hair or their shoes. Speed is more important now. The dance is just weeks off. The shop owner nodded and disappeared. Ilya's turned to stand close, an arm around the American woman's waist. My friends want to be seen. We will take these new gowns down to the restaurant we used yesterday, and you can tell me all about Family Day. Family Day? The city website just announced it. I assume your colonel is creating it. I know nothing about it. Ilya smiled. Obviously she didn't believe the American woman. We will all lunch together while the city gapes. Then you and I will spend time in my apartment, and you will tell me your secrets. She kept a grip on the American woman's arm and led her out into the street. It was a bit of a parade as all the women strode to the restaurant. They certainly drew plenty of attention, and it was obvious the women enjoyed it. 19 First lesson with a singer. First lesson with a singer. The dress was so pretty. We were the second group of girls to be brought up. The first group had cut and sewn a model dress. We each tried it on and walked around the room. I felt older. A lady at a dance. I twirled once but felt like twirling all around the room. I loved the skirts. We did some work. We were the young group of girls, so I don't think the teacher expected too much from us. She explained what a pattern was and showed us how to lay them and some fabric out on the cutting tables. We each did some pinning and some cutting. She stood close. I think she worried about us getting hurt by a pin, or maybe cutting badly. There wasn't much time left for sewing, but she did have us each sit down at the singer and put our foot on the treadle. I think we were all a little short for the machines, but she brought a pillow for us to sit on and had us each push the materials through the machine. We were sewing on the inside of the dress. The shoulder. It glanced odd, but when we had each done a little sewing, she finished the seam and then reversed it so we could see what we had just made. She even rested it on my shoulder. We all applauded. We finished the lesson by picking colors. There were 8 to choose from. My 3 friends and I decided we would all wear the same color. We would go to the dance together, and everyone would know we were friends. What color? I saw some green fabric I really liked. But the other girls wanted blue. And yellow. They would do the bodice in blue and the skirt in yellow. 2 colors. I wasn't sure that was allowed, but the others wanted it badly. We stood looking at the fabric and talking, and then an old woman came up behind us and slapped one of my friends on the head. Russian. You will speak Russian. She raised her hand as if to hit us again, and the 4 of us huddled together and held each other. Please don't hit us. I held my friends and glanced up at the old woman. That is better, you speak Russian. I hadn't wondered about it. I spoke the language of the other girls with them, and then spoke Russian when Russian was spoken to me. Yes, I speak Russian. I am Russian. We are Russian. You should not hit us. Ukraini. Irina was looking up at the old woman. She repeated herself. Ukraini. You are Russian. The old woman did not hit Irina, but she glanced very angry. Maybe she would hit. You come from a region of Russia that has been taken over by Nazis. Many Russians are dying to free you from them. You have been brought here to safety, and you will stay here. You will go to school here, and you will marry a man from here. When she remarked, marry, all 4 of us wanted to giggle. It seemed a funny thing to imagine. You. She pointed at me. I raised my hand to protect my head if she tried to hit me. Your mother is the American woman Orlov, the American. My mother is Russian. My grandmother is American. She lives in Madison, Wisconsin. Your father is in Syria. You live with Colonel the Siberian Colonel, yes. You will be a good Russian wife and mother. She put her hand on my head. She had a terrible smile. She scared me. Serve your country and help your friends learn Russian. They will need it when school starts in September. Will we do more sewing in school? Of course. You are a girl. Girls will study sewing and cooking and baby care. I like sewing and cooking and caring our Marina. I didn't like the woman's smile. She showed her teeth, but her eyes didn't change. I really wanted her to take her hand off my head. She kept it on my head a little longer, then walked over to another group of girls to see what they were doing. I heard her shout about speaking Russian again. She was very loud. Class ended and we went back to our babies. Marina was warm in my arms, and wet. I had to change her. When that was done, the four of us sat on our cot again. Russian? I inquired. I speak Russian, and Ukrainian. I am from Donetsk. Katerina glanced at me and waited. Then she added, it is Eastern Ukraine. This is a part of Russia. Maybe. I don't know. My mommy remarked it was Ukraine. My daddy remarked it was Russia. Sometimes they argued. She glanced down at the floor. I lived in Kherson. Nina announced, it is in the south of Ukraine. We spoke Ukrainian, but many spoke Russian. Russian soldiers came and took over the city. They put my father in their army. They took my mother away. They sent me here. I know some Russian, but I like to speak Ukrainian. She had barely finished when Irina yelled, Russians killed my mommy. I will not speak their language. Then she cried, and all of us cried too. That made the babies cry, and we were very busy for a while standing and rocking with them in our arms. Irina's baby did not quiet for a long time. I think she felt Irina was crying as she held her. I decided not to use Russian with my friends. Well, not extra Russian. We already used Russian words for baby things, formula, diapers, cribs and such. And the sewing teacher spoke only Russian, so we knew all the sewing terms in Russian. That might be enough for the old woman. We would use Russian when Russian was needed. I hoped that would be okay. 20 Yuri allocates the Ukraine women. Yuri allocates the Ukraine women. Svetlana chattered all the way back to the apartment. It reminded the American woman of Svetlana's ballet days. Everything then was dance. Lessons on Saturdays. Ballet slippers worn the minute she got home from school. Enthusiasm. The girl found something and attached it. Now it was sewing. When we get home, can I see how your dress is made? I need to see the inside. That's where the sewing is done. Yes, I will take it off and let you look at the inside. It looks very different. Yes, we sewed a seam for a shoulder. Our dresses will have short sleeves. We saw one and got to wear it for a little while. I loved it. The teacher remarked we can go to a dance. Can we? I want to dance in my new dress. We will ask the colonel. My dress will be blue at the top and yellow at the bottom. The American woman stopped and tightened her grip on Svetlana's hand. No. But we agreed. Me and my 3 friends, we will all wear the same colors. You can wear blue, or you can wear yellow. You cannot wear both. Why not? Those 2 colors are the flag of Ukraine. Blue for the sky, yellow for their wheat fields. That sounds pretty. Yes, but we are at war with Ukraine now. You cannot wear the flag of a country we are fighting. The old woman remarked, Ukraine is part of Russia. Can we be at war with our own country? The American woman put her hand on Svetlana's cheek and held her face. It is complicated. You are 8. For you it is simple. Make a dress but make it one color. They remarked no more as they returned to their apartment. Every few steps Svetlana glanced at the American woman as if she might say something, but then she didn't. The American woman could feel her do it. Smart daughter. Lots of questions. Good questions, but questions better not inquired. As they prepared dinner, Svetlana talked about the old woman. She remarked we would study cooking and sewing and baby care this September. Yes, your school will teach boys and girls separately. No boys. Good. They say mean things and take all the art supplies. They will learn different things. Things they will need for the university. Daddy wants me to go to Moscow State University. Yes. The American woman wondered about maths. Was Yuri serious about no algebra? Only simple arithmetic? If Svetlana tried for the university, would they even admit her? And if they did, what could she study? The American woman wondered of herself teaching Svetlana algebra at home. Would that work? Would Yuri allow it? Would she still be living with him when Svetlana was in high school? How did all this end? She cut up vegetables while Svetlana talked about sewing and dresses. Once she had dinner simmering, she took off her dress to let Svetlana see how it was made. It was simple, but no dress is too simple. Even a short bodice has curves as the panels reach the sides and join with straps, and there was the union of the skirts with the bodice. Svetlana felt every seam. The American woman answered her questions, glad they were questions about seams and not questions about flags and school curricula. Yuri arrived home in a good mood. He was attentive to Svetlana all through the meal. He wanted to know about her baby, and about her dress, and about her school. She seemed to grow taller as he paid attention to her. May I attend the dance? Of course, and you will dance with the other children. Yuri, she is just 8. The dance will be for families. Children will be with their parents to see the dancing and to be part of special children's dances. There will be special children's dances? The American woman stared at Yuri, trying to see if he was serious. Yes, the American woman. You will need to find dance instructors. I suggest you go to the ballet school. They will have people used to teaching children, and they can teach the adults too. I want at least some of the dancing to be from 1812. I must do this. Yes. Get help from your friends at the Women's Council. Use them. But you must lead this effort. You will have many more responsibilities. I have a choice in this. Yuri didn't answer. He didn't need to. Svetlana filled the silence with her own question. Colonel, may my friends also come to the dance? Of course. They and their mothers. Yuri? The American woman leaned toward him. They're Ukrainian. I know that. And I know I have 26 bachelor officers. They will each bring one of the Russian women from Ukraine. The American woman just stared at him. He would parcel out Ukrainian women like spare parts for his tanks. Women who had lost their homes and families. Did he think they would willingly participate? Yuri, that's not possible. The women will not do it. Will not do what? Wear a pretty dress and go to a dance? I think they will. Yuri, it is time we involve these women in our community. They will be part of Russia Day. There are 57 women being kept safe in the fort. 26 will attend the dance with our bachelor officers. The remaining 31 will go with young men you and the Women's Council select. And if the women choose not to attend, trains leave for the east every day. Yuri, no. As I remarked, the American woman, trains leave for the east every day. The American woman put down her fork. She was done eating. Done talking. She had much to say, but it would wait until Svetlana was in bed. He finished his dinner and moved to the sitting room. When you put Svetlana to bed, you should put on your nightgown too. I like the look of you in it. He was still giving orders. He sat on the sitting room couch, working his phone, but also glancing over at the American woman. She cleaned up after dinner. Sometimes she glanced toward him as she worked. She had much to say. All of it dangerous. She chose silence as she finished in the kitchen. That done, she quickly changed into a white satin nightgown and then got Svetlana ready for bed. They both sat up in her bed, a book shared between them. You look pretty, Mommy. You do too. The American woman let Svetlana open the book and prepare to read. It was a book she loved. Now, a bit young for her. Mostly pictures, but she spread it open between them. Will you dance with the colonel? Yes, will I dance? Maybe you will dance, and maybe you will watch. I am sure you will be very pretty in your new dress. Will I dance with boys? Maybe. I don't like boys. They're very bossy. Yes, they are. The American woman raised her voice, so Yuri was sure to hear her. Then she and Svetlana began reading. They alternated pages. Svetlana worked very hard not just on the words, but on finding voices for the various animals the children found as they wandered in the woods. All the animals were helpful and got the children safely back to their parents. It was a good story to read before bed. Story finished. The American woman tucked Svetlana into bed. Yuri watched her approach. He nodded and smiled. You are a beautiful woman, the American woman. Bring me something to bind your wrists. The American woman had cut a dish towel into strips. She pulled one strip from a kitchen drawer and sat beside Yuri as he bound her wrists behind her. This is just a waste of cloth. You know I will do whatever you want. You can put me on a train east, so you control me. He finished with the binding, pushed her back against the couch, and leaned over her, one arm around her shoulders, his face inches from hers. This is important. His free hand played with the hair along her face. He kissed her, then went back to caressing her hair. I want you to feel this in your bones. You are mine. I have you, and I will keep you. Now tell me you love me. I will say the words, but you know I am lying. There will come a time when it is not a lie. He played with her hair and kissed her. She chose not to wait with her objections. I don't understand what you are doing. I understand the parade, pride, and some intimidation. The dance is you showing how well connected you are to the leading families. But the Ukraine women, and Family Day. How does that help you? Women were afraid to shop, and families were afraid to go to the zoo or the beach. Too many drunks. Too much crime. I want the city to know it is safe. Is it safe? The American woman rested her head back on his arm and felt his fingers in her hair. He had a light touch. She kissed him. 643 men have taken the train west. 357 to go. They will be gone by June 12th. Women and children will be safe on our streets. And the Ukraine women? They are not Ukraine women. They are Russian women from a western province. They need husbands. My unmarried officers need wives. Wives, or just women they take back to their room and fuck. Wives. I will not condone rape. The women will see it as rape. I suspect many of them were raped in Ukraine by the same officers you are now setting up as their dance partners. There is no way they will agree to this, and don't tell me about trains. Have your parade and your dance, and whatever Family Day is. But leave the Ukraine women out of it. Yuri spent some time playing with the American woman's hair. The American woman studied his eyes and waited. You would leave them in a school classroom until their name is called and they are sent east. What if they, like you, wish to stay in Novosibirsk? Will you give them that opportunity? The American woman started to say something. He put his finger over her lips. You will get them pretty dresses and find them a boy their age. Maybe. Some connection will occur. Maybe not. But they will have an evening at a community ball and a day on the beach if they wish. You will give them that opportunity. And if they all say no, some may, but I think most will say yes, as I have. He made no reply. His fingers stayed in her hair, slowly stroking the locks near her face. His eyes never left hers. He kissed her several times. You will speak with the Russian women from Ukraine. You will find 26 to dance with my officers. The other women will dance with other men from Novosibirsk. You will make that happen. And if they refuse, I know you can be persuasive. You understand their situation. They will trust you. They will have a night of dancing in a new ball gown, and a day at the beach. Maybe they will find a husband. That's what women want, isn't it? A husband. And what do you want? I told you what I want: marriages, not rape. I want families walking the streets of Novosibirsk. I think the Ukraine women want that too. They want to go back to Ukraine. Ukraine is being leveled, block by block. The women are lucky to be here. Their new life is here. They will raise their children here. He put his fingers over her lips. She was not to respond. She was to obey. He had given his orders. She was to carry them out. He carried her to their bed and laid her carefully, her head on a pillow. He undressed, then made love to her. He was slow, and he was gentle. His fingers touched her where he knew she liked to be touched. He kissed frequently, and lightly. He smiled down at her and told her he loved her. He treated her as a good husband treats a wife. She would be a good Russian wife. She would obey. She whispered her love. 21 angry Ukraine women. Angry Ukraine women. The school year had ended early. Scores of Ukraine women and children had arrived and filled most of the classrooms on the first floor. There were cots, and a few toys, and the discharge of suitcases. Some classrooms held 2 or 3 families, curtains hanging to provide some privacy. But every word could be heard, and every crying child. Mothers cried more quietly. The American woman spent a week visiting the women. It was complicated. Most, but not all, spoke Russian. A translator helped her with those who spoke only Ukrainian. Most, but not all, remarked they were Ukrainian. Most knew their husband had been killed. Most, but not all, mourned the loss. Most, but not all, wished to return to Ukraine. Most, but not all, understood that was never going to happen. The American woman listened to their stories. Husbands marching off. Husbands being taken off by regional governments in Donetsk or Luhansk. Cities bombed. Apartment buildings destroyed. Moves to safety. Some glad to move east to the safety of Russia. Some sure they had been tricked, kidnapped. Forced. All unhappy to be living in a schoolroom. The American woman listened for several days, then she mentioned Russia Day and the celebration. A dance at City Hall followed by Family Day at the beach. A chance to finally leave their tiny quarters at least for a few hours. She found general enthusiasm, almost desperation. Too many days staring at blackboards and desks piled in a corner. But suspicion when she mentioned a man would convey each family to the dance and then to Family Day. A man. What man? She did her best. Some men would be army officers. Several women instantly refused. She got better results when describing the Women's Council. They would provide dance partners for those who wished. These would be city men of the appropriate age and social standing. 2 women immediately refused to participate. They were still in mourning. Dancing would be inappropriate. The American woman was sure they had just fated themselves to a train ride east, but she left the decision to them. Other women were non-committal. They wanted time to think, time to talk to the other women. She made a chart. Name, number of children, ages of the children. She guessed at dress sizes and age. And she recorded which women might accept an officer as a dance partner. She had what she needed. And then she had a problem: her flag panel. The dressmakers of Novosibirsk had gone into overdrive. Not only had they finished gowns for all the women who came to the dress shop, but they now had shelves of gowns in a wide variety of colors, styles, and fabrics. The day after the American woman completed a list of who might be going to the dance, she returned with a small truck filled with 2 dresses for each woman and girls: satin for the dance, and cotton for the beach. She explained the theme of the dance: defeat of Napoleon, 1812. Women would dress from that period. Initially women were attracted to the concept and loved the dresses. Then they saw the colored band across the chest. One woman immediately began tearing hers off. The American woman held her hand. This band is for Russia Day. The day we celebrate the creation of our country at the end of the Soviet Union. The band is small. It is appropriate. You notice I wear a tricolor band. All women will wear the band. You Russian bastards bombed my apartment and killed my son. I won't wear your flag. The woman was loud enough that women from other classrooms pushed their way in. The American woman stood with one of the new dresses draped over her arm. This not a flag, but it is a reminder of the day we are celebrating, and our victory over Napoleon. 500,000 Russians died to chase him back to France. This is a gesture of respect to their memory. The American woman held the gown higher. She waited. She heard conversations all over the room, mostly women translating Russian to Ukrainian. There seemed to be 6 arguments occurring around the room. Ladies. The American woman tried a fresh approach. Your children have been stuck in these rooms for months. Let them have some fun. They may dance, or they may stand and watch, but they will find the dance interesting. And you know they will enjoy the beach. I hear there will even be a Ferris wheel for them to ride, all of it free. Will the dresses be required on the beach? This from a voice in the back. The American woman listened to the words, and to the tone. The beach. These women wanted that as much as the children did. You will wear the satin gown for the dance, and the cotton dress for the beach. All women and girls. Women dressed like this 200 years ago. We can dress like this again for a few days. I think you will like it. I haven't shaved my legs in over a week. That got a laugh. Still, 3 women threw the gowns onto the floor. 3 more for the eastbound trains. The American woman stood and distributed the gowns to all the other women. And she noticed several women pick up the discarded gowns. Some women carried the gowns back to their rooms, but many changed on the spot. They wanted to check the fit, and the look, and it had been months since they had worn anything not in their suitcase. Girls were just as anxious to try the dresses. They tried them on and kept them on. By the end of the day, it glanced like 1812 in the school. 40 partners, 40 partners. Ilya just laughed. I'm supposed to find you 40 dance partners? Stop pulling my hair. The minute they got to Ilya's bedroom, Ilya pushed the American woman back onto the bed and landed on top of her. She slid her fingers deep into the American woman's hair to hold her head while she kissed her and laughed in her face. Put both of your hands on my ass and hold your legs still. I like these longer skirts, but it's easy to get wrapped up in them. They took a few moments to get arranged, Ilya on top, the American woman with her arms wrapped around Ilya's back, now sliding lower. Yuri wants to bring all the Ukraine women to the dance. Some will come with his bachelor officers, but that leaves another group who will need partners. They're young and pretty. I would think it would be easy to find men for them. I was thinking nephews and cousins of council members. So they dance, and then they do what couples do after a date. Some go back to the base. Some go home with the men. They do what couples do. Ilya held the American woman's head somewhat tighter. The American woman, think about this. These women are waiting to be shipped God knows where. Probably to the Arctic Circle and some logging camp or oil refinery. Along comes a man who might keep her here in Novosibirsk. Siberia, yes, but Siberia with shopping malls and a university. They will do anything for these men. Then pick the right men. Most of these women are in their 20s. Pick men of that age. Men with jobs. Men who will be kind. Men who will marry them, and honor that marriage. So you want marriage partners, not just dance partners, about 40 of them. Ilya was laughing even harder now. Maybe more. Yuri has made some arrangement with the Interior Ministry. He sent 3 women east who refused to wear Russian colors on their dress. But only those 3 in the last week. And women keep arriving from the west. We are filling classrooms on the 2nd floor now. So your Yuri has women to give his bachelor officers, and women to give to men in our families. Clever. If you oppose him, he takes you up to the marshes for a wolf hunt, and you never return. If you please him, you get a pretty bride. Yes, that's probably part of his plan. But it's a plan I like. Those women deserve a chance at happiness. A new start. Here, not at the top of the world among rough men. Do you think there are 40 good men here in Novosibirsk? I'm asking you to find them, Ilya. In the next 2 weeks. The American woman pulled Ilya tight. It was warm lying under her. Very warm. She held her, kissed her, and used her hands. They wrestled for a while, struggling with their skirts. And the American woman waited. She needed Ilya's help. She needed 40 good men. I will need a list. Names, ages, an honest appraisal of their appearance. Pictures would be best, but pictures can be doctored. If they already have children, how many and how old? Those women will be the most difficult. The American woman already had such a list in her purse, and now she had a partner to help find these men. She stayed with Ilya another hour, then she went back to the base, and Ilya started calling council members. 23 A Thief's Agreement Nikita Stupek was a large man. Late 30s. A scar ran from the edge of his mouth down across his chin. Short hair. Brown eyes under bushy brows. The Siberian colonel could see why thugs feared him and followed him, but now he had none left to follow. So, he had come to the front gate and inquired for a meeting. It had started awkwardly. He had been searched for weapons, and weapons had been found. They were confiscated and he was treated roughly by the MPs. But they called the Siberian colonel and marched the man to the colonel's office when approval was granted. The Siberian colonel came around from behind his big desk and shook the man's hand. There was a pause as Stupek tried to determine how seriously to take the handshake. The Siberian colonel pointed to a pair of chairs and inquired that tea be brought. Neither of them remarked a word until the tea was poured and the orderly had left the room, closing the door behind him. If Stupek was going to attack the Siberian colonel, now would be the time. You should not have taken Soloviev. He is a good man, and I need him. Now the Ukrainians will kill him. He was a thief. You can do better than him. All my men are gone. All to fertilize Ukrainian sunflowers. They are Russian sunflowers in a Russian province. Both men sipped tea and stared at each other. Both held their cup in their left hand, their right hand free to lash out or defend if needed. I am here to learn the rules. At City Hall they remarked, you will not take my warehouses. I will not take your warehouses if you do not steal again. Not from my base. Not from Novosibirsk. If you steal, I will take your warehouses, and I will come for you. Stupek flexed his shoulders. If you come for me, you will not find it easy. There will be no need to come for you if you become an honest man. You have enough in your warehouses to start any business you wish. Any honest business. I have no men. Hire men. Honest men. And pay them wages, and my business? What does Siberia need? Everything. The fucking Americans took our McDonald's, and Coke. Can't get good fast food. Can't get electronics. Fucking Apple. We were too dependent upon Europe. We need to look east, not west. Fucking chinks. They make computers, phones, and cars. You have warehouses near the train station. Use them. Import Chinese goods or import beef and sell Stupek burgers. He smiled. I don't think my own kids would eat a Stupek burger, but I like the import idea. Stick it to the Americans. Buy Chinese. They sipped tea again. The Siberian colonel let the idea settle in Stupek's mind. Watched it move from wild idea to concrete plan. The man had led a gang of 40 men, and he had moved stolen goods all over Siberia. He could move Chinese computers or cars. Mr. Stupek, I understand you have contributed to the Russia Day events. I hope you will join us at those events. I would like to thank you publicly. I will be sending one of the new dresses to your wife and 2 daughters. I will be pleased to shake your hand at the ball and on the beach the next day. He stood, Stupek stood, and the two shook hands again, this time more comfortably. He inquired an MP officer to accompany Stupek to the front gate. The MP would not return Stupek's weapons, but he would treat him with respect. 24 blue and yellow and danger, blue and yellow and danger. Sewing is hard. I went as slowly and carefully as I could, and still I needed to rip out several crooked seams. We chose blue for our color. Cotton. Grown women would get satin. We got cotton. I saw the dress one of the older girls was making for her mother and saw all the extra work that satin required. I was glad we got cotton. It held up better as I sewed and resewed. I think I did every seam twice. We were allowed to choose our sleeves. I chose very short sleeves with puffed shoulders. That was a mistake. Yes, it would look nice, I hoped, but it was complicated. The other girls went with half sleeves. They glanced nice and had simpler shoulders. That will always be my choice in the future. We cut and sewed for an hour every afternoon while other girls watched our babies. I got better with cutting and pinning after a few days, but I struggled with the machine every day. No progress. I would see some of. The other girls make long runs quickly and easily. Not me. An inch, maybe 2, holding the material as tightly as I could. That was my best. Was I going to be a bad wife? I was good with babies, and mommy remarked I was a good cook. But wives need to sew clothes for themselves and their family too. I tried to improve, but I seemed to struggle every day. And we would be studying sewing in school. Would I get a failing grade? My 3 friends seemed to be having much more fun than me. They finished sewing early, so they could wander the room and play with material. They liked to play with a yellow skirt one of the older girls had already finished. They pulled it up around their chest. I have to admit it did look good, but we had decided on blue, and blue was what we were sewing. But they pulled up that yellow skirt, and then they whispered. I sat at my machine and struggled with a seam that seemed to bunch up every time I tried it, and they stood over in a corner, wearing a yellow skirt and whispering. I didn't like that. Downstairs, when we were back with our babies, I inquired what they were whispering about. They didn't tell me. That was odd. We had no secrets until then. We sat together for hours talking about everything. But now we would talk about everything except the yellow skirt. 25 Pillow talk. Pillow talk. Have you arranged for the dance partners? Yuri, I am not one of your sergeants reporting in. When I am in this position, I expect you to please me, or at least please yourself. My report can wait. Yuri rearranged himself. He had her on her back, in bed, her wrists bound. He had been on his elbows, looking down at her and making inquiries. He moved one of his hands to her face and began playing with her hair. He kissed her. You are becoming very demanding. A woman should tell a man how to please her, and am I doing this correctly? He pushed his finger deeper into her hair and slowly swept it across their pillow. Good job with the hair. Nice, gentle kisses. Take the time to run your fingers over my cheek. It tickles, but it is a real turn on. He caressed her cheek and kissed her. Your turn. Tell me you love me. Look me in the eye, let me see into your soul, and tell me you love me. It wouldn't be true. I think it is. He kept his lips just above hers. his eyes staring into hers, his fingers sliding lightly across her cheek. Whisper it, the American woman. So softly I can barely hear it. Whisper it and kiss me. Don't make me do this, Yuri. I will wait. Do it when you are ready. He held his position above her. His eyes never wavered from hers. His fingers lay on her cheek. She kissed him, and she whispered her love. I love you too, the American woman. You are my wife and my lover. We will have a good life together. You are mine. The American woman glanced up at him. She kissed him, and she whispered once again that she loved him, and she knew it was true. He kissed her several more times, then he pushed her nightgown up and entered her. He was gentle. She told him several more times that she loved him, and each time she remarked it, she was more certain it was true. When they were done making love, she glanced up at him and inquired the question Ilya had inquired. What happens to these women after the dance? They will negotiate as couples always do. They will study each other. They will decide what kind of future they might have together. The women already know their future. If they say no, you will put them on a train to the Arctic Circle. Yes, the Interior Ministry will. So I depend on you to find good men. Are your officers good men? They are Russian officers. Women should be honored to marry them. Is that what this is all about? You want these women to marry? They go to a dance, fall in love, and marry? Yes. I want marriages. I want families. If those women have children, I want them to have more children, Russian children. Demographics? Fertility rate? Is that it? You see Russian fading away with just 1.5 children per woman. Russia shrinks, America grows. I have my reasons. I will not discuss them with you. You are a woman. Be a woman. Cook, clean, and lie still when I fuck you. I will do the planning. How many Ukrainian women do you plan to import to repopulate Siberia? I will bring as many women as I wish. You and the Women's Council will find men to fuck them. Do your job. He rolled away from her, turned his back, and prepared to sleep. It's not that simple, Yuri. We aren't breed cows. It may be much simpler than you think. Now sleep. I don't want to debate with you. I want you to do your job. Or, do I have to say it? Yes, I want to hear it. You tell me you love me. You ask me to say the same to you. But you also threaten me. Well, threaten me. He rolled over so he could look directly at her. The American woman, you will do what I ask of you. You will help me reach my goals. If you do not, you will spend the winter above the Arctic Circle. And you won't like the men you meet there. She kicked him. He slapped her. She slid out of bed and lay down with her daughter. He came after her. In an instant he picked her up and hoisted her over his shoulder. He stood for a moment, his arm behind her knees, holding her legs tight against his chest, her head hanging back behind him. The American woman chose not to struggle. They both waited, silent. He carried her back to their bedroom, still holding her over his shoulder. All her weight rested on her stomach. Her wrists bound, her knees in his grasp, she waited. She guessed he was debating what to do with her. She understood he could hurt her very badly if he chose. For the moment, he did nothing. He stood next to their bed. She hung over his shoulder, no words. Time passed while he did his calculations. The American woman readied herself for a fight she was likely to lose. Finally, he laid her down on their bed. Gently, even taking the time to smooth her hair as he placed a pillow under her head. He sat on the side of the bed, leaned over her, and played with the hair falling across her forehead. I don't want to hurt you, the American woman, and I don't want to put you on the train. I don't want you to fear me, but I need you to trust me and obey me. If it's possible, I want you to love me. His face was inches from hers as he talked, his fingers continuing to smooth hair back from her face. Yuri, this is all based on a terrible crime. There is no reason to bomb their cities. No reason to kill their men. The war is creating tens of thousands of widows. They should be mourning with their families, not captive here. But they are here, and we have some choices to make about what happens to them. You have a choice to make, the American woman. Help these women find husbands here or watch them take the train east. None of this is right, Yuri. None of it. Then you try for the least wrong. He held his face just above hers and waited. The American woman stared into his eyes, and then kissed him. She knew the kiss was an acknowledgement. An agreement. Their contract. She would help him do the least wrong. 26 Russian men taking Ukraine women. Russian men taking Ukraine women. Ilya pushed her back onto the bed as she had before. She crawled on top of the American woman, her fingers already snaking into her hair to hold the American woman's head as they kissed. The American woman wrapped her legs around Ilya, their long skirts now tight and warm. You have been patient, the American woman. No talk of dances or dance partners. Kisses and touches and your hands tied around my backside. You are a good lover. I think maybe we will stay together, even after you have gotten what you want from me. I wish for that too. Count 10 kisses, and put your hands where I like them, and I will tell you my news. There were more than 10 kisses, and both women were naked before Ilya lay panting and sweating, ready now to talk. There are more than 40 men for you. Maybe 140. Too many sons going to university to avoid the military and to hang out with their friends. Then they come home and complain there are no jobs. They continue to hang out with their friends. Vodka, video games, idleness. I don't want these women married to drunks. The American woman struggled from under Ilya, but Ilya tightened her grip on her hair. All these drunks have parents. Parents who want to be grandparents. They want their sons to find a strong woman who will push them into jobs and keep them home at night. They think a foreign woman might do that. And if the foreign woman already has a child or two? Better. It will force the boy to become a man. Children to care for. Little boys and girls watching him. The American woman lay under Ilya, hot, but comfortable. She wondered if Ilya was correct about the parents. Her own had made no real effort to find her a husband. No friends invited to dinner. No weekends in some resort with another family that had a boy her age. She always wondered they assumed she was finding boys in college. She had one, who broke her heart. Only basketball and ROTC after him. These boys are in their mid to late 20s. Yes. You would think they would be married by then, but, like I remarked, their life is vodka and video games. Your sons? Yes, both. I put them at the head of the list. I told you about 40, but 5 or 6 more arrive every day from the filtration camps. I have 60 already on my list. I can find more. Can they dance? Let me show you. Ilya pulled the American woman out of bed, and they quickly dressed. The American woman took Ilya in the standard dance position. Ilya just smiled. I like this. You and I should dance every time you visit. Hold me tighter and slide your hand down over my ass. The American woman pulled her closer and moved her hand down. They won't do this on the dance floor, will they? No, but keep holding me. This will be our private dance. She kept her elbows on the American woman's shoulders, her hands in and out of the American woman's hair. They kissed several times. If they dance like this, those boys will be men before the night is done. They won't dance like this. Not if we follow dance history. Keep holding me tight, and I will tell you what the dance master at the ballet company told me. Ilya played with the American woman's hair and kept her waiting. Does Yuri play with your hair too? Your eyes half close as I push me fingers through your hair. I bet you go crazy when he does it. I am holding you. Let's talk about you, not Yuri. Good girl. I really do hope we stay together after all this. Me too. The American woman pulled Ilya up onto her toes and kissed her. Dances, Ilya. Tell me about dances in 1812. You are a marvelous lover, the American woman. Keep holding me. Let me whisper in your ear. She paused, arranged herself, and began whispering. The American woman was laughing almost instantly. The waltz did not become popular in Europe until the 1850s. You are going to whisper a lecture? Shish. This will be the sexiest lecture ever delivered. So. Quiet. It's 1812. No waltzes. No touching. Men and women barely got within a few feet of each other. It was all about looking, and of course looking good when he was looking. 2 rows of dancers. Boys on one side, girls on the other. Lead couple skips, turns, prances up the middle, then back. All eyes on them. Music plays of course, and they try to step in rhythm. Lead couple sets the pattern. Once they have returned, the next couple in line goes. Same steps. If the line is long enough, this process could take an hour. One dance, 1 hour? Yes, my love. One dance, 1 hour. An hour for a couple to look across at the partner. Look, appreciate, smile, maybe flirt a bit. Then out they go together, between the lines, all in the room seeing just the 2 of them dance. A couple. Matching moves. Studying each other, hopefully smiling at each other, moving with grace and elegance, together. A declaration, if you think of it. Watch how well we dance together. See us looking at each other. Notice how attentive we are to each other. An hour. A very public hour of standing, looking, matching movements. This is not some quick hookup in a dark club while the music screams over 100 people. Some in couples, most singles. This is public. This is a couple. Important plans about their lives together are begun in that hour. You should whisper to me more often. I love that. I aim to please. I have already arranged a lesson for members of the Women's Council. I can send her to teach your women if you wish. Please do. I will. Now, let me go, and we can practice across my living room. Let's do that, but start at the far end so we end in your bedroom. I want you to whisper more to me. 27 Silly dance. Silly dance. Skittles. She did her best not to laugh, but as she saw the women lined up against the walls of the school hallway, all she could think of was Skittles, the colored candy. The 50 women in the hallway were all wearing the same dress. A few had short sleeves, but most had worn their sleeveless satin dance gown. All skirts hovered just above the floor. All skirts started just below the bust, sewn in place with a band in Russian colors. All were scoop-necked down to about mid-chest. So, 50 identical dresses. Except for colors. Red, yellow, 2 shades of green, navy blue, a couple fiery orange. Skittle colors. Women lined up in 2 rows facing each other. Women in their late teens through their 30s. Backs to hallway walls. A bit sheepish as they glanced at the women across from them. A few holding hands with the women next to them. Waiting. The American woman was waiting too. The instructor from the ballet school had arrived. Deep into her 40s, her dancing career obviously behind her, she now taught what she could no longer do. She wore a gown similar to the one all the women, and the American woman, were wearing, but in a better material. She seemed engrossed in a collection of papers she had in her hands. The American woman could see the illustrated footsteps and movements that were to take place. The woman stared at the papers, then glanced up the hallway, then glanced at the American woman, then glanced at the papers again. She was obviously uncomfortable. Yes, she smiled, and she held herself like a prima ballerina, but she was taking too much time with the papers. It was obvious to all she had her doubts. The dances of 1812 were displays. She held her smile as she raised her voice to address the women. The American woman wasn't sure the women at the far end of the hall could hear, and she knew at least a dozen women didn't speak Russian. But the woman continued as she no doubt had with yearly classes of beginners. The couple at one end began. The fact that they went first indicated their status. They went first, and they set the standard. As music played, they danced to the far end of the rows, then turned and danced back. All eyes were on them. After they returned, the next couple danced up and back using many of the same steps as the first couple. They tried for elegance. They tried for grace. She paused. The American woman wondered if she was mustering the courage to test her aging body against 200-year-old dance steps. Her assistant pressed buttons on a CD player and fiddled with the volume while the dance instructor tried to talk over the sound. Mrs. Orlov and I will demonstrate. I will be the male partner. We will bow, curtsy, and then begin. For that brief moment the bow and curtsy things went well. The teacher executed a very graceful, and fairly manly, bow, while the American woman dropped into a curtsy. So far, so good. There was a hesitation. The American woman watched the woman. She was to mirror the teacher's steps. Whatever they might be. Experienced partners might have expectations. The American woman just had guesses. The woman finally smiled, nodded, and set off. Skipping. 3 light skips and then a twirl that seemed at least vaguely connected to the music. The American woman wondered she felt waltz influences. 1 2 3 skip, 1 2 3 skip, 1 2 3 skip, twirl. The American woman was half a step behind for the first few movements but was ready for the second set of skips leading to another twirl. The school hallway was fairly narrow, made even narrower by the row of women on each side. The American woman was completely focused on the teacher, watching for any change in the step pattern, but by the 4th or 5th twirl, she sensed the women around her were smiling, then laughing. She twirled again, now looking at faces along the wall. The laughter was building. The American woman stopped. The teacher continued. Another skip and twirl. One of the older women pointed. A Russian man would do that. I want to see it. The teacher was persistent. She skipped and twirled all the way to the end of the rows. The American woman stood and watched. And agreed. A Russian man. Skipping. Twirling. It was never going to happen. She caught up to the teacher and took her arm. Are there other steps? Steps a man might do? The teacher seemed offended. This was the dance performed by czars. It demonstrated balance and elegance. The American woman shook her head. These days it would demonstrate sexual orientation. Now the woman was even more offended. You have inquired for an historical dance, and I have provided it. Is there a different historical dance we might try? Something like the waltz? The waltz was done in taverns by drunks and whores. Nobility did not adopt it for decades. But they did adopt it. Yes, but the nobility added some elements. Touching a woman was still considered vulgar. The teacher stepped closer to the American woman, took her hand by the fingertips, and laid her other hand at the small of her back, but with her palm facing out. They wore gloves, of course, and their bodies never touched. It was still considered immodest, but the French and then the Viennese adopted it, so the rest of Europe followed. The look on the woman's face made it clear she wondered the whole thing had been a mistake. The American woman persisted. If you have some waltz music on your CD, could you help us practice that? The assistant changed discs while the teacher stared at the American woman. The waltz is from a different period, nearly half a century later, and it involves contact. She wasn't the only one who made that connection. A moment earlier the women were thinking about how they might laugh at their dance partner. Now they were thinking about that hand on their back and the warmth against their chest. Smiles vanished. Formal. The American woman sensed the change and responded. Show us the formal positions for a waltz. The American woman raised her arms and waited for the teacher to take the male position. She noticed their hands barely connected. There remained 8 to 10 inches separating their bodies, and the hand on her back barely grazed her. They assumed the position, and then began moving through the steps. Immediately there were grumbles. It won't be like that. He'll have his dick bulged against my middle and his hand down my ass. There were several similar comments. The American woman stopped the dance. Put a hand on the front of his shoulder and push him off, or hold him to you, you decide. He decides. He holds us tight, takes us home, fucks us, and keeps us. This isn't a dance, it is a girl giveaway. You can decide if you wish to go with your partner. Buses will take you to the dance, and buses will take you back here if you wish. We have no choice. One of the older women stepped forward. She raised her voice over the music. You know that. You came with a general. Then a colonel took you. Some other man will take you next. Some man will take all of us. The American woman glanced at the woman, then scanned the row of women still waiting along the wall. None of this is right. I should be in America. You should be in a peaceful Ukraine. Maybe someday we will be. Until then, we will do what we need to do just as women always have. She walked up to the woman who had been speaking, took her in her arms, and led her in a waltz. The woman's eyes watered, but she did not cry. The partner I was assigned is a captain. Do they at least get a good salary? Yes, and a better apartment than the room you have now. I hope you find love. 50 women stepped away from the walls and joined in the dance. 28 dancing with boys. I think I'll never be very good at sewing. The teacher stands behind me sometimes, and I know she is shaking her head. I do the best I can, and I know I am getting better, but still, I let the material bunch up every time I slide it across the machine. And the zipper. I hated the zipper. It was so hard to fold the material and keep it straight with the zipper. It took me 3 times to get those seams right. I was almost the last in my class to finish my dress, but I did finish it. I loved pulling it on. It fit just as it should. I was afraid what would happen when I raised the zipper, but it worked perfectly. I stood and spun on one foot and smiled. I made a dress. A very nice dress, designed like all the dresses the grown women would wear. I was scared I would step on a hem and tear it, or tear the seams if I sat too quickly, but it all held together. Since almost all of us were done with our dresses now, the teacher kept us after class so we could practice dancing in our dresses. Dancing. I wondered maybe we would do a ballet dance like I had learned in Poland, but she remarked we would be dancing with boys. A waltz. She showed one of the girls how to stand for a dance, how to curtsy when he bowed, and where to put her hands. Then she walked through the dance steps. A box. Back on 1, left on 2 3, forward on 1, right on 2 3. A square box. She put on some music and led one girl through a box. They did the box 3 times, and it went pretty well. Then she turned. That was a problem. The girl wasn't ready, and she stumbled. The teacher waited, did another box, then tried another turn. This time it worked better. The girl was very proud of herself. She had such a big smile. I think we all did. We were wearing the same dresses as grown women, and now we would do the same dance. We were almost grown-ups. I remarked that to my 3 friends, and we all giggled since we knew it wasn't true. When it was my turn, I did several boxes with my teacher, and then I turned with her. It felt a little like ballet. Steps, turns, music. I liked it. And I was wearing a dress I had made myself. I wondered dancing would be fun. Even with boys. My mommy didn't like it. I told her about the dance as we walked back to our apartment. I even stopped and demonstrated the steps and turn. I wondered I did it pretty well. But mommy was not happy. She remarked I was too young to dance with boys. We talked about it as we made dinner for the colonel. She remarked this was a mistake, and he would change the dance. But he didn't. They have to have something to do. We agreed to take all the children to the dance. This would be a family dance before the family day at the beach. Families. We agreed, the American woman. Yes, they should be there. And the older children might dance, but she is 8. The boys will be young too. 9 or 10. They will stand together, do a short dance, and be done. Everyone will enjoy watching them. Girls in new dresses, boys in suits. Respectable. Like it would have been in 1812. She can come, she can watch, but she is too young to dance with boys. The colonel got up from dinner and pulled my mommy's arm until she stood. He put an arm around her back and held her tight against his chest. She will dance like this soon enough. She should get used to having a boy hold her. Not at 8. Mommy had her hands on the colonel's shoulders and was pushing him away, but he was holding her tight. When she is at university. We have promised her Moscow State. She will meet plenty of boys there. There will be no university for her or other girls. They will marry at 16 and have their first baby at 17. What? Mommy stared at the colonel. She wasn't pushing him away anymore. Now she just stood and glanced at him. Family, the American woman. We want families. We will start them early, not at 16. They have babies at 15 or 16 in your country. That's a mistake. America has more babies than Russia. We will change that. This isn't a competition. These are young girls who should still be in school. Svetlana cares for a baby every day. She can care for her own soon enough. Who knows? Maybe she will meet her husband at the dance. No, yes. She will meet him at the dance, or she will meet him after a very long train ride. Is that what you want? I want my little girl to be a little girl. She will be a woman soon enough. Here, or in the East. He let mommy go and walked off to the sitting room. His phone was in his hand. He scrolled through photo albums. He stared at mommy. Mommy hurried to him and glanced at an image. Who is he? His name is Andrei Lauren. He is 11. He comes from a good family. They own one of the shopping malls in town. The children will look at each other. They will dance. They will talk. You will meet his parents, and you will stand close as the children talk. At 8, Yuri. At 8. She can care for a baby. She can sew a dress. She is older than you think. All the girls will wear these new dresses, even if they are 2. Girls 8 and older will be given boy dance partners. Girls 15 and older will dance with men. The men may choose to take them as wives or mistresses. Wives. We want to create families, not brothels. How? Clean up the kitchen, the American woman. Finish your work, then get Svetlana to bed. Wear something nice for me to see. You will please me tonight. The colonel sat on the sitting room couch and began reading texts and emails. Mommy and I finished clearing the table and washing the dishes. She put on a very pretty nightgown, and we sat on my bed to read a book. I read one page and then inquired my question. Andrei Larkin is to be my husband. Is he handsome? He may not be your husband. He will be your dance partner. Maybe you will like him. Maybe you won't. I don't like boys. They're bossy. And one punched my babysitter. Will Andrei hurt me, or will it be like in the Disney movies? You will dance the waltz, maybe once, maybe twice. I will be close by. When will he marry me? Not until you are much older. I hope he is nice. I read the book with my mommy. It was about butterflies. I didn't think much about butterflies. Mommy had her arm tight around my shoulders. She was warm and soft. And she smelled nice. I hoped Andrei would be a good husband, but right now, I like being with my mommy. 29 Ilya is no help. Ilya is no help. She's just 8. My daughter married at 21 and divorced at 24. She lives in Moscow now with her child. Ilya, how does that help me? I suppose it doesn't, but you talked about your daughter, so I talked about mine. Ilya was in her usual position, her fingers gripping the American woman's hair, her body positioned on top of the American woman. They were both in satin nightgowns lying across Ilya's 4-poster bed. 8 is too young. We talked about it at Women's Council. Some wondered 10. Some wondered 6. They would be so cute, just little dolls dressed up and dancing. This isn't about dancing, it is about mating. We intended that for the Ukraine women. Most are widows. They need husbands. But children? Yuri has a boy already lined up for Svetlana. They dance at 8 and marry when she is 16. He'll be fucking her at 14. She'll probably be pregnant at 16, standing before the priest with a bulging belly. Stop it. The American woman tried to shake Ilya off her, but the woman had a strong grip on her hair. I'm telling you the future of Siberia, and maybe all Russia. Why do you think they changed the schools? Girls learn to be wives and mothers. School stops at 16 for girls. What? When was this decided? Does your colonel talk to you before or after he fucks you? He wants more families, more babies. But this? The girls sit at home waiting for a prince to call. Maybe the parents call the prince and tell him to come get their daughter. All the other 16-year-olds are married, theirs should be too. I want more for Svetlana. In Poland she could have been a ballerina or a TV actor. Here, her future is just. Ilya put her hand over the American woman's mouth. Just? She is a Russian girl who will be a Russian woman and then a Russian wife and mother. Just like you. That is her future. Accept it. The American woman waited for Ilya to move her hand. The women stared at each other. When Ilya finally moved her hand, the American woman inquired a single word. Why? Because if we don't do this, Russia will disappear. Yes, I know the numbers. Low fertility rate, shrinking population. A disappearing population. If they are young, smart, and ambitious, they leave the first chance they get. Now we have hundreds of thousands more dead in Ukraine. We are the country that beat Napoleon. Now we can't beat Ukraine. We never should have invaded. Do I need to put a hand over your mouth again? Ilya waited until. The American woman shook her head. With the help of your colonel, we are going back to when Russia was strong. For that we need an army that is not corrupt, and we need women who know their place is in the kitchen and on their backs making more soldiers. Your colonel filled the first requirement. You and the rest of us will fill the second. You want this for your daughter? We all do. Put them in their 200-year-old dresses and teach them their 200-year-old place in the world. That's not what I want for Svetlana. Svetlana will do what her nature and her culture demand. 7 or 8 years from now you will be holding grandchildren. And if Svetlana doesn't want that, she will want it. When every girl in her class has a baby, she will want one too. Ilya kissed her, then held her face directly above the American woman's. She let time pass. I don't like this, Ilya. Be careful, the American woman. You sleep with a very dangerous man. He is used to getting his way. And he is certain he is doing the right thing for Siberia and for Russia. I get it. He can send me east anytime he wants. What makes you think you would get more than 5 miles out of town? And then what happens to Svetlana? He is your master, the American woman. You will serve him. And you will be very careful what you say. My friends call him the king of Siberia. Ilya lowered her head lower and kissed the American woman. You are his queen, but also his servant. You will show women how to act. You will show them how to dress. You will show them how a proper Russian mother raises a daughter. You will show them how a woman Respects her man. Next weekend every woman will be watching you. You will show them the virtues of our Russian past. You and Svetlana. Models. Models of a better age. You call us models. I think we are sacrifices. I worry about your mouth. I worry about foreign ideas that float between your ears. If you are truly Russian, you see the need for what he is doing. For what all of us want done. Be a good Russian wife and mother, and you will still be alive on Monday. 30 wearing white. A woman from the dress shop arrived at their apartment the evening before the parade. She carried 4 large boxes and inquired to go into the American woman's bedroom. The American woman and Svetlana followed. White. The boxes contained the same style dresses as they already wore, but these were white. And matched. One pair with short sleeves and puffed shoulders done in some synthetic that had a slight sheen. The other pair were sleeveless satin. One set for the parade, and one for the dance. One other difference from their existing dresses: the flag band around the chest was somewhat wider and featured a red ridge on the top edge to separate the white of the flag from the white of the dress. We already have dresses for the parade and dance, and matching shoes. The woman pulled 2 pairs of wild shoes from a bag over her shoulder. We were told you will be wearing white. Please try these on. The American woman and Svetlana changed into the dresses with short sleeves first. The fit was perfect, the stitching first rate. Mommy, I want to wear the dress I made. I'm sure you will be able to wear it either tomorrow, or at the beach. The American woman and Svetlana strapped on white sandals with 2-inch heels. I was told you will be wearing white. The colonel was very clear. The woman spoke as she circled both the American woman and Svetlana, checking the fit and finish. Mommy, you look beautiful, Svetlana. The American woman turned Svetlana so she faced a wall mirror. She did look beautiful. The American woman played a bit with her hair, wondering how to set it in the morning. Maybe a French braid. Ladies, if you are pleased with these gowns, please try on the other. Neither of them was in a rush to take off the first gown, but eventually they changed. The satin. Again, a match in styles. Sleeveless, scoop neck. Svetlana's neckline came about halfway down her chest. The American woman's was lower. A portion of her breasts were visible, and the flag band under her breasts was tighter, making her breasts more prominent. Yuri would be pleased. The woman did her check, pulling on seams and checking for hem length once the 2 of them had their shoes on. You are satisfied with these gowns? Both the American woman and Svetlana agreed. Svetlana was watching herself in the mirror. Her smile was obvious. The colonel has inquired to approve of these new gowns, if you will. She pointed to the bedroom door. The American woman and Svetlana held hands as they walked out to the sitting room where Yuri waited. Yuri finished some text he was working on, then stood and glanced. He motioned they were to turn. They did. He motioned for them to come to him. Svetlana, you are a beautiful girl, soon to be a beautiful woman. He motioned for her to turn again. She turned while looking back at him. Basking in his approval, and I hear you have mastered the waltz. Should we dance? He motioned the American woman to the CD player. A waltz CD was already loaded. Yuri led Svetlana to a clear area in the tiny sitting room, then slowly bowed to her. Svetlana made a huge effort not to smile too broadly as she curtsied. She glanced up at the colonel, then raised her arms as they took dance positions. 3 dances. Mostly simple boxes with a few turns. There was too little room for anything very grand, but Svetlana handled the turns well, moving fast enough for her skirts to billow out behind her. A ballerina again. A ballerina beaming with pride. Her eyes never left the colonel, he never ceased in his praise. You will be the star of the ball. Thank you for the dress. I know you have made your own dress, and your mother tells me it is also beautiful. I hope you will wear it soon, but for this weekend, I wish you to wear white. Do you mind? No, she threw herself into another turn, now feeling a bit like the swan she had learned to be in Poland. A very happy and proud swan. Swans were white. Do you mind if I dance with your mother now? Please do. They stopped, did another bow and curtsy, then changed places. The American woman curtsied, then took the standard dance position. Yuri pulled her tight against his chest. In a moment he was doing turns around one end of the room. The American woman was almost lifted from the floor. The dresses are beautiful. And very white. Why? You will be at my side all weekend. I am to be visible. Yes. And beautiful. I will never be beautiful. You are tall, attractive, regal. So, consort to the king of Siberia. His response was a slight smile. He approved of what she had just remarked but would not let the words pass his lips. He did pull her tighter as he made another turn. The American woman moved her hand from his shoulder to the back of his neck and played a bit with his hair. His pants bulged. They wouldn't be dancing much longer. Time for you to put Svetlana to bed. It took longer than usual. Svetlana held a book in her hands, but she wanted to talk. Do you think Andrei will like my dress? I am sure of it. The American woman settled the covers around Svetlana, but the girl seemed unable to sit still. Do you think he will dance as well as the colonel? I doubt it, but I am sure the boys have been taking lessons just as you have. Will the music be the same? I am sure there will be an orchestra, but they will play the same songs. Not too fast. I can do the turns, but I have to count as I do them. You dance very well. Your ballet lessons help. If Andrei is mean, I won't marry him. You won't marry anyone for many years. Yes, 8. Our husbands will come for us the last day of school. Our sewing teacher remarked so. We have until then to sew our wedding dress. I think that will be very hard. Will you help me? Yes. Now. Time for you to sleep. We will be very busy tomorrow. She hugged Svetlana, kissed her, and turned out her light. But she could see Svetlana's eyes were still open. She wouldn't sleep anytime soon. The American woman changed into her nightgown and went out to Yuri. He had all the lights turned out and was playing a waltz on the CD player. She walked into his arms. What do you want from me tomorrow? The song was a waltz, but they were barely moving. Her head was on his shoulder, her lips kissing his neck. You will monitor the Ukraine women, you will talk with the women's council families, and you will dance with me. As we dance, you will remember how my arms felt tonight. Yuri, I will also watch Svetlana. She is still a child. She will learn to be with a boy. How to stand, how to touch, how to look at him. She thinks she will marry at 16. She will make her wedding dress in school. Both of those will happen. I won't allow it. Svetlana will want it. Wait and see. He picked her up and carried her to their bed. She will want it just as you want it. Tomorrow. They will see you in white. They will watch you. How you stand, how you touch, how you look at me, and they will know, you want me. She lay on the bed, waiting while he undressed. He pushed up her nightgown and took her. She spread her legs and remarked the obvious. Yes. 31 lots of tanks. The reviewing grandstands spread across the entire front of City Hall. Patriotic banners and Russian flags were draped between the tiny windows. Midway across the grandstands a platform had been built for the military and civilian leadership. 3 seats were front and center: Yuri the Siberian colonel, the American woman, and Svetlana. He wore the uniform the American woman had spent 2 days pressing. The American woman and Svetlana stood in long white dresses that shone in the midday sun. The parade included a bit of drama. 24 actors had been hired. Retreating French, they wore torn clothing and bandages while staggering on crutches or dragging broken muskets on the street. Napoleon was barely 5 feet tall and wandered the parade route looking back at the pursuing Russian army. The army? Yuri had 2 companies of infantry lined up 10 across, all in perfect rows wearing freshly pressed uniforms. They carried their arms as if they might shoot from their hip, all weapons pointed straight towards the retreating French. The last row was 10 snare drums that beat out a march order, keeping all men in step. No more than 50 feet separated the ragtag French from the perfectly ordered Russians. As the French passed in front of the reviewing stand, the snare drums sped up, and the Russians, still in perfect order, charged closer to the French. The French turned and ran as the crowd laughed. The snare drums slowed, and the previous distance was re-established until the next block, when the scene was repeated. The French retreated every block through the entire central city, and the crowds laughed on every block. Napoleon ran with one hand holding his hat, and the other holding up his tattered breeches. Yuri laughed with all the others. He picked up Svetlana, his forearm now her seat, and pointed down at the French and laughed with her. Every man on the reviewing stand had been instructed to bring his wife and children, and now other fathers also picked up younger children. What Colonel the Siberian colonel did, they did. The American woman slid up tight against Yuri, laughing with him and her daughter. When Yuri's arm went around her shoulders, every other woman suddenly had a husband holding her. Family. The simple motto of Novosibirsk, now being demonstrated and photographed for all to see. Yuri had allowed for a break between the infantry and the armor. More than a block. Enough to build some anticipation. Enough to hear the engines and feel the ground shake. The tanks arrived in columns of twos. 27 tanks. Maybe every tank left in Siberia. Mostly T-72s. 3 T-90s. All shining from recent washes and paint touch-ups. They glanced ready for war and were ready for war. All had every circuit board they were supposed to have, and each was fully fueled. They could go to war successfully tomorrow if needed. The crowd did not know that, but the tankers did, each with a man standing proudly in the turret, turned to face the man who had made all this happen. Each man executed a sharp salute as they came even with the most important man on the reviewing stand. Yuri set Svetlana down and returned their salute. The American woman stood with a hand over her heart, and her hip touching Yuri. Svetlana stood just under Yuri's elbow, mimicking his salute to the best of her ability. Every camera in Siberia took note. Tanks thundered down the main streets of Novosibirsk. The ground shook for half an hour. Yuri stood erect and saluted each pair, as did Svetlana. The American woman kept her hand over her heart and her eyes sometimes on the tanks, sometimes on her man. Women would later comment that they had seldom seen so much love in a woman's eyes. When the last tank had passed, a band struck up the national anthem. It was sung with enthusiasm. It took over an hour for Yuri to leave. Every city official wished to introduce his wife and children and compliment the colonel on the demeanor of his troops. The American woman planted kisses on dozens of female cheeks. Men received a curtsy and a smile. Svetlana matched her curtsies and was accepting of endless pats on the head. Conversations were brief, but with so many people, they seemed endless. Finally, the colonel's car was brought along, and a very bright lieutenant reminded the colonel of an important matter back at the base. Excuses. Took another 10 minutes, but finally the three of them were in the back seat of a staff car. Yuri remarked nothing. Svetlana filled the time with excited descriptions of Napoleon and the Russian soldiers' attack, and the smell and rumble of the tanks. Yuri held her hand and told her how well she had handled her time on the reviewing stand. Svetlana somehow seemed taller, and she definitely glowed from the excitement of the parade and the kind words of the colonel. Back in their apartment, the American woman told Svetlana to carefully change out of her dress and prepare for the evening ball. None of which Svetlana could actually do on her own, but it would keep her busy for a while. Meanwhile, the American woman and Yuri moved to their bedroom and raced to see who could get out of their clothes the fastest. The American woman was desperate to at least get her dress off, assuming if she didn't get it to the floor fast enough, Yuri would tear it off her. Celebratory sex. He had just single-handedly won the Super Bowl, the World Series, and the World Cup. He would fuck anything within arm's reach. She was still in her slip when he threw her on their bed. He was on her and in her, a huge, satisfied smile on his face. The man had won. She did what every woman has done at such times. She told him the obvious. It went perfectly. Chasing Napoleon out of town was brilliant. And then the tanks. I could feel them through my feet. Everyone in town saw your tanks, heard your tanks, and felt your tanks. You own them, Yuri. You own every person in Novosibirsk. It took 8 or 10 attempts to get all those words out, attempts while the bed hammered against the wall and the American woman struggled for breath. He seemed bigger, and hotter, and even stronger than usual. She ran her hands through his hair and held his head, kissing him as she talked. Then she whispered, "I'm yours, Yuri. I love your touch. Tonight, as we dance, I will feel your thighs against mine and smile. And remember, I'll feel your seed drying inside me and look at you. I'll take your hand and hold it against me. I won't say a word, but anyone who looks at us will know I am yours." Yuri tightened his arms around her as he climaxed. He kissed her and stared into her eyes. "It's true, Yuri. I'm yours." He took her by the wrist and pulled her across the apartment to the shower. There is barely room for one person. He held her tight against him and gave her the soap. She washed him while on her knees. When she was done, he put a hand under her chin and tilted her face up. "Yes, you are mine. And I will keep you." He left her on her knees and walked naked back to his room. He was dressed and gone within 5 minutes. The American woman stayed on her knees and let the water splash over her. She had told the truth, the deepest truth she knew. She was his. 32. The Ukraine women take a bus ride. The Ukraine women take a bus ride. As 8 o'clock approached, the American woman and Svetlana were mostly ready. Both had their hair in a French braid. Both were wearing makeup. The American woman had started with just a touch of lipstick for Svetlana, then tried eyeliner, then just did her entire face. She wasn't sure why. Svetlana wanted it, of course, but the American woman had put up almost no resistance. She had also given Svetlana a simple necklace to wear, one that matched her own. Too much for an 8-year-old. Far too much. She knew that but did it anyway. The two of them stood before the wall mirror, turned, preened, turned again. It was time to go, but still they stood and glanced. They were beautiful. White satin, perfect hair, skin shining, a slight lift from their shoes. They felt beautiful. Ready to dance. Ready for the perfect evening. Finally, they went down to the other women. Cars were already coming for the married officers. Couples lined up and took a car as it arrived. They were quickly off to the dance. Unmarried officers waited and watched the Ukrainian women and their children gathered near the school. Skittles again. Satin in primary colors, the girl children also in satin, the boys in white shirts and ties. All standing quietly and looking back across the assembly area at the officers. The school principal stood with a clipboard. The American woman and others had done the matching, but the principal insisted that she call out the actual match. She waited. This was her moment of power, her moment to be seen. Only after every eye was fixed on her did she call forth the first woman. No children, she stepped forward alone. Late teens, early 20s, one of the younger women. She held her hands quiet at her sides and glanced in the general direction of the collected officers. The principal made her wait, then called the name of a young lieutenant. He stepped forward and bowed. She curtsied, then gave him her hand as they took a few steps toward a waiting car. The American woman, and everyone else, studied the pair. Good match. No objections from either one so far. The car left and the principal called out the next woman. 26 unmarried officers. 26 Ukrainian women, most childless but several with a child or two. On the final day 19 women had remarked, no, unwilling to go to the dance, unwilling to wear the gown. They sat in their classrooms reading or talking to each other. The American woman had visited that morning. The 19 had their own slogans scrawled on one of the chalkboards. I am Belle, and I have had my fill of fucking beasts. She had made no effort to persuade them to attend. These were grown women. They understood their decision and its consequences. But other women had arrived over the last few days. The 26 officer spots were filled. 26 couples called and put into cars hired for the evening. So far, nothing remarked, no objections raised. 26 blind dates that might, somehow, move toward marriage. 26 cars off into the night. Now came the buses. 2 buses for 39 women and 8 children. Men would be waiting at City Hall. City men. Women had been given names and ages and occupations. All else waited until the end of a bus ride. The American woman and Svetlana would ride the bus too. Her assignment from Yuri. She was to monitor the women. Monitor, in this case, seemed to mean calm. Travel with the women. Reassure the women. Above all, prevent any embarrassment to the colonel. In a perfect world, the women would get off the bus, take the hand of a local bachelor, and begin a new life. In a perfect world. In an imperfect world, the American woman would do what she could do. Imperfections developed almost immediately. As women and children moved towards the buses, a group of Ukraine women hung back. They had worn the gowns, but now had second wonders. The American woman quickly approached them, Svetlana at her side. She stood close and waited. Listen first. An early lesson from when she had just been a lieutenant. A woman in her mid-20s seemed to be the focus of the group. If my husband sees me dressed like this, she pointed to the flag band around her chest, he will hate me. Your husband is in Novosibirsk? No, Ukraine. One of the women standing behind her shook her head. The American woman assumed the other woman was telling her the husband was dead. The American woman chose to ignore that, and let the woman talk. But he might see this dance on one of the Russian TV stations. If your husband loves you, he will not care about your dress. He will be excited to see that you are still alive and well. Yes, one of the other women added. If anyone in your family sees you, or us, they will know what city we have been taken to. By now most of the other women had boarded the buses. But this group still hung back. One of the women even started walking back to the school. MPs immediately blocked her path. Ladies, the American woman glanced at the 6 or 8 women grouped before her. You know the arrangement. You can remain in Novosibirsk, or you can go east. If you stay, there will be things expected of you. Tonight, you are expected to get on one of the buses, meet a man, and dance. It is required of you. It is required of me. After the dance you are free to return here by bus or stay with your dance partner. You decide. I will respect whatever decision you make. The American woman took Svetlana's hand and walked to the buses. 5 women, all with small children, followed her. 3 women let MPs take them away. They were barely in the bus when Svetlana spotted one of her 3 friends. The 2 immediately sat together and began chattering away in Ukrainian. The American woman and the girl's mother sat in the seat across the aisle. Conversation came more slowly. The woman knew some Russian, but it was schoolbook Russian, unused and largely forgotten. The American woman had almost no knowledge of Ukrainian. They did their best, falling back on the simple talk of stranger's name, hometown, some appreciation for each other's dress. From Kherson. Ukrainians out, Russians in. My husband, she put her wrists together as if in handcuffs. The American woman's response was simply to hold her hand. Our daughters are good friends. The American woman pointed across the aisle. The girls were comparing shoes. You daughter. American? She is Russian. I am Russian. My husband is Russian. My mother and father are American. The woman spent a few minutes looking out the bus window before responding. My mother and father Ukrainian. My daughter Ukrainian. My new husband Russian. My new children Russian. She emphasized, husband Russian. She nearly yelled, children Russian. Her face was a combination of anger and agony. As she stared into the American woman's face, her expression moved more towards anger. Women in the next several rows heard her. Several repeated the phrase, Russian children. Soon women in more rows were repeating the phrase and adding to it. The American woman didn't understand the new words, but she easily understood the emotion. All children will be your children. Even as she remarked it, the American woman knew it was a lie. The woman took her hand from the American woman and turned away. A woman several rows back began yelling at the American woman in Ukrainian. From the expression on Svetlana's face, she knew the words were ugly. The words were amplified by others in the bus, and the one woman stood and advanced towards the American woman. A fight. No question, the woman was coming forward to attack the American woman. There would be a fight. The American woman stood in the aisle. She would defend herself. But she studied the woman's stride, and the motions she was making with her fists. The woman had no training at all. Her breathing was wrong. Her balance was off. Her fists seemed to float around in need of direction. The American woman let her come. She let her take 2 punches. The American woman ducked both, then just hugged the woman. The woman struck her back several times, and there was some pain, but the American woman knew there was no damage. Her fists struck at odd angles, probably doing more damage to her wrists than to the American woman's back. The American woman pulled the woman to her face near the woman's ear. You are right to be angry. You are right to hit me. I am a Russian. I love a Russian man. Maybe you will find a good Russian man. Maybe you will not. But you should not be here. You should be in Ukraine with your family. The woman hit the American woman several more times. The American woman held her tighter. Fists continued to land, but they were less frequent and lighter. The American woman continued to talk into the woman's ear. Maybe someday you will return to Ukraine. Maybe, but now, you are a beautiful woman. I think you will find a man who respects you. Maybe he will love you. You will decide if you ever love him, and you will decide if you ever give him children. The woman stopped hitting the American woman. I decide. She was struggling to catch her breath. She backed away from the American woman and pulled her hair back from her face. The American woman let go of the woman and dropped her hands to her side. You decide about children. You understand. The woman nodded and returned to her seat. The American woman sat down as well. The bus was quiet, just whispers here and there. 33 Svetlana's first kiss mommy and I were almost the first ones off the bus. We stood for a moment, checking that our skirts were straight and our hair in place. Then we walked through huge doors into the largest room I have ever seen. It seemed to go on forever. The ceiling was blue like the sky and globe. Lights hung down everywhere. I could see tables in the distance and hear an orchestra. They had already started the waltzes. The colonel was waiting for us with about a dozen other people. He lifted me up for a kiss on my cheeks and held me while he introduced me to the people around him. I wanted bows and curtsies, but he held me like a little girl. I was not happy, but I didn't say anything. And it was kind of nice to be held up in the air, my face the same height as the grown-ups. He held mommy next. Big kiss and more introductions. She got to curtsy. She was very good at it. She held her skirts and bowed her head just a bit as she lowered herself. Then she got up and hugged the women and kissed their cheeks. I was looking for Andre. The waltzes had already started. When would we dance? But first the women from the buses came in. They stood in a long line and some women introduced them one at a time. A young man was waiting for each of them. The two came near each other and did a formal bow and curtsy, but I could see they were staring at each other. Even as their heads lowered for a bow or curtsy, their eyes never left the other. They rose, held hands, and walked towards the music. I wondered if it would be like that for me and Andre. It seemed to take forever for the women from the buses to be joined with their dance partner, and they weren't the only ones coming in. Lots of city people came in too. They were in couples, the men wearing dark suits or tuxedos, and all the women wearing Napoleon dresses. By the way, our principal told us the Russian Tsar who defeated Napoleon was Alexander, so she wondered we should call them Alexander dresses, but I never heard anyone call them anything other than Napoleon dresses. Also, as I watched all these dresses go by, I was certain none were better than mine and mommy's. White was the perfect color, and mommy is so much taller than all the other women, she looks like a queen. I stood close to her and stood as tall as I could. I was certain when Andre finally appeared he would be very impressed. It turned out, I didn't just meet him, I met his family. After a very long time by the door, the colonel and my mommy took my hands and led me to an area near the dancing. There I saw a boy and 4 adults. Of course, the boy was Andre, and the adults were his parents and grandparents. I think I did a very good curtsy. At least the adults seemed to think so. Andre just stared at me while the adults talked about me and about him, saving nice things about both of us. Finally, they told us we should go dance. Andre held out his hand, I took it, and we walked toward the music. You will be my wife. Yes. You seem short. I am 8. I will grow. You will obey me. Yes. I know about being a wife. Can you cook? I cook with my mommy now. I will be a good cook by the time we are married. We were now on the edge of the dancing. It seemed a little dangerous. The couples were swirling around, even to the edges of the dance area. They were all so big. I wondered if they would crash into us as they circled. Andre stood and glanced at me. I glanced at him. He seemed tall and skinny, but he had a kind face. I was pretty sure he would not hurt me. I put one hand on his shoulder and let him take my other hand. I was glad my heels made me a little taller. Still, I had to look up at him. The hand he put on my back was very warm. He pushed me back for the beginning of a box, then turned me, and we began our way around the dance floor. He was counting. I could feel it. The hand on my back pushed on 1, and his feet seemed to jump together almost at the same time on 2 and 3. He turned me clockwise just a quarter turn on 1. Always the same amount of turn. Just a quarter turn. I wondered if he had the same dance instructor we had. A quarter turn. We moved somewhat like the grown-ups, but they were bigger and faster and danced around us. The women smiled at us. Several of the men frowned. Clearly, we were in their way. He had nothing to say as we danced. I think he was too busy counting to talk, but he glanced at me. He used different angles and concentrated on different parts of my face. I hoped my hair was still in place. And I was very glad mommy let me wear makeup. I think I glanced good. When the dance ended, he took my hand and led me through the crowd to a hallway. There were fewer people, and then there were none. He led me a little farther, and then took me around a corner. He backed me against a wall. Or maybe I backed myself. I knew why we were there. He was going to kiss me. My first kiss. I put my hands on his shoulders and waited. He brought his face close and then gave me a quick kiss. So quick. I had wondered if I should close my eyes, but I didn't have time. His lips touched mine, And it was over. I stood with my hands still on his shoulders and waited. He was taller than me. I began to rise up on my toes, and now I was closer to him. He kissed me. A much better kiss. A kiss I would remember as our first kiss. He held his mouth to mine, one hand on my back, and one hand behind my head. I closed my eyes for most of it, but opened for just a moment to see if his eyes were closed. They were. I liked seeing him that way. My husband, holding me and kissing me, with his eyes closed. When the kiss was over, we stood looking at each other. I will make my own wedding dress, and you will come for me when I am 16. I will ask for your hand when you are 15. We will marry when you are 16. You will cook for me, and clean for me, and obey me. I will be a good wife. He kissed me again, and this time held me tighter. I think he will be a good husband. 34. A priest with an agenda. A priest with an agenda. The Women's Council had done a great job with decorating. They had arranged the orchestra and the snacks. They had even managed to keep the dance mostly alcohol-free. In short, they had done a perfect job, except in all the invitations they had sent out, and all the calls they had made, they forgot one. As community leaders, they all had some remote connection to the Communist Party. Maybe just their parents attending a meeting now and then. But the connection had an impact on their thinking. The party laughed at religion. So, none of them went to church, and none of them wondered to invite a priest to the party. Neither did Yuri, and neither did the American woman. In the ultimate oh shit moment, 2 hours into the dance, the American woman glanced over Yuri's shoulder to see a priest standing at the ballroom door. Black vestments, of course, big gold cross hanging across his chest, big black beard reaching almost all the way down to the cross. So tall and thin he could have been a ghost. But he was real, and he stood at the door waiting to be greeted. Ilya, nominally the hostess of the event, was nowhere to be seen. The American woman pushed Yuri towards the door. "Father, it is so kind of you to join us." Yuri rushed to the door to welcome the priest. Once there, he was not sure of the appropriate gestures. The priest, a fairly young man, smiled, made the sign of the cross, and offered his hand. Yuri bowed and took his hand. He then waved toward the American woman. "I am Colonel Yuri, the Siberian colonel. This is my good friend, the American woman, Orlov." The American woman did her best curtsy, then stood wondering what came next. "I am Father Alexander Kirienko. I am pleased to be welcomed to this important event." He had an interesting voice. Deep, somewhat loud, as if used to preaching in large cathedrals, and his eyes penetrated. He alternated between Yuri and the American woman, but he wanted them to know he was judging both of them. All while smiling. "Is there someone in particular you wished to see?" "I was hoping to see all. We have been following your work, Colonel, and yours, Mrs. Orlov. The church is very pleased. I was hoping I would be welcome to visit." "Of course. Please come in and allow me to introduce you to some of the guests." The priest stayed for an hour. Thinking about it later, the American woman decided the church had stayed for an hour. They had sent forth a black-clad representative, carefully chosen to be as tall as Yuri and taller than the American woman. He stayed with Yuri and the American woman and worked the room. Quick to bestow a blessing, his hand making one cross after another, happy to speak with husbands and ignore wives. He managed to bestow his blessings and his presence throughout the huge hall, then led the way back to the door. He gave the American woman a look to freeze her in place, then took Yuri's hand and led him outside a few steps. "We do not approve of the murders you have committed, but we are aware that the streets of Novosibirsk are now safer. We approve of your work with the Ukrainian women. Their province is a part of a larger Russian empire. Merging their women with our men will lead to the larger Russia we all seek. We have also heard much about a new school curriculum you have initiated on your base, a curriculum we will encourage be followed throughout the city." He paused there. Even in the evening darkness, Yuri could see those eyes judging and waiting. The priest had remarked some things. Now he expected some response. "I am pleased to hear the church agrees with my new curriculum." "No, Colonel. It is not your curriculum. It is the curriculum of God. The role of women is ordained." "Yes, Father." Those eyes. The priest was still staring, judging. Yuri waited. Obviously, he had more to say. "The church is interested in your work. We may choose to support your efforts in some significant ways, but not while you live in sin." You must be an example to all. Marry the woman you live with or find another. He used his thumb to draw a cross on Yuri's forehead, then walked off into the dark. The dance ended at midnight. Yuri and the American woman stood at the doors and saw people out. Endless bows, knee-numbing curtsies. The American woman watched some Ukraine women get into cars. Many returned to their buses. The American woman and Svetlana joined Yuri in his staff car. Svetlana maintained a very secretive smile during the ride, and as the American woman put her to bed, her lipstick was smudged. Not that the American woman needed that to know how her evening had gone. Her first kiss, she was proud of herself. The American woman chose to say nothing. Yuri was equally silent. He fucked the American woman and held her tight, but it was not the celebration sex she had expected. She waited. She suspected after the weekend Yuri would have much more to say. 35 View from the Ferris wheel. View from the Ferris wheel. My husband was so bossy at the family beach. Novosibirsk has a large river running through it. Along one shore is a long stretch of sand. People launch canoes and kayaks from there, and even wade in the shallows. It is too cold to swim. The colonel had arranged a Russia Day celebration there. But only for families. He had a fence around the beach, and I saw some police keeping single men out. Inside the fence, he had put some amusement rides. They all went around in circles and played loud music and glanced like fun. Mommy and I met up with Andre and his parents. He took my hand, and we walked past all the rides. I stopped at each one, but Andre pulled me along. The first one was so cute. It was teacups that spun around while the base of the ride also turned. I wondered it would be perfect for me and Andre. He remarked it was just for little kids. So, we walked on. Next was this beautiful carousel. It went around and around while horses on sticks went up and down. I so wanted to ride one of those horses. Again, just for little kids. I even told him, I want to ride. No answer. He just pulled me along. Where did he want to go? The Ferris wheel, but so did every other kid. The line was really long to get on. And I was hot. All the women were wearing their Napoleon dresses. Mine had short sleeves, but it was made of some material that seemed to hold in heat. And of course, the skirt went all the way to my feet, so my legs were hot. We stood in that line forever, and I felt sweat running down my back. He held my hand. Husbands should, right? But my hand was sweating, and his hand was sweating, and where we touched was all wet. I tried to pull my hand from his, but he just held on tighter. Holding hands looks so romantic in the movies, but my hand just felt like it was squished up in his. And he wouldn't let go. Bossy. We finally got a seat on the Ferris wheel. Side by side, a large chrome bar across our laps to make sure we didn't fall out. Andre still held my hand. Up we went. Slowly while they loaded more people, then faster when the ride was full. I loved it. The air was cooler as we climbed higher, and I could see so far. I saw people canoeing on the river, and cars going by on nearby roads, and trucks off in the distance crossing the huge river bridge. I could hardly wait for the wheel to bring us up to the top again. Andre let go of my hand, and now was gripping the chrome bar in both hands. He glanced at me. He glanced at his knees, but he didn't look down at the ground. He was afraid. I could see that. But I remarked nothing. I just glanced all around me as the wheel turned. Eventually the wheel stopped. It emptied one seat at a time. Each time it went a little further around, one couple got off, and another couple got on. We rose in the circle and stopped at the very top. Andre turned to me there. I saw his hands shaking, but he let go of the safety bar and put a hand at the back of my neck. He was going to kiss me. I smiled and moved my face closer. It was a terrible kiss. I think his mouth was open. He got my face all wet. I didn't like it at all. I started to push him away, but then I remembered a wife must obey, so I sat while he kissed me. Eventually he was done. I had some tissues in my purse, and I wiped my face and then his. He gave an odd smile and then put both his hands back on the safety bar. We moved a little farther around the circle while they unloaded and reloaded, and once again we sat still, high in the air. I was looking toward my husband, beginning to say something nice about him or his kiss. I wasn't really sure what to say when I saw several policemen running down the beach. They were running toward three girls I knew. They were my Ukrainian friends. They were walking along the beach in their Napoleon dresses, except they had blue bodices in. yellow skirts. And they walked side by side. The flag of Ukraine. Their dresses formed the flag of Ukraine. As the police ran towards them, others saw them as well. There were shouts from the people on the beach. Not nice shouts. I wondered. I heard Slava Ukraini, but I only heard that once. Mostly I heard curse words. The girls stayed tied together and kept walking forward even as the police drew near. I wondered, they must be very brave. They were so little, and the police were so big. But they didn't turn and run. They took several more steps, and then the police reached them. It glanced to me like they punched the girls, but I couldn't tell for sure. They were tied against the girls for a moment. Then they had each girl by an arm and marched them away from the family area. There was a cheer when the girls were taken out of sight. I wanted to run after them, but I was still high in the air. By the time our seat was brought down, and we were unloaded, my mommy and Andre's parents were waiting for us. I went running to my mommy and yelled, "Mommy." I could say no more. She pulled me tight against her chest, wrapped an arm around my head to hold my face against her, and whispered, "Yes, I know they were your friends. Say nothing more about them. The girls will be taken someplace safe. You will say nothing, do you understand?" I nodded against my mother's chest. I heard the word, safe. The girls would be taken someplace safe. I nodded my head again. Then my mommy talked somewhat louder. "Mr. and Mrs. Lauren have invited you home with them. Isn't that nice?" "Yes." I turned, curtsied, and thanked them. My friends would be safe. I would see the house where my husband lived. Maybe he would be less bossy there. "Andre," Mrs. Lauren turned toward her son. "Take your wife's hand. We will go home now." So, no more rides. No more time at the beach. Andre took my hand and led me away. I was a good wife and obeyed, even though I saw several rides that glanced like great fun. His house? Actually, a very nice house, not an apartment. It was near the edge of the city among other newer houses. Andre and I sat in the back seat of their car, holding hands again as we drove. His hand was still sweaty. I wondered if he was as uncomfortable as I was. My hand was certainly wet. Once at their home, he led me up their entrance stairs, then finally let go of my hand. He and his father went straight for a larger room with a TV. Football. We could be out on a beach enjoying rides. Instead, he wanted to watch football. His mother took my hand and gave me a tour of the house. 2 stories. 4 bedrooms upstairs, all very neat. She talked about decorating. There was a style. I tried to remember the name. Back downstairs, she led straight to the kitchen. Large, high ceiling, a pantry, 2 walls of cabinets. Another style I memorized, newer appliances. We were barely in the room when she handed me an apron. We would be making lunch. It took an hour. Really, it was just simple sandwiches, but she wanted me to know about Andre's food preferences and showed me how he liked his sandwich positioned on a plate. Finally, we had chips and sandwiches to take out to the men. I was to carry a tray out to Andre, then come back for my own. Once I had my own, I was to sit next to Andre, but say nothing. They were watching his favorite team, and I was not to disturb him. That took up most of the afternoon, then back to the kitchen, my apron, and my duties creating dinner. I was to carefully stir borscht. Mrs. Lauren, her given name was Natalia, but I was to call her Mother, cut all the vegetables. I was to watch what she included and how she cut. She would let me do some of the cutting the next day. That was the first I knew I would be staying the night. With Andre, I didn't ask. It seemed I wasn't supposed to ask, or even to talk. I was to listen. And that's what I did at dinner as the men described the match they had watched. I wondered if I was expected to learn the names of team members, after dinner, and after I had washed all the dishes and cleaned the kitchen by myself. I sat with Andre while the family watched the news. Good things were happening in Ukraine. Nazis were being killed by the thousands. Much of Ukraine was already liberated, happy, rescued. Ukrainians spoke to cameras about their gratitude to the soldiers of Mother Russia. My husband held my hand. After washing the dishes, I had spent time drying my hands. I am sure I dried them 3 or 4 times. Now my hand was dry when he took it. I don't think he noticed, but I did. Mother took me upstairs after the news. She gave me a long cotton nightshirt with ruffles at the neck, the wrists and the ankles. I wondered how much work it would be to sew ruffles. Maybe they would teach us in class this year or next. Mother had me lie in my bed, then she sat next to me. Andre will sleep in another room until you are much older, but he will come to you and kiss you good night. You will tell him you love him, and then say good night, husband. Do you understand? Yes. She paused and stroked my hair, sliding it away from my face and off onto the pillow. You have been a very good girl today, and I liked how well you danced last night. I will talk to my husband about having your marriage when you are 15. You can work in one of the shops in his mall until you have your first baby. Would you like that? Yes. I remarked the word and nodded my agreement, but I had stopped listening after I heard the word, 15. 7 years. Less since I was already 4 months into my 8th year. Less than 7 years to make my wedding dress. I couldn't sew ruffles, and I had struggled to put in a simple zipper in my Napoleon dress. Would ruffles be covered in sewing class? What about lace? And what design would I use for my dress? I had never glanced at wedding dresses. I needed to now. I had a husband. In less than 7 years we would marry. I needed a dress. Mother kissed me on both cheeks and then moved out to the hallway. Andre came into my room. He turned off my light and sat on the side of my bed. He waited, then leaned over me and kissed me. It was one of his better kisses. I wondered, maybe like the kiss Prince Charming had given Sleeping Beauty. I lay there, my arms at my side. I knew what I was to say. What was he to say? You will cook for me and clean for me and obey me, yes. You will be a good wife. Yes. He leaned closer, one arm across me, some weight on my chest. He was holding me down. As you get older, you will get prettier. My mother says so. If you get prettier, and if you cook and clean for me and obey me, I will marry you. My parents have approved. My father has talked to your guardian. My mommy. No, fool, the colonel. He decides who you will marry, and when. Oh. Now. What did my mother tell you to say? I am to say I love you, and then good night, husband. First you will say, please kiss me. His face was right above mine. I hoped this would be one of his better kisses. Please kiss me. He lowered his face and gave me a very nice kiss. My husband, if I became prettier. I love you, Andre. That was a very nice kiss. You will be my wife, Svetlana. Yes. I will be prettier. I promise. He kissed me again, and this one also was good. I wondered being a wife might be very nice. Good night, wife. Good night, husband. He stood and left my room, closing my door behind him. It took me a long time to sleep. He was bossy, and sometimes he kissed very badly. And I only had 7 years to make a wedding dress. But I liked him. It seemed odd to think I would marry at 15 and get a job in the mall shops, but I would be a wife. That was good, wasn't it? 36 Another marriage for the American woman. Another marriage for the American woman. Yuri and the American woman stayed at the beach until it closed at 10. They rode the Ferris wheel together and the carousel, but mostly they talked to people. Much of the time was spent with Yuri's off-duty officers. All those who had been paired with a Ukrainian woman the night before were still with the woman. The American woman studied faces. There was discomfort. Sometimes the officer, sometimes the woman. She sensed they were at the beach because it was expected. But there were couples who seemed to be adjusting to each other. No passion, not even many smiles. But as they stood and talked with Yuri and the American woman, there was something in the way they stood together that made the American woman think maybe the couple had a future. Lots of conversations were with local folks. Whole families having fun on the rides or building castles in the sand. Local women were not wearing Napoleon dresses. Too hot, too long, too clumsy for a day on the beach. That left the Ukrainians in the dresses. They hiked up skirts and stumbled through the sand, a local man at their side. Clothes at their side. Watching these couples, and talking with them, the American woman had the sense the local men were working hard to make a connection to their Ukrainian partner. Not all, but most. And at least a few of the Ukrainian women were responding. Lots of conversations. None about the 3 girls in the flag dress. They and their mothers had gone off. A moment of drama. Unwanted drama. The weather was warm, the beach was attractive, the rides were fun. The day was as Yuri had hoped, a family outing. Maybe the start to more family outings. Maybe a start to the community Yuri was trying to create. The American woman held the hand of a man very pleased with the day, and likely pleased with himself. Her wonders? Her Napoleon dress was hot, and she felt a bit like an outsider. The local women were in beachwear. She and the Ukrainians were in long gowns. Had Yuri intended for the distinction? If so, what was he after? She saved the question for later, her hand often in his as they wandered along the rides and passed through the food tents. She joined in the conversations, but she also felt herself looking at Yuri, studying him. Where was this beach in his agenda? Had he achieved what he wanted, or was this step 2 or 3 in a much longer plot? The rides shut down at 10. This was a family event, and families were already leaving to take children home to bed. Yuri and the American woman stood near an exit and shook an endless stream of wet, sandy hands. The American woman curtsied, but also shook hands, not sure if they were still in 1812 or had moved on. The American woman paid special attention to the Ukraine women in their Napoleon dresses. Were any being pulled along, forced into cars and into apartments? A bus waited for women who wished to return to base. Some women boarded. Many stayed with their assigned partner. The American woman held their hands a moment longer and hesitated while kissing their cheeks. Did they have a whispered message for her? A whispered plea? No, they made their decision, the bus or a car. Yuri and the American woman got into their own car when the last of the crowd was gone. It was a silent ride. Their driver worked his way through the parking lot and then found the road back to the base. Yuri and the American woman sat close but did not touch. The American woman assumed there was much to say, but it could wait until they were alone. She felt a surge of nervousness as they entered their apartment. He left the lights off and stood with her in the middle room, one hand grabbing her skirt just above her hip. She stood with her arms at her side and waited. Would she now hear about the 3 Ukrainian girls? Would she accept a beating from him? There was enough light coming through the windows that she could make out his face. She wasn't sure what she saw there. She waited. Then she spoke. I didn't know about the girls and their flag dresses. It was your job to monitor the Ukrainians. She felt the grip on her skirt tighten. Yes. Svetlana? They were her friends, weren't they? She knew they wanted to make blue and yellow dresses. The sewing teacher told them to stop. She wondered they had. Yuri remarked nothing. The American woman understood the technique. Sometimes nothing is more frightening than silence. He made her wait. Svetlana will stay away from the Ukrainians. She will be with her husband for a while. Yuri, she is 8. She has no husband. She danced with a boy. She went with him to the beach. She is just a child playing with another child. She and Andrei will be children together, then adults together, then parents together. There are many things that can complicate that, Yuri. A dozen years changes people. Yuri made her wait. She felt his hand holding her by her skirt. She saw the shadows of his eyes. She made her demand. Yuri, I want my daughter back. She will spend some time with us, some time with her husband's family. I want her here. In time. For a while it will be just you and I. You already have me. The American woman slid closer to Yuri. She put her hands on his shoulders. She waited for him to pull her into a kiss. He didn't. You will marry me, the American woman. She glanced up at him, confused. I am already married. You know that. You will sign one piece of paper for a divorce, and one piece of paper to be my wife. I don't want to do that. Of course, you do. Look at yourself, the American woman. She glanced down at herself. She had slid up against him. The hands on his shoulders had moved to the back of his neck. She had risen up on her toes, her mouth almost touching his. I shouldn't do this. Even as she remarked it, she felt herself slide farther up his chest. The next words out of your mouth will be, yes, I will marry you. She held herself against him and waited to feel his arms around her. They were strong, and they pulled her tight. She could barely breathe. I have a husband. The husband on your passport lives in Magadan. You have never met him. You will divorce him and marry me. The husband who matters is in Syria. Someday he may return. If he does, we can fight a duel for you, For Christ's sakes, the American woman, look at yourself. You're pressing yourself against me. You want me. You offered yourself to me weeks ago. I took you. I told you I would keep you. I will as my wife. Now say the words. Tell me you love me. Tell me you will be a good husband to me and a good father to Svetlana. I have told you many times that I love you, and you have seen me be a father to Svetlana. Every night I am your husband, and you are my wife. You share my bed and keep my home. You are my wife. Say the words. This time she didn't hesitate. Yes, I will marry you. He put an arm behind her knees, picked her up, and carried her in his arms. The American woman tightened her arms around him and kissed his neck. It was a short walk to their bedroom. He took his time as he undressed her and then bound her wrists. She leaned her face against his ear and whispered, "I will marry you." As she remarked it, she realized she had already been married to him for weeks. She had become his. She was just declaring the obvious. 37 marriage papers. She went to City Hall the next day. Alone. Somehow it felt right to do it alone. She was making the choice. She would manage the process. The process required her passport. Her original passport was gone. She had seen Yuri destroy it. Her new passport remarked she was Mrs. Ilya Nesterov of Magadan. She would be divorcing a man she had never met, not Sergei. Odd. Passport in hand, she inquired to be driven to City Hall. The office she wanted was crowded. One line for divorces. Just her, passport out, form typed, fee paid. She signed her name Mrs. Ilya Nesterov. Their marriage was over. The other line was for marriages. It was long. She got behind 8 or 10 couples. 3 of the women were wearing Napoleon dresses. Ukrainians. 2 were marrying junior officers, 1 a civilian. Their appearance? Pleased. Some touching, hand-holding, looks back and forth. They glanced just like the other couples in line. They moved forward one couple at a time, presented passports, signed a form, paid a fee, kissed, and left. The American woman was the only person standing alone. Yuri had insisted. They would have a ceremony in a cathedral. This was just paperwork. She assumed he would come into the office in the next few days and sign when he had more time. This was her day to sign. Her day to make her declarations. Except, he had already signed earlier that morning. She handed over her passport, gave Yuri's name, and out came a form already signed by him and notarized. She signed her name, was given a copy, and left. She was married. Again. To a man she loved as much as her former husband. She knew that to be true. She loved Yuri. She put the paper in her purse and took the staff car to the dress shop in Ilya. Maybe she needed to divorce and marry on her own, but she could accept help with her wedding dress. The shop was crowded, but she and Ilya were quickly shown to a fitting room. I knew you would marry him. So did he. The only ignorant person was me. Ilya helped the American woman out of her Napoleon dress. Yuri insisted I keep wearing it until we are before a priest. You look very attractive in this gown. She had her hips pressed against the American woman as she played with her zipper, and it is the new rule. Unmarried Ukrainian women will wear Napoleon dresses until they marry. I think of it as a kind of advertising. Hi, I'm available. The women won't like that. Some women won't, and they will still be wearing them north of the Arctic Circle. But most of them arrive here with next to nothing to wear. Now they have 2 or 3 very nice dresses, including one in satin. They will put the dresses on fast enough. Maybe. The American woman stepped out of her Napoleon dress and into the first of 15 wedding dresses Ilya had already picked out for her. None of them were a match for a woman so tall, but the woman at the shop kept insisting every gown could be altered easily. The American woman glanced at all the material and doubted any alteration would be easy. Ilya had a great time doing the American woman's zippers and playing with her skirts. She easily added an hour to the fitting. The American woman found the dress she wanted early in the process: classic white satin, strapless, long skirts with enough petticoats underneath to make the standard bell shape. It would take work to get the skirts down to the floor, but she liked what she saw in all 4 mirrors. Ilya took it off her and had her try on 8 more dresses, mostly just to get her hands on the American woman. In the end, the American woman went back to the strapless dress she wanted, and stood while 2 women did final measurements. Now you will come with me. Ilya led the way out of the shop and quickly got her to her apartment. I wanted to waltz with you Saturday night. Ilya put on some music and grabbed the American woman in a manner never seen on a dance floor, and she insisted on leading. I have things to say to a new bride, but she didn't say them. Instead, she held the American woman tight, emphasized turns, and floated around her apartment for nearly an hour before backing the American woman into her bedroom and onto her bed. You didn't used to take so long with your foreplay. Shut up, lie back quietly, and let me do my work. Ilya climbed across the American woman, put her whole body's weight on her chest still heaving from the dancing, and stared down into the American woman's face. In a better world, you would be my wife, not his. I think the phrase they still use is, special friend. I am sure people who know us say we are special friends, and then grin. Maybe I'll take you off to a land where special friends can be wives. Early next week I will have the dress for a wedding, but I will wear it for Yuri. You want him? Yes, and the bastard knew it. That trick with the passports made it easier for me to do what he knew I wanted to do. Everyone says you are an American spy, but you are the most transparent person I know. He knew, I knew, anyone who saw you two together knew you wanted him. He forced me, at first, and he still can keep Svetlana from me. He has her with another family. But that's not why you are marrying him. No, I love him. And me. Ilya spent the next hour getting the American woman out of her clothes. Eventually she pushed her into the shower where each of them pleased the other. They were still wet when Ilya took the American woman back to their bed. It was a fair trade. What? The American woman had been playing with some of Ilya's hair that hung down onto her face. Svetlana for the Lawrence. Like royalty intermarrying to get possession of new lands or join in an alliance before a war. Who gets what? The American woman tried to sit up, but Ilya pressed her back down. Stay calm, my love. Svetlana will be fine. The Lawrence are rich. They own a mall, but so much more. And they have a branch of the family that does. What honest businessmen can't? A good connection for Yuri, your husband. The Lawrence get a bright young thing with an American mother and an American grandmother. Such connections might be very useful should things in Russia get much worse. Svetlana is too young to even be thinking about marriage. Sergei and I promised she would go to Moscow State University, and God willing, near the end of her studies she would meet the love of her life and start giving us grandchildren. You will have grandchildren much sooner than that. The American woman struggled to get out from under Ilya, but Ilya did as she always did. She got her fingers deep into the American woman's hair and spread her legs wide to keep the American woman from flipping her. They struggled for a few minutes, then stopped. The American woman, you have nothing to fear. Svetlana will be well cared for. And your new husband will protect you. You will be here to watch Novosibirsk flower with the addition of 100 Ukrainian women a week. They are a novelty now. But Novosibirsk flower? Even 100 beautiful young women a week mean nothing in a city of 1 million. Competition, the American woman. Local girls are lazy. They go off to college, then off to Europe to work or play. Maybe they come back to marry, maybe they don't. They have girlfriends their age, and all of them travel and party together. Now they have competition. Ukraine girls. Taking Russian boys. Lots of boys. 100 a week. Maybe boys the Russian girls think about as they play in London or Berlin. And they wonder if all the good boys will be gone, and they will end up what the Chinese call leftover women. Watch. Local girls will pay much more attention to local boys. You think this is part of Yuri's plan? Step 1. Step 2. Babies. Families filling up his beach. I am not sure the Ukraine women will want to have Russian babies. But they will. Abortion is illegal now. Just as in Poland and America. The priests and generals have won. And contraception. Forbidden. When did this happen? Months ago. The American woman. You need to pay more attention. Yes, I do. The American woman pushed Ilya off her and got dressed. 38 Yuri has control. Yuri has control. Yuri loved her. And she was so useful. She had worked miracles with the Ukraine women. Many had taken Russian husbands. More would. Then the Ukraine women would have babies. The American woman had to accept that. It was what women were for. If the American woman were a few years younger, he would make sure she had a baby too. Russia needed babies. Women provided babies. The logic was irrefutable. After Family Day they had argued, but he knew he was right. His final point? They will all marry and all produce children. They can have the children here in Novosibirsk, or they can have the children farther east and much farther north. Which do you prefer? Here. They had been yelling at each other while seated at their dinner table. He wondered if she might pick up a knife. He had his feet braced to duck out of her reach. But he also wanted to end this debate and win it. Then you will continue to help. Help them adjust to Siberia. Help them find the right man. Work with that woman you love in the woman's council. Make matches. Make families. You will do this. The American woman knew what answer was expected. But she made him wait. She counted to 10, then remarked the obvious. Yes, I will do this. Yuri nodded, then rose from the table and took his usual place on the couch. He handled emails. The American woman cleaned up after the meal. An hour later he had her in bed. He watched while she changed into a long satin nightgown. She watched him watch. Probably had some plan of her own. He didn't mind. She was entitled to small victories. He bound her wrists and pulled her next to him in bed. The best time of the day. She lay on her back, sliding tight against him. He leaned over her and played with her hair. She smiled, kissed him, then slowly settled into sleep. Legally they had been married for over a week. In the morning, they would go to the main cathedral and have a priest shake a cross at them. Marriage. He still bound her wrists, even after their marriage. Security protocols were clear. She was an American spy, and a third-degree black belt. He had barely passed the simple hand-to-hand training in his officer's school. She could still probably kick him to death, but at least he might have some chance to escape. Also, with her wrists bound, she would not be up in the middle of the night rummaging through his briefing papers. He almost never brought them home, but still, sometimes, and there was his phone. Americans would love to read the contents. So, he bound her wrists, but with fabric, not rope. No bruises, no pain. Just a basic restraint. She was still able to sleep comfortably. And he was free to stroke her hair and hold her close. His woman. Not Orlov's. Let the fool rot in Syria. The American woman was his now and would stay his. And why not? She was a special woman. Combat veteran, athlete, and yes, a spy, his. Legally married, even if Sergei Orlov was none the wiser. The woman who shared his bed. She would stay in his bed. Warm and close, his for the taking. He had to smile. So good in bed, but so good in public too. Always the tallest woman in the room, and the best dressed. Attractive. Not young girl pretty. More middle-aged regal. She stood so tall at his side. Tall and close. Obvious to all he was the man in her life. The man she respected and loved. The man that should be respected by all. He was always so confident with her standing clothes. She had helped him win Novosibirsk. She would help him with Tomsk. He put a hand on her cheek, kissed her, and slept. In the morning, he pulled her into the shower, still bound, still wearing her nightgown. He put her on her knees. So much easier with Svetlana out of the way. No worries about what the girl might see or hear. Just him and the American woman. He let the water pour over both of them. Her nightgown was quickly translucent, her breasts clearly visible beneath the fabric. He undid her bindings but kept her on her knees. She was to wash him. He glanced into a small mirror and shaved himself while she washed. He was barely done when she started playing with his penis. He leaned over her, his forehead against the wall, and watched her. Big grin. She knew exactly what she was doing. The gift of a wife. She was skilled. She watched his face as she pleased him. She took her time, made him wait, but she was very good. He could barely breathe when she finished. He found the strength to pull her to a standing position and pinned her against the shower wall. From today you were the American woman, the Siberian colonel. I was the American woman, the Siberian colonel over a week ago when I signed those papers. I think you were the American woman, the Siberian colonel much longer than that. You took me. I was your woman. She moved her hands behind her as if she were still bound. I am yours, Yuri. I hope you will treat me well. Yes, I will treat you well. He kissed her, then turned off the water, grabbed a towel, and strode back to their bedroom. The American woman sat on their bed, her nightgown still wet, still translucent over her breasts and thighs. Yuri, I want Svetlana back with us. So, the American woman had an agenda. Yuri smiled to himself and continued dressing. She is with her husband's family. She is 8. She should be with her mother. You will see her today at your wedding. I want her to live with us again. I agree, she should live with us from time to time. Maybe after we get back from Tomsk. Tomsk? It is a pretty city at the north end of the highway. A good place for a honeymoon. Also, there are some people we will meet. I think you will like them. There was a long pause. Yuri finished dressing. The American woman sat dripping on the bed. Finally, she inquired her question. Will I be coming back from Tomsk? Yuri stood at the doorway. He made her wait for an answer. The American woman, if I am ever displeased with you, your destination will be Magadan. It is a much longer train ride to a much colder place. Yuri, Magadan or no Magadan, I still want Svetlana. Please. Yuri left without answering. 39 Life with Andre. The first wondered if I was ever going home. I was there night after night. Every day was mostly the same. Each day started with mother coming to my room. She kissed me on the forehead, then pulled me out of bed and led me downstairs. We wore matching white cotton nightgowns. Hers even had the same ruffles as mine. To the kitchen. I set the table and then stood and watched her cook. She talked about everything she was doing. It was like school. She would show me, then she would have me do some of it. I fried eggs one day, stirred oatmeal another, and made pancakes. I burned one of the pancakes. But she let me do another, and that one was pretty good. While we cooked, Andre and his father dressed. His father, I was to call him father, came down and kissed mother, then sat. Andre followed his lead. I got a quick kiss, then he sat at the table. Mother talked about all the cooking I had done, and then she had me bring food to the table. I was to put food on Andre's plate, then mother did that for father. Both remarked good things about my cooking, even though mother had really done most of it. After breakfast, Andre and his father went off to his business. Mother talked to some people on the phone, and I was left to clean the kitchen. It was not easy. I am just 8. I had trouble reaching some things, and I had to stand on a small step to use the sink. Mother told me to just put things I couldn't reach to one side, and I did. After I had the kitchen cleaned, mother would check to be sure I had gotten all the crumbs off the table and any grease out of pans. Once I missed some crumbs, but mostly I got the kitchen clean the way she liked. Upstairs, she would lay out what I was to wear. It was always the same thing, a white Napoleon dress with short sleeves, like the one I was wearing when I arrived. But she had bought several more, and they hung in my closet. I inquired if I could wear anything else, but she remarked I glanced so cute in white. Besides, Andre liked me in that dress. I don't remember him saying anything like that, but if my husband liked that dress, I guessed I should wear that dress. The rest of the morning we cleaned bedrooms. I made my bed and put away my dirty clothes, then mother remarked I should clean Andre's room. It was a mess. He had dirty clothes everywhere, and his bed had sheets all rolled up. It took me a long time to make his bed and pile up his dirty clothes. I wondered I was done, but mother wanted me to wash his clothes and put them away. So, I carried a big bundle of dirty clothes down to their laundry room and cleaned his clothes while mother was back on her phone. It was lunchtime before I had his clothes dry and put in the closet or dresser. Afternoons, she inquired me to make the sandwiches and soup and then clean the kitchen again. Then we each took a seat in the living room. Then she made me sit about 10 more times. She even showed me how to sit. I was to flare out my skirts, sit slowly, and stay on the edge of the seat. I was not to lean back. I was to sit straight. I was to keep my knees together and place my hands in my lap, and not move. We sat silently for several minutes, then she had me try sitting again. She wanted me to hold my shoulders farther back, but otherwise she remarked I was doing well. Sitting. 3 more times I sat, and each time she had some change she wanted me to make. Mostly it was about keeping my back straight and my head up. Then we talked. She called it woman's talk. I was to turn my head, look straight at the other woman, and say something nice about something she was wearing. Earrings usually. Maybe shoes. Or the color of her dress. She remarked nice things to me, and I remarked nice things to her. We went back and forth. My back started to hurt, and I began to slouch. She had me stand up, sit again, and hold my posture. That was my word for the day, posture. I didn't like posture. Mother remarked I would have to work on it. Another afternoon, after I sat correctly and remarked nice things about her earrings, mother brought out some pictures. Andre at school, Andre at his father's business, Andre playing football. He was a striker. I was to know that, and to know what strikers did, and I was to know he had scored a goal several weeks ago. Mother called that man's talk. She told me more about football and business, and then had me say nice things as if she were Andre. I think I did well. I inquired her to tell me about the goal he had scored. Mother liked that. After I learned to sit and talk, mother took me back into the kitchen. I helped her make dinner. Again, I served Andre, she served father. I sat properly at the table, and I even inquired Andre about the goal he had scored. I could see I was doing well. After I cleaned up from dinner and sat properly while the men watched the news, I went up to bed, changed into my cotton nightgown, and waited. Mother kissed me first and told me how well I was doing. Andre leaned over me each night and kissed me. Then I inquired him for another kiss, told him I loved him, and remarked, "Good night, husband." Most nights now he played a little with my hair, touched my cheek, and finished with a very long, wet kiss. I smiled and waited until he was gone before I wiped off my face. I had been with them over a week when Mother told me Mommy was getting married. We were sitting in the living room having women's talk when she told me, "Tomorrow we will go to the cathedral to see your Mommy get married." She gave me a very big smile, but I didn't understand. "She is already married to my daddy. Your daddy is very far away in a place called Syria. He will be gone for a long time. It is not good for your mother to be alone so long. She needs a man to be with her, to protect her. It is common for women to find another husband then. She has been with Colonel the Siberian Colonel. You were living with him, were you not?" "Yes, but—" "Posture, please." She waited until I sat correctly. I adjusted my shoulders and put my hands back in my lap. Neither of us remarked anything while I fixed my posture. "Do you like Colonel the Siberian Colonel?" "Yes, he is a nice man." "Does your mother like him?" "Yes." They kiss. Then it is right for them to marry? Will Mommy marry my daddy again when he comes home from Syria? She might. We shall see. But let's talk about tomorrow. You will wear your satin Napoleon dress, of course, and your matching shoes. I will help you with your makeup. And I think we should look for jewelry for you. I have a box we can look through, shall we? And we spent the rest of the afternoon looking at earrings and necklaces. I liked many of them, and they were fun to put on. But as I tried them, I wondered about the wedding. My Mommy would have a new husband. I liked the Colonel, but would he want me in his apartment anymore, now that he had married my Mommy? I never got to ask my question. The next morning, I did my usual cooking and room cleaning, then I changed into my satin Napoleon dress. I wondered if Mommy would wear the same dress to her wedding. Mother invited me into her room and sat me down. She did things with my hair, and then she did my makeup. It took a long time. Twice Mother had to say, "Posture." She also decided we should practice women's talk while she put on my cosmetics. I told her she had nice earrings. Father drove us to the cathedral. Andre sat with me in the back. He seemed to sit closer than he had last time we were in the car. If he liked my dress, he didn't say so, but he did give me a quick kiss as we were getting out of the car. I didn't like the cathedral at all. It had odd domes on top, and it was very dark inside. Few windows. There were paintings along the walls, but they were dark too. It didn't seem like I could see anything. Partly it was from the way we stood. Mother and Father went in first, then Andre and I followed. I am small. I couldn't see over Mother or Father or even over Andre. I knew my Mommy was somewhere in the cathedral, but I couldn't see. Then a very tall man in black seemed to come out of the shadows. Huge beard, black hat, a golden cross on his chest, and dark eyes. He scared me. I slid closer to Andre. All of us stopped. Somewhere upstairs bells rang for a while, and the man read from a book, and then he waved his cross. I glanced between Mother and Father and saw the tall man was talking to Mommy and the Colonel. He remarked some things, touched their heads, smiled, and then went away. That was it. The ceremony was over. We all stood in the cathedral for a few minutes and talked. I think I was supposed to use women's talk, but I just pushed my way to my Mommy. "Mommy, can I come home?" She bent down and lifted me. "I have a strong Mommy." "Of course you can. But after two people marry, they usually take a honeymoon. It's like a vacation where they can be together, just the two of them. Yuri and I are going to Tomsk. It is a city north of here. After a few days we will be back. You will stay with the Laurens until then. Okay?" "Yes." I hugged her, and then I remembered. "Mommy, you have very nice earrings." 40 lots of screams. The wedding reception was held in the officers' club. The American woman had spent time in officers' clubs across the world. This was one of the least inviting. Large open room, painted concrete floor, a very long bar. The bar was full. Every officer not on duty was within arm's reach of a vodka. Yuri had arranged an open bar. More importantly, he held a glass himself, making it clear drinking was approved. Besides vodka, every officer also had a woman, about a dozen women. were still wearing Napoleon dresses, but they were so close to their partner, it appeared they would quickly join the other married Ukrainians. Happy women. The American woman studied them. Standing close to their man, a glass of vodka in hand, smiling as their man grabbed their ass or pulled them tight. Their pleasure appeared genuine. Possible? It was barely 3 weeks since they had met the man standing with a hand on their ass. Maybe it was the vodka. About 50 of the city's VIPs also crowded into the room. Waiters brought them drinks. Yuri pulled the American woman by the wrist, weaving their way through the crowd to stand and talk about the third family day at the beach, another big success. Or the recent marriage of some relative, or the general success of local businesses. If we could just get more inventory, I could sell it all. Father Kirienko appeared and mingled. Yuri made a few introductions, and then he was off on his own, blessing and smiling and saying good things about Yuri. The church was so pleased, the colonel was such a leader, the families of Siberia would. The American woman heard some of his comments, but she was pretty busy with endless cheek kisses for the women and curtsies for the men. The huge skirt on her wedding dress flowed out across the concrete as she lowered herself. It was the wrong century for curtsies, but it always brought a smile while also reminding all of the ball that began so much for the city. And when she rose again, it reminded all of her regal height. Wife of the king of Siberia, she was now the queen, and she glanced the part. It took almost an hour for the American woman to break from Yuri and go looking for her daughter. She found her standing with Andrei and his parents. Both parents were deep into large glasses of vodka. Andrei was holding Svetlana's hand but looking bored. The American woman spent a minute with the parents, then knelt down in front of Svetlana. Have you and Andrei been dancing? There was a DJ in the corner, and a dozen couples danced in a small area. It occurred to the American woman the space was so crowded children might be trampled. No, Andrei was telling me about a goal he scored earlier this summer. He is a striker. Well, he must be very fast. She glanced up, smiled at the boy, then returned to her daughter. You are doing well in your new home? Yes. I have my own bedroom, and mother is teaching me to cook. I also do some cleaning of my room and Andrei's room. Mrs. Lauren leaned forward and interjected. She's learning very quickly. She will be a very good wife. I'm sure of it. The American woman pulled Svetlana closer and lowered her voice. Given the noise in the room, she wasn't sure Svetlana could even hear her. When we come back from Tomsk, you will come stay with us for a while. I miss you. I miss you, Mommy. And Svetlana wrapped her arms around the American woman's neck. We will be together again. You will stay with the Laurens from time to time to learn more about being a good wife to Andrei. But mostly you will be with me. I already know how to be a good wife. I know how to sit, and I know women's talk, and men's talk, and I know how to kiss Andrei. I can stay with you now. Her grip got tighter around the American woman's neck, and she pressed her face against her mother's cheek. Soon, sweetie. The colonel has some business in Tomsk. As soon as we return, I will come get you. Maybe I could come to Tomsk too. I would like that, but only a husband and wife go together on a honeymoon. You will see that when you and Andrei marry. When I am 15. The American woman paused before answering. She heard discomfort in her daughter's voice, but she knew where the wedding date was coming from. Yuri wanted this. And probably the Laurens. That is 7 years away. We will talk more about that when the time is closer. Maybe 15, maybe 16. Less than 7 years. I have already been 8 for more than 4 months, and I need a wedding dress. Will you help me? She seemed on the edge of panic. The American woman held her. They were silent in the midst of a noisy room. A wedding must wait for a wedding dress. If it takes until you are 16, or even 17, you will marry when the dress is done. And of course, I will help you. It will be white satin and lace, and very beautiful. When your husband sees you, he will smile and know he is marrying the most beautiful lady in Russia. Svetlana seemed to melt against the American woman. Some tiny terror was gone. The American woman stood, her daughter still in her arms. Time to talk with the Laurens. It is so kind of you to help with Svetlana. I am not sure how long we will be in Tomsk, but I will come for Svetlana the minute we return. You have already done so much. We are so happy to have her with us. Mrs. Lauren moved a bit closer, almost as if she would take Svetlana from the American woman. She feels like she is already a part of our family. And she is a big help to us. And of course, as Andre's fiancé, it is appropriate for her to live with us. We can talk more about that when I come for her later in the week." The American woman pulled Svetlana tight and gave her a kiss on both cheeks, then on the mouth. It was time to set her down and get back to her guests, but it was not easy, and it was not fast. When she finally set her down, Mrs. Lauren was quick to scoop her up. The American woman witnessed it with tears in her eyes. Most officers are men, so officer clubs have large restrooms for men, small rooms for women. This room seemed particularly small, and it was already packed. But the American woman needed a place to wipe her eyes. She forced her way in, only to find a group of women standing behind a woman on her knees, puking into the lone toilet. A friend stood behind her, holding her hair so it didn't get covered as the woman retched over and over. Retched and cried and swore, "If that fucker fucks me one more time, I swear I will slit his throat. Time for him to go west. Put that fucking lieutenant's uniform to use and stand where the Ukrainian army can blast him to pieces. Little pieces. Blast his cock off. The government gives widows a lotta. I want a blue one. I'll paint the lower half yellow as I drive out of this fucking country." She was yelling into the toilet bowl, so her words had a funny echo, and they were loud, too loud for her to hear all the other women telling her to be quiet. Insisting she be quiet, trying to reach forward and get her attention. "For God's sake, the Queen is here listening to every word." Several other repeated some version of that. "The Queen," or even, "the fucking Queen." The woman in the toilet kept shouting profanities. The American woman straightened up and wiped her eyes. "If I really were a queen, I would send you all back to Ukraine. But you're not going back there, and I am not going back to America." 7 or 8 women all responded at once, interrupting each other, and being interrupted by the woman in the toilet. Finally, one of the women shushed the others. "Tell your new husband to send all these officers west. We will have some time to ourselves, and our army will blow all these fuckers to pieces." Now others shushed her, and several warned her. "For God's sake, she can send you so far north you will eat seal meat while reindeer fuck you." That actually got a chuckle and a brief moment of quiet. "I was stationed in Korea once." The American woman spoke quietly. She had dealt with mobs before. They have an interesting custom. Once or twice a year, you can get drunk with your boss and say anything. The next day there are no consequences. I think it is a good custom. But it solves nothing. You are right. It solves nothing. Maybe when the war is over your government will be able to get you back. Maybe. In the meantime, you live with men you hate. You will pretend you don't hate. But they aren't stupid. They are single. They wanted a woman. They took one. I don't know what happens next for you, or for them. In the meantime, you have each other. You look strong to me. And loud. The Colonel's vodka is free. Enjoy tonight. Try to find some way to enjoy tomorrow." The American woman backed out of the room. Yuri was waiting for her. He wanted to dance. He bowed, she curtsied, they held tight to each other and danced. 41 A busy train ride across Siberia. A busy train ride across Siberia. He carried her over the threshold and laid her on their bed. She expected him to roll her over so he could bind her wrists, or pull her clothes off, or just push up her skirt and fuck her. Instead, he sat on the edge of the bed and leaned over her, his fingers sliding along her cheek. "We are married legally, and now we are married publicly." He paused, then tapped her forehead. "Are we married here?" The American woman put a hand on his thigh and glanced up into his eyes. "You have owned me since that morning you saved me from being shipped east. Now you control my access to my daughter. I must do as you wish." She made him wait before she finished. "But I do love you. I am your wife." It took him several minutes to get her out of her dress and all her petticoats. He rolled her onto her stomach. She brought her hands to the small of her back. "You don't object? I am your wife. I will obey." She paused and glanced up at him over her shoulder. "And I love the way you hold me. I am yours, and I want to be yours." He bound her wrists, held her in his arms, and made love to her. She kissed him often as he did it. When he was done, she wrapped her legs tight around him. "We remarked nothing in the cathedral this afternoon. We just stood as that tall spooky priest from the dance shook across at us. In America, when a couple weds, they make promises to each other. Here is my promise. I will be your helpmate as you complete your plan. I will tell you when I disagree with what you are doing, but I will help you anyway. You have my loyalty, and love, and obedience. I will be a true Russian wife. He played with her hair for a while and kissed her. Finally, he made his promise. I wanted you, so I took you. I wanted you for many reasons. You have been all I hoped you would be. I will treat you with respect. I will listen to your words. I will ask much of you. I love you. I will show you that love. They slept entwined together. In the morning she washed him, made him breakfast, and packed. She inquired about the trip. What was she to wear? You will dress in white always. Days you will wear the Napoleon dresses with short sleeves. Nights you will wear one of the Napoleon dresses that shows your breasts. Always a Napoleon dress. Yes. Why? Because I inquired you too. He was on the couch, phone in hand. He gave orders to his soldiers. He gave orders to her. The American woman dressed white and packed white. She packed one case for her, and one case for him. She put them by the door, then stood and waited. An orderly will come in a few minutes. He didn't look up from his phone. Yuri, my passport? It will be checked at the airport. We're taking the train. Without taking his eyes from his phone, he pulled a passport from his coat pocket. A new one. She was now the American woman, the Siberian colonel. Wife of Colonel Yuri, the Siberian colonel. The picture was current. She could see the neckline of a Napoleon dress. Her birth date was changed, making her 5 years younger. She studied the picture. 44, yes, she could be. Maybe even younger. She glanced happy. A woman pleased with herself and with her life. It occurred to her all that was true. She played with Yuri's hair and kissed the top of his head. Pleased. Yes, very pleased. Some hormone had kicked in. She was in love. Why the train and not a plane? He never told her. He texted someone. A driver brought a car and took their luggage. And their trip was begun. A short walk across the ancient station. Luggage brought onto the train by their driver. Tickets and identification flashed at a gate agent who saluted Yuri and bowed to the American woman. They had a compartment. She hoped it wasn't the best on the train, but guessed it was. 2 long seats that no doubt converted to beds, clean seats and a clean floor, but ancient woodwork around the door and windows was scratched a million times, and the carpet on the floor was threadbare. Why hadn't they flown? Yuri, how long is this trip? A little over 23 hours. Why didn't we fly? We will meet some people on the train. Now. Let me make calls while we still have cell phone coverage. Read this. He gave her a tourist brochure for Tomsk. Tourists? In Siberia? She read the text, but it created more questions than it answered. Foreigners were now permitted to visit Tomsk, but they needed a special visa. Oh. What? Was hidden up there? Nukes? Satellite guidance? Special radar? Too bad. Otherwise, it glanced like an interesting place. 500,000 residents, 8 universities. So many students it was often called the Athens of Siberia. So, she was going from the Chicago of Siberia to the Athens of Siberia. Why? If nothing else, the place glanced attractive. Lots of gingerbread houses. Apparently, people knew what to do with scroll saws, and had the time to do it. Maybe she would get to visit a home or two. Maybe. She read the brochure 3 times and memorized the road system. Interesting how one area seemed to have no roads. The Athens of Siberia had something interesting hidden in its northeast quadrant. If this city had any kind of security, they had to know an American was taking 23 hours to come their way. Would they be waiting with flowers or handcuffs? She folded the brochure and put it in her purse, then sat quietly while Yuri continued with emails and texts until the train was too far out of town. 5 minutes later, the guests started arriving. Quiet knock on the door, a polite nod in her direction, then the guest and Yuri disappeared. Who were these guests? The American woman recognized none of them. Young. 2 were approaching middle age, all the others glanced like they were just out of college. All were respectful to her but awed by Yuri. It felt like being married to a rock star. Young men in the presence of greatness. The American woman watched out the window and waited for Yuri to return from one conversation only to receive yet another visitor. She waited, she watched, eventually she napped. Yuri woke her as the sun was setting. You need to get dressed for dinner. She glanced up at a very happy man. Apparently, he was hearing what he wanted to hear from his visitors. He stood over her, happy and handsy. She stood. He steadied her as the train rocked right and left, it appeared. Her ass needed to be steadied the most. One hand stayed there, the other wandered as she slipped out of her day dress. Satin for evening. He held her close as she stepped into it. He held her closer as he helped with the zipper and adjusted the straps on her shoulders. One hand slid beneath her ass and lifted her onto her toes. He held her against his chest as she threaded her fingers through the hair at the back of his head and waited. Silence. And the lightest touch. He watched her eyes as his fingertips rode up and down her spine. Over and over. Slowly. As he brought his fingers up her spine, she rose higher and higher on her toes. As his fingers moved down, she pressed herself tighter against him. She kissed him. His fingertips continued along her spine. She felt her temperature rise, mouth open and her eyes slide shut. Yuri. Really just a whisper. She kissed him again. He watched her as his fingers slid along the satin of her gown. Yuri, what are you doing? Do you want me to stop? No? She pressed her mouth to his. Her eyes stayed closed. Every place that touched him was warm. She pressed herself tighter against him. Yuri. He continued to hold her. His fingertips rode her spine. Just a touch, up and down, over and over. Yuri, please. You are making me crazy. She kissed him. Her toes barely touched the ground. She could feel sweat running between her breasts. She was breathing in time with the hand on her spine. Take me, Yuri. Just throw me on the seat and fuck me. Silence. He held her, a strong hand under her ass, a light touch from his other hand. His fingertips continued up, then down, up, then down. Slowly. Lightly. It seemed he would do it forever. She kissed him. She pressed her face against his neck. She whispered his name. Please, Yuri. Do it now. Please. He watched her, glanced into her face, and waited until he saw what he wanted. Do you love me, the American woman? Yes. Do you want me? Yes. Tell me. She did. A combination of words and kisses and whispers. She wanted him. Right here. Right now. She pressed herself against him. Her hands and arms pulled her higher and tighter. She reached back with one of her feet to pull them back to a seat. Now, Yuri. He let her kiss him again. He held her and studied her face a moment longer. He saw what he wanted. He let her down, turned, and walked out into the hallway. The American woman staggered after him, reaching for his hand. She moved as quickly as she could. Moved to follow him, moved to touch him, moved to be with him. The dining car was 3 cars forward. No compartments in those cars. Rows and rows of seats. Mostly young people. Some connection to Tomsk universities. They had that vibe. A bit rowdy, slouched, books everywhere. Video games plugged into their ears. They sat straighter when Yuri and the American woman came up the aisle. They recognized Yuri, and they paid attention to the American woman. Young women stared at her. Not a challenge, more a question. Like they were trying to understand her by how she walked and what she wore. What they saw was a woman holding onto her man, watching her man, staying close, attentive to his every move. That was the first car. The second car was also college students, but somehow, they knew Yuri was coming. They were gathered in the aisle. Greetings. Brief comments. Then books for him to autograph. He smiled, rested the book on a seat back and signed with a flourish. The American woman stood close, one arm around his waist as she glanced over his shoulder. What book was he signing? His. She read the title, A New Russia. Written by Colonel Yuri, the Siberian colonel. When had he had the time to write a book? It was a thin book, but still, a book. The American woman was stunned. She was also popular mostly. Several young women greeted her with the usual cheek kisses. Selfies, of course. Smiles. Introductions. Names she could not possibly remember. The American woman backed against Yuri, one hand. Always touching him as she spoke with these women. They had questions. Do you agree with what the colonel says about marriage? He is my husband. Of course, I agree. She glanced over her shoulder as she answered. Had he heard? She reached back, and he took her hand. She loved the touch of his hand. She loved the warmth of him standing so close. You have a daughter. Will you really let her marry at 16? She is 8. We have many years to watch her mature. But if she is ready, why not let her marry at 16? Many women that age are mature enough to manage a household, don't you think? She saw nods from most of the women. She guessed their ages at 18 to 20. No doubt they saw themselves mature enough to run a household, but that one woman persisted. Will your daughter not attend university? That will be up to her and her husband. I have a very bright daughter. I am sure she will make the decision that is right for her family. But the girl's high school curriculum will not prepare her for university studies. The American woman never got a chance to answer that question. All the girls near her began arguing among themselves. It appeared they had been debating for some time. The American woman let them argue, and nudged Yuri. Time to move on. He signed another book and promised to return later. I have promised a candlelight dinner with this beautiful lady, I am sure you understand. His smile was wide and accompanied with a wink. The boys near him all laughed. He wrapped an arm around the American woman. She was quickly up on her toes for a kiss. A dozen cameras got the image. They stood together a moment longer, then he grabbed the American woman's wrist and pulled her toward the dining car. Before they were out of view of the students, he patted her ass. She laughed. Then there was the third car. A dozen young women. All wearing orange dresses, short sleeves, flared skirts with a ruffled hem. Like they were all headed to a party or were a huge lot of bridesmaids. Except, none of them were talking, or even moving. Their gaze was out the window or at the floor. Dressed for a party but sitting like mourners at a funeral. The American woman instantly knew she was looking at Ukrainians. She slowed her steps so she might talk to one of them, but she saw a matron in black stand at the end of the car, and felt Yuri take her wrist again. Just keep walking. She tried to say something to him. He pulled her again. Keep walking. Obey me. The expression on his face matched the order he gave. She resumed her walk up the aisle. A second matron was now standing, both focused on the American woman. None of the women in orange glanced up. The American woman felt Yuri's grip tighten on her wrist, almost to the point of pain as he pulled her into the dining car. Dinner was meant to be special. Yuri had a reserved table. Candles were quickly lit, wine was poured. Yuri sat across from the American woman. She stared at the tablecloth. He took her hand. She tried to pull it from him. He tightened his grip. The American woman knew 7 ways to break his hold. She knew better than to use any of them. But she was angry, and he caught her glare. Yuri was unapologetic. If I tell you to keep walking, I want you to keep walking. There is nothing for you to say to those women, nothing for you to do. And no, I will not explain who they are or what will happen to them. They are on a train headed north. We know what will happen to them. I like you in white, but I am sure they have additional orange dresses if you wish. That is my life with you? An endless series of threats? You have an endless series of choices. So did those women. Now drink your wine. Let me enjoy the candlelight warming your breasts. Yuri continued to hold her hand. With his other hand he raised his glass. She raised hers. He waited. She pushed her glass forward so they could touch glasses. The argument was over. She chose not to meet his eyes. But she did see the shadows the candles cast as the train rocked. And she noticed her breasts had swelled against the satin. She sipped her wine and gradually raised her eyes. He was a good-looking man. The hand that held hers was warm, solid. She found herself leaning across the small table, her hand extended toward him. You found time to write a book. One of the new lieutenants helped as scribe and researcher. The book appears popular. It has been successful. I have been inquired to speak at each of the universities in Tomsk. The Athens of Siberia. Don't mock. I think you will like the city. It is far older than Novosibirsk and has more interesting architecture. As you speak, I will shop. As I speak, you will sit with me on stage. I think many joke when they call me the king of Siberia. They do not joke when they call you the queen. You will spend the rest of your life dressed in white, standing at my side. I am to be a stage prop. Somewhat more. Like tonight, you will answer important questions. Will you tell me the appropriate answers? You already know the answers. Their food came, and more wine. Conversation changed. Lightened. They talked about the food, the wine, the dining car, the train ride. They joked as the car took a particular jolt left or right. The food was average, but the wine was good. Yuri made sure the American woman drank most of the bottle. She knew what he was doing. She expected it. She appreciated it. The alcohol made it easier for her to ask her question. Why are we going to Tomsk, Yuri? Please, an answer. I think you know th answer. The American woman paused, then nodded. You have conquered Novosibirsk, the capital of Siberia. Tomsk is the Athens of Siberia. An important potential ally as you gain control of Siberia. With its support, you really could be king. He took her hand and slowly shook his head. You describe these actions as personal conquests. I see them as personal responsibilities. Our country is floundering. We may lose in Ukraine. We have little support in Belarus. We are not ready to be the empire we were meant to be. We do not have the foundation for it. I wish to build that foundation. The people of Novosibirsk are willing to help. With your assistance, Tomsk will help as well. Yes, I will help. I agree with most of what you are doing, but you must give me Svetlana back, and when the time is right, you must let me teach her algebra. He made her wait for an answer. The hand that had been holding hers now slid farther up her forearm, his fingers once again just barely touching her skin. He slid up toward her elbow, then back toward her wrist, lightly touching the inside of her arm. He watched her react, her body pressed forward against the table, her breasts filling the satin across her chest, her eyes glowing in the candlelight. She was vaguely aware their picture was being taken by multiple diners. Mothers can teach daughters sewing and cooking. I see no reason mothers cannot also teach algebra. He smiled and patted her cheek. It will be 4 or 5 years before she is mature enough to learn algebra, yes. She paused longer than she wanted, but it was not an easy question to ask. We will still be together? You are my wife, the American woman. The beautiful lady who graces my table and fills my home. The lady in white. You are mine. I will keep you. She kissed the hand he held at her cheek. She glanced into his eyes and knew he was telling the truth. Yuri, I will be the perfect wife. And when we are in public, I will be the perfect stage prop. No wife has ever smiled more often and more brightly than your wife will smile. The return to their compartment was quick. Yuri pulled the American woman through. The Ukrainian women. Several students were waiting with books in the next car. Yuri signed quickly. My beautiful wife has told me it is past our bedtime. I am sure you understand. Laughter all around, but any look at the American woman made it clear he was speaking the truth. She stood close, watched his every move, and always kept a hand somewhere on his body. It was she who led Yuri back to their compartment. It was she who came to a quick stop when she saw a very serious-looking man waiting outside their door. Short hair. Military posture. No uniform, but none was needed. He saluted when Yuri approached. The American woman, change into something very slinky. I will be back to you in just a few minutes. He and the other man strode towards the back of the train. The American woman got ready for bed. She wore what she always wore, a white satin nightgown. And she lay in bed as she always did on her back, waiting for Yuri. She fussed a bit with her hair, and arranged the duvet several ways, frustrated as the wait extended. Finally, the train rocked her to sleep. It was late when Yuri returned to her. She spread her legs, and he fucked her, but she could tell his mind was elsewhere. The man who had touched her so gently and made her so hot was gone. Something was going on that didn't involve university lectures or her. That blank area northeast of town. Military. She pressed her face to his neck and whispered her love. She wanted this man and needed him. She would help him in Tomsk. Somehow. 42 New rules. New rules. Tomsk has 2 train stations, the first on the outskirts of town. They arrived just after dawn. A few people got off. 5 people got on. 2 were large men in dark suits. 3 were middle-aged women with perfect hair and makeup. Each woman carried a small case. All 5 went straight to the colonel's compartment. Yuri hesitated when he heard the knock on their door. The American woman had never seen that before. He stood, glanced at her, touched the pistol in his right coat pocket, then opened the door. He had a quick conversation with one of the large men. The 3 women slipped into the room, opened their cases, and went to work. Yuri stood while one woman trimmed his hair. There seemed little need for it, and it was quickly done. The American woman took more time. The women sat on each side of her. One handled her hair, the other held her chin and slowly examined her face. Your hair has held up well. Not bleached out, but I think we should put it up. It is much more formal, and it shows off your neck. You have a good neck. The woman turned the American woman head so she could get at all of her hair and went to work combing and pinning. The woman holding the American woman's chin was slower to respond. It gave the American woman time to ask the obvious question. Who are you people? Your husband has hired us. The American woman was unable to turn and look at Yuri, but she could still ask, Yuri? The American woman, you are an attractive woman. For the next few days, you will be getting lots of attention. I wondered we both might benefit from some professional help. The woman gripping the American woman's chin seemed to tighten her hold. Apparently, it was her turn to render her verdict. Your skin is rough. Afghanistan. I will apply a lotion. We will use it very morning. I assume you are an athlete. Your chin has held up very well. Your eyes will be important. I will start on them first. But I like your cheekbones. I will give them some additional color, some additional warmth. The American woman didn't respond. Rough skin. She was lucky that was her only visible souvenir of Afghanistan. As for the rest, she would give the woman a chance. If she didn't like what the woman did, she could always wash it off. It took another 15 minutes for the train to cross town. The hall filled with people getting bags and lining up to step off the train. Lots of commotion. Yuri and the American woman stayed in place while the women worked on them. A fourth woman entered the compartment. Taller than the others, made taller in 4-inch heels. Late 30s, dressed in a gray suit with a skirt just past her knees. She glanced like an office manager. In her hands was a black portfolio she opened and then passed to Yuri. We have a busy day ahead of us, the American woman. He glanced down the daily schedule. A full paragraph explained each event. It appears you have been invited to visit an orphanage. I wondered I was staying with you. If I may, the woman turned toward the American woman. Since you have an adopted daughter, we wondered this would be an opportunity to show your interest in all the Ukrainian orphans. Interest? Yes. There will be a gathering of workers, and even some of the women who have already adopted a child. We are sure you will want to praise these women for all their help. Here, I have written some words for you. The American woman took the paper and held it to one side so she could read it while the other woman continued to work on her face. The war to free Ukraine of Nazis? The many sacrifices of the men at the front and the support of the women at home? You want me to say these words? Yes. Your support for this effort would mean so much. No, I will not. The American woman. Yuri didn't shout, but his intention was clear. He wanted her attention. He got it. You and I will have time to consider your comments. For now, let these women do their job. The compartment was silent as the train slowed to a stop, the women in the room finished what they were doing, packed up their bags and left. Yuri closed the compartment door and stared at the American woman. The correct answer was, yes, thank you. Then, at the event, you could have remarked whatever you wanted, but as you choose your words, you should know this visit old go very well, or very badly for both of us. If you do not want to join the women in orange dresses, I suggest you say very little, and say it with a smile. I won't support the war, or the theft of Ukrainian children. If you say anything that's stupid in public, Russia will have one more orphan. So, here is what you will do. You will smile. You will stand tall at my side. You will look at me like a new bride, happy and proud to be with her husband. And any speech you give will be 2 words long, thank you, if necessary. Find some way to make the speeches take 5 or 10 minutes, but all the words will be some form of your key words thank you. Nobody has any interest in your views of international politics. They want the tall pretty lady in white to tell them of all the good they are doing. They want to hear you say thank you. Now, I want to hear that from you. Thank you. Yuri motioned with his hand. She was to stand. Repeat it. Thank you. I want to hear it in your voice and see it in your eyes. Thank you. Stand close to me in that pretty white dress and make me feel it. The American woman stood close. Her face felt funny from the makeup and lotion. She hoped she glanced good. He ran his fingers up the back of her bare neck. She edged closer. Thank you for not making me say things. I will never force you. Now, are you ready to charm the people of Tomsk? I am a bride, happy and proud to be with her new husband. He took her hand, slid open the compartment door, and stepped down from the train into dozens of well-wishers. The American woman stood close, held his hand, and smiled as she glanced at him. Whatever was going to happen in Tomsk, at least it was happening on a warm, sunny morning. 43 I hate Andrei's birthday. I hate Andrei's birthday. I inquired everyone how long honeymoons lasted. They all remarked a week. Maybe 2. Mommy was gone all of July, and now it was August. Mother took me to school to register. I would be going to the neighborhood school, not the base school. Not unless Mommy got back soon. I was worried about my mommy, and angry she was gone so long, and sad not to have her to hold. Some nights I cried. I was embarrassed by that. I was almost 8.5 now, not some crybaby. I shouldn't cry, but I did. If Mother heard me, she came to my room and held me in her arms. I liked that, but it also made me angry. My mommy should be holding me. Where was she? I cried against Mother's chest, and she slowly rocked with me in her arms. She was good at that. Around the house, I had many duties, and I learned to do them well. I got Andre's room perfectly organized, with all his clothes clean and put away. And I made his bed every day. I wondered I was already doing what a wife has to do, and I was doing it well. And I cooked. Mother taught me new dishes and gave me a book of recipes. She still helped with much of dinner, but I did almost all the cooking for breakfast. Mother took me shopping 2 or 3 times a week. Grocery shopping was complicated. Some foods came from other countries, and since the war, some countries sold us food, and others would not. So, both Mother and I needed to know what came from where. And then there were seasons. Some foods we could get now, in late summer, and some would only come later in the fall. We often had to change a recipe when we found out we could not get an ingredient. Very confusing. Clothing also got complicated. If a material came from India, we could get it. We were never sure about China. Father owned a whole shopping mall, so he knew what was coming to town and what wasn't. I liked shopping there. When Mother came into a store, all the employees remarked, "Hello," and offered to help. And they were very nice to me. I needed a dress for Andre's birthday party. He was going to turn 12 just before school began, and there was going to be a party with all his friends. The boys were going to shoot guns at school for a while. Since they were 12, they were now allowed on the school shooting range. Then they would come home to cake and ice cream. I didn't think other girls would be invited, but I would be there, and he and I might dance. I wasn't sure I needed a new dress. I still had several Napoleon dresses. Yes, I complained about the skirt when walking on the beach and about how hot the material was, but now I really liked that white dress I had worn at Mommy's wedding. It was a dress just like hers, white and shiny, and very grown up. But Mother wanted me to get something new. We found a yellow dress with tiers of ruffles down the skirt. It glanced like it was moving even when I was standing still. I twirled around and the skirt rose around me. One twirl, and I loved it. I was certain my husband would love it too. So, I was ready for the party. While we waited those final days to his birthday, Mother did something marvelous. I love that word marvelous. It means really good. And this was. She used her computer to send an email to my grandmother in Wisconsin. Grandmother was so excited. Mommy had not told her anything about her wedding or her honeymoon, so we told her and sent her pictures. Mother also told my grandmother about how I was staying with her and sent pictures of me, and the house, and the Lauren family with me right in the middle. We emailed twice a day and always had something new to say. Grandmother reminded me of so many things from my time in Wisconsin. I learned more about the Green Bay Packers, although I got confused since they were called football players, and so were the men here in Novosibirsk who played a very different game. Maybe the game is different in each country. And I heard about Grandpa's garden, and birds grandmother had seen in their backyard. So much to say. What I didn't like was telling grandmother that Mommy had been gone almost 2 months. I gave her the name of the city she had gone to, but grandmother had never heard of Tomsk. I didn't know what to say after that. And I cried. I was in the kitchen with Mother, and we stood together. I wiped my eyes with my apron. She slowly stroked my hair, and that helped, but then it just hurt more when I wondered of how good it felt when my mommy held me. The day of the party 6 boys came to the house and Andre and Father walked with them to the school. Andre told me I couldn't come. That was mean. I had no interest in going. I am a girl. Why would I want a gun? So, he didn't need to tell me not to come. He was just being mean. I think because he was with other boys. I am so glad school now has separate classes for boys and girls. I really don't like boys. The boys came back after an hour, shouting about how many Americans they had shot. That's all they wanted to talk about as they ate their cake and ice cream. I shot one in the eye. I shot one in the nose. I killed 6 of them. They would talk about the Americans they had killed, and then they would laugh. They had paper targets with them, and they took those out to look at and laugh about. I listened for a while, then I remarked, my grandmother is American, and my grandpa. We'll kill them too. I don't know which boy remarked that, but they all laughed. I got up from the table and punched Andre. He grabbed me by the front of my brand new dress and pushed me against a wall. You are Russian. You will marry me and have Russian babies. Your babies will grow up, and they will kill Americans. I struggled to get away from him, but he held me tight. I hoped mother or father would make him let me go, but they stood and watched. They won't. Yes, they will. I will tell them to. You will say nothing. I am the father. They will listen to me. You will listen to me. You are my wife. You will obey me. He held me while I struggled, then he kissed me while the other boys laughed. What do you say to me every night in your bed? I stared up at him. His hands hurt my arms where he grabbed me. I struggled not to cry. Please, Andre, let me go. Answer my question. Obey me. WHT do you say? Please kiss me. I stood still while he kissed me. When he let me go, I ran up to my room. I cried for a long time, and mother never came to hold me. I hated Andre. But he would be my husband. I had to obey him. I hate boys. 44 An offer the American woman was certain they would only be in Tomsk for a few days. After all, he had a base to run. She was so certain their stay would be short, she spent every free moment sightseeing. Mostly that just meant taking walks through the more interesting neighborhoods, but Tomsk had so many. She really enjoyed the city. Gingerbread houses, low brick buildings, tree-lined streets. So much of it ancient, it almost had the feel of Germany. Tourists? None. Russia was off-limits to most of the world. But there were young students everywhere, so it had some of that vibe like there might be youth hostels down the block. There were plenty of cafes, especially near any of the campuses. She had become familiar with all of the campuses. It appeared Yuri was invited to multiple appearances at every one of the universities. She joined him for most of his talks, the lady in the long white dress with her hair piled high and lotion smoothing her face. The lady who sat somewhere in the room, watching her husband say all the right things, appreciating his wisdom and strength. What did she hear? A great deal of history. Some drawings of former boundaries. Some talk of former battles. He liked to go back hundreds of years. When the American woman heard him start on Napoleon, she knew she would be called to stand and show the fashions of the time, her skirts to the floor, her bust pressed against fabric above the flag band. She always turned for all to see, and always drew applause. There were special events for women. Really, the truly special events were for men, but there were always ancillary lunches or gatherings for women. She would attend and be seated someplace prominent. Much of her role was to applaud and show general appreciation for whoever was speaking. But she was also invited to say a few words. She always inquired and was generally told. A few words were to take 5 or 10 minutes. She got very good at saying, "Thank you," in many forms and enough times to fill the required time. The American woman made 2 friends. The first was the woman who applied her cosmetics in the morning. Yuri was usually out of their hotel by 7. He always left a simple room service breakfast behind. She found a way to cut herself free of his bindings and then sat eating in her nightgown and robe. Tatiana arrived every morning at 7:30. She generally had the American woman's robe off by 7:35. She had an interesting trick. She pulled the belt from the American woman's robe, wrapped it around both their waists, and tied it tight. She claimed it helped her keep the American woman's attention while she applied the daily lotion. It certainly kept the American woman warm. Their hips locked together. The American woman wrapped her arms around Tatiana's waist while Tatiana held her chin and talked her way through the morning routine. Your schedule is easy today. A women's luncheon. The group provides support to women attending one of the local universities. You smile, look regal, and leave by 2. You will have the rest of the afternoon to take your walk. Have you been watching me? Of course. I see you go out and circle out from this hotel, mostly north, into the older homes. You look a bit funny, a woman in a long white dress. Like maybe you are a ghost wandering past your old home. Yuri says I am to always wear white. The colonel is right. White is your color. And long skirts make you look like a queen inspecting her properties. And, White make you easy to find. Easy to track. Easy for you to track? Yes, so, you can check my makeup? So, I can study you, learn about you, then recruit you. There was silence for several minutes. The American woman felt Tatiana's hips press harder against hers, and she watched as Tatiana slowly pulled the American woman's nightgown down over her shoulders. The American woman let her. What if I recruited you instead? You disappoint me, the American woman. Do I exhibit any of the signs you look for in a recruit? Menial job. Career disappointment. Tatiana just smiled. My menial job gets me into many bedrooms, and I am well rewarded for what I do there. What have you to offer me? I can get you out of Russia. Out before the whole damn place collapses. Very soon you will run out of drunks and convicts to send to Ukraine. The minute you try to send any of the boys sitting around the local cafes, this country ends. Tatiana lifted the American woman and carried her back to her bed. She pushed the American woman onto her back and lay across her chest. A long stare, a kiss, another kiss, then the offer. You will get me out of Russia in a way you would never guess, and you will join the FSB. We don't even care if you continue to spy for the Americans. If it makes you more valuable to them, it makes you more valuable to us. We have already opened a Swiss account for you. We will move it to the Caymans if you prefer. What makes you think I will join the FSB? I have none of the traits, and I am known to like the company of women, so you do not have compromat on me. You dress in white, the American woman. A good color for a white night. Soon you will see a perfect quest for you. The final step on that quest is to join the FSB. Tell me about this quest. No need, my love. When the quest appears, it will be obvious to you. They spent the next hour wrestling across the bed, then they shared a shower. Tatiana had to start all over on the American woman's makeup. 45 an evening for truth, an evening for truth. Yuri felt like an alarm clock was attached to his wrist. Hours passing. Minutes. Seconds. The alarm was certain to go off. Sometime soon. Yet each day brought him no closer. Another speech. Maybe 2, or even 3. More smiles, enthusiastic applause, books to autograph. Nice, but not why he was burning his annual leave days in Tomsk. Men came to see him. Sometimes they waited for him in his car, a few came to his hotel, one even made contact in a men's room. Contact. A short interview. A few questions. They were judging him, watching him, waiting. They had to know he could not stay around Tomsk forever. Each day became more valuable to him as he approached the end of his leave. They had to know that. They had to know the difficulties they were creating for him. In the meantime, he fucked his new wife. He bound her wrists, threw her on their bed, and made that hotel bed squeal. She liked it. He liked it. The sex was good. And she was an asset. At least for the part of this trip that was public. She attracted attention. She stood the right way, glanced the right way, held her head like a queen while also leaning it against him. The books sold, the audiences grew, the endorsements came more readily. The local priests were first, then business owners. Professors and students were a little harder to win over. He had to find new words and new examples. But at some level it was the same chore as in Novosibirsk. Paint a picture. Include people in the picture. Let the people see themselves in the picture. Once they were in the picture, they were his. But Tomsk wasn't just professors and students. The Athens of Siberia had a second industry. If there was any chance for him to reach his goals, he needed to rule that second industry. And so far they wouldn't even meet with him. Smart on their part. Keep the pressure on him. Negotiate a higher price. Each day added to the favors they would call in when the time came. The first week in Tomsk passed as he expected. 6 talks in 6 universities. 4 public talks with business groups. They even had a Rotary Club. He sat through lunch and was given 10 minutes to talk about Russian history. Measured in words spread among the masses, it had been a good week. But the second week was to be different. The second week he was to meet in secured locations, talking with men who held the highest security clearances. Talking to men who worked on the northeast side of town. The side with its own water system and electrical service. By Thursday of the second week, he was getting desperate. Worse, he knew he appeared desperate. At the end of a very long day giving yet more speeches on Russian history, He returned to his hotel for find a man waiting for him. Another clipped greeting. We have decisions to make. We will get back to you soon. Yuri actually grabbed him. Both hands on his lapels. In the hotel lobby. A very public place. I have train tickets for Saturday. Either talk to me by then or watch me ride out of town. The man made no move to free himself. He simply glanced down at Yuri's hands. Yuri let him go. Your tickets are for the 15:43 train. Carriage number 9, compartment 6. Maybe you will be on it, maybe you won't. As I remarked, we have decisions to make. We will get back to you soon. He glanced down at his lapels. Of course, maybe we won't. The messenger turned and left. Yuri stood a few minutes, slowed his breathing, then climbed the stairs to his room and his wife. It was evening, so the American woman had changed into satin. The woman knew how to follow orders. She was standing by the windows looking down at the street. She was silhouetted. 49 and still a good figure. She had to know that, hence the profile. He stood just inside the door. She came to him. Of course she would. But slowly. The barest smile, the biggest roll of her hips. An athlete. She still moved like an athlete. One foot in front of the other, her arms rising as she took the final steps. She rested her elbows on his shoulders, her hands sliding to the back of his neck. I don't think those are basketball moves. Juke left, juke right, arms up, nothing but net. She kissed him. His arms went around her. She pressed her hips against him. He stood looking at her, feeling her warmth. You look marvelous in this dress. I don't think they cut the neckline this low in 1812. I inquired them to take yours down an extra inch. You have beautiful breasts. I have very ordinary breasts, but I am pleased you like them. You had a good day? I think I had a better day than you did. She pushed her fingers through his hair. He glanced tired. Not tired from yet another speech. Those seemed to energize him. Something else was happening, or not happening. I am waiting to speak with some special people. How long will you wait? We leave one way or the other on Saturday. So, 2 nights left. You are speaking somewhere tonight. No, nothing on the agenda. So, wine me, dine me, and fuck me. I am yours. Shall we eat downstairs? The dining room is candlelit. I like seeing your breasts in candlelight. Order soup for us, and you can see me bend over and give you a show. That I will do. Dinner was perfect. An ancient room with crystal chandeliers, candles on every table, quiet conversations, great food, a very good bottle of wine. And he did order soup, and the American woman did eat it leaning well over her bowl. She smiled and winked at him. He smiled, mostly. She gave him her best show. Breasts nearly falling out of her gown. An eyebrow raised, her head tilted, her smile warm. An invitation. He noticed. He nodded. Then he went back to looking at his soup, or looking at an image of a meeting with special people. A meeting that might or might not happen, might or might not go his way. The American woman reached across the table and took his hand. For 2 weeks I have taken your hand and walked into meeting rooms large and small. One thing was certain in every room. Every woman there wished she was the one holding your hand. She was the one you touched as we climbed onto some stage, me holding a fist full of skirt on the stairs. Every woman wanted to be the one standing close to you, the one smiling at you, the one you quietly spoke to before the introductions. You owned those auditoriums. Not just the women. The men too. They love you here. Yuri. They love your book. They love you and every word you speak. I have seen it. I know it is true. Thank you. She got something approaching his best smile. Then silence. More time staring into the depths of his soup. Yuri, I know there are parts of this city that are secret, and I assume that will be the place of your final meeting. Fine. Don't tell me about that. Just smile, hold my hand, and make every woman in this restaurant jealous of me. That earned her a bigger smile. He also picked up her hand and kissed it. Better, Yuri. Now ignore the soup you are not eating, finish your wine, pull me upstairs to our room and fuck my brains out. Americans really say things like that. We do if we are with the right man. He rose, grabbed her by the wrist, and pulled her from the room. She raised her skirt ankle high and did her best to keep up as he pulled her along. Always just a half step behind him, it was clear to all who watched, and many did, where they were going and what he would do when he got her there. Several actually applauded. They arrived in their room breathless. Neither turned the lights on. They stood together, breathing hard and smiling at each other. A moment passed. Maybe longer. Then the American woman raised her arms in a dance position. Dance with me. There's no music, no lights, just you and me. Dance with me. Yuri pulled her close, then started counting. 1, 2, 3. And they waltzed. Their room was tiny, but they were able to make turns, Yuri pulling her around and lifting the American woman off the ground several times. The American woman hummed. Yuri counted. Both laughed, neither wanted to stop. With no music it was hard to know if they were on their second waltz or third, but there came a point where Yuri felt himself relax. His shoulders slid lower. His smile appeared. He stared down at the American woman's chest and winked. I knew white was your color. White and a neckline halfway down my breasts. Yes, that too. Yuri lifted her into another turn. He lifted her higher and put an arm under her ass. He held her above him and glanced up at her. I saw you and knew you were the one. He kept her in the air and kept counting and turning. The most certain I have ever been about anything. You had just gotten to the base and were being introduced. I took one look and knew it was you. Do you plan to keep me up here much longer? Yes. He circled around the foot of the bed, still, dancing, looking up at her. The American woman leaned down and pressed her breasts into his face. It's time, Yuri. Let me get out of this dress and into a nightgown. Let me show you what a good wife can do. He held her a moment longer, then slowly lowered her onto their bed. He put her on her back, then leaned over her. The women who care for you are right. You have good hair, and rough skin. No, that was harsh. I think they just wanted to prove they could be useful. They have been useful. I hope. You were attractive before. Now you just look a bit younger. Yuri continued to play with her hair. Time passed. Yuri, this is where you take my clothes off, bind my wrists, and fuck me. When I enjoy looking at you, and maybe we talk. I put some money in your purse this morning, you may need it. The American woman didn't respond. His words didn't make sense. She wondered if her Russian was failing her. In case things don't go well, don't try to travel. You are the tallest woman in Russia. They will find you immediately. Find a place to hide. Now do you plan to tell me about this secret group? If you ever told anyone. Don't. Tell me, or don't tell me, but don't threaten me. I don't want to hear about Magadan, or an orange dress, or the loss of Svetlana. I don't deserve that. I don't deserve that. He played with the hair over her temples. His fingers were light. He stroked her hair over and over. I am a colonel. I need to be followed. Yes, really followed. Not just salutes and formations but followed in what matters. The American woman made no response. She waited. He waited, apparently deciding how best to explain the situation. I have ordered a wolf hunt. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. If they do, then I command someplace important. If they don't, I have made many enemies. This will happen tomorrow or not at all. It will happen. You will make it happen. Hold me tight. Look at me. You command me. For 2 weeks you have walked into rooms, and men and women stood. They cheered. They were grateful for your presence. They felt your strength. They respected your character. They inquired you to lead. You commanded all of them. All of Tomsk inquired you to lead. The funny section, the one not on maps, it is part of Tomsk. They saw what other people saw. You are the man to make a new future for Russia. They will follow you. You will have your wolf hunt. You really are my wife, aren't you? Yes, I really am your wife. Your good Russian wife. You will have your wolf hunt, and then you will come home and fuck me like no woman has ever been fucked. Celebration sex. I will lie here wet and proud I have such a husband. I will get up Saturday, put on my white dress, and stand like a queen next to the king of Siberia, my husband. There was nothing more to say. He kissed her, played with her hair, and stared into her eyes. His wife. He slept with her in his arms. 46 Trouble comes Tatiana had a new wrinkle in their morning routine. She tied their waists together with the belt, then tied the American woman's hands behind her with the final bit of terrycloth material. He binds you. I will too. He binds you because he is afraid of you. I will bind you, so you know who is in charge. I outrank you in the FSB. I am not in your secret service. You will be initiated very soon. Please just do my face. I speak to some teachers at noon. Be careful with them. They will be your first hostile audience. Tatiana was applying lotion. She used a bit of cloth and slowly brought it across the American woman's face in long, slow strokes. She pressed her hips against the American woman in a rhythm with the cloth. It was a perfect match. The cloth moved. Her hips moved. Both moved slowly, and both made her skin tingle. Seduction. Carefully practiced. The American woman's eyes slowly closed as Tatiana worked on her. Did you learn these moves in the FSB? All this and more awaits you? Tatiana continued rolling her hips against the American woman, then lightly kissed her. You have been with women before, but none as talented as me. The American woman could think of no response. Tatiana continued rolling her hips and stroking her face. Teachers will be hostile. They always are. They receive very low pay and are not respected. All are women. No man would work for the wages. Teachers are paid. The American woman nodded. Her eyes still closed. She could feel Tatiana's breath on her face. So close. Ready for another kiss. It is best to tell them you understand their concerns. You will pass along their suggestions to the colonel. They will understand that. Men make all decisions in Russia. Tatiana finished with the lotion and began working on the American woman's eyes. After the luncheon, you will probably take one of your walks. I noticed you mostly go north. You stop to talk with the Ukrainian women. I have no problem with that. And they can use your help. 8 women and 13 babies, they always need another pair of hands. So go to them. Later in the afternoon, I will come by and drive you to some interesting places. You seem to like Tomsk. I want you to see more of it. Thank you. Tatiana held the American woman. No more words. Light kisses. Time. Control. Her eyes steady, her hips warm. An American Army major. She would be a major catch. Or was she already caught? The Siberian colonel's woman. Obedient to him. Obedient to her. She let time pass. The American woman in her arms. A hand on the American woman's ass, a hand deep in her hair. She bent her back and kissed her. As a man kisses a woman, no resistance, acceptance, or patience. One day I will take you, the American woman. I will please you. You will please me. I belong to Yuri. I will take you anyway, and you will be pleased. She held herself over the American woman. The woman was large and strong, but she didn't struggle, didn't resist, acceptance, or patience. I feel it in your hips, the American woman. Warmth. You like it when I hold you like this. Yes. Say it. I like being held by you. You will be a good agent. I cannot tell when you speak the truth. She brought the American woman back up and untied her. Go now to your teachers and then to your Ukrainians. But be careful, the American woman. You take many risks today. The teacher luncheon went exactly as Tatiana had predicted. About 30 women were present, most middle-aged. The American woman started with her usual speech. 10 minutes of, thank you. All smiles, and then the questions began. Well, really more like statements. Respectfully presented, but all assumed correctly that she had no idea what was going on in school. Tomsk has 8 universities. 6 of them are dropping their education programs. Girls will have taken none of the courses needed to pass the entrance exams, and boys refuse to teach. It implies it implies things no young man wants to hear. So, no students will be getting education degrees. Who will teach? The American woman nodded her head. Yes, who will teach? She glanced around the room. The sewing, cooking, and baby care classes will be taught by women who have worked for a tailor or a chef, or a daycare center. No degrees. Oh. The American woman kept her expression neutral. The history, math, and language classes will be taught by any woman who has read the required textbook and can pass a test on it. Oh. Her response sounded stupid to the American woman, but she could think of no other. She did think to add a question. What about boys' classes? They are still working on that. It looks like soldiers will teach the mechanics, shooting, and fitness classes. For the usual college prep classes, they think they might just send college boys to college early. The non-college boys can work as apprentices. The American woman nodded her head. Time to say something other than, oh. She wondered Tatiana had been right. I am grateful you invited me to join you for lunch. I have learned a great deal. I appreciate your dedication to your profession. I will share what you have taught me with my husband. The American woman stood. That meant lunch was over. The rest of the women stood. There was a long round of cheek kissing, but that eventually ended, and everyone left. The American woman stood out in the glare of the summer sun, then turned left. Tatiana was right. She wanted to see the Ukrainian women again. Several days earlier she had made a friend. She had been walking a neighborhood that reminded her of an older section of Madison. Maybe not the same architectural styles, but the same age and general preference for wood accents, all shadowed by huge oak and maple trees. The sidewalk was cool, and she felt comfortable standing and staring at some of the more attractive homes. And a toddler had run out to her, a woman in an orange dress close behind. The toddler had won the race. She grabbed the American woman's skirt and glanced up, saying something in some language only understood by 2 or 3-year-olds. The American woman picked her up and held her in her arms. So much like Svetlana at that age. The woman in orange stopped a pace or two away, deferential, but still concerned. The child was her charge. Hi. The American woman smiled and took a step closer to the woman. She was a little older than most of the Ukrainian women being placed around Russia. Early to mid-30s. Blonde. Nice enough looking. Thin. Hello. The woman's Russian was accented, but easily understandable. She stood waiting for her baby to be returned. The American woman moved a bit closer, so it was clear she was not going to run off with the child, but she was not ready to give the girl up yet. The girl was playing with the American woman's hair and continuing to babble. The American woman used her best smile and pulled her blonde hair back behind an ear. She is your child? No? Then the woman quickly shook her head. Yes, my child. You care for her. The woman nodded and moved closer. She glanced ready to take the child. I adopted a child this age. The American woman continued to smile at the child. She was not yet ready to give her up. Adopt. You adopt? More. She pointed back toward the house. In an instant she had a bony hand on the American woman's arm and was leading her towards the house. That started it. The American woman wasn't sure if she could call it friendship. There was a language barrier. But the American woman liked her and the others and went back every afternoon for the rest of the week. She discovered the old home held 8 Ukraine women and 13 babies and toddlers. The women were quick to put a large apron on her to protect her white dress. The American woman found a spot on the floor and was quickly changing diapers and playing with whatever toys toddlers brought her. She had long conversations that made no real sense, except the children glanced like they understood every word. As for the 8 women, Christina, the woman she had met outside, introduced each of them. And, as it was in Novosibirsk, the women were determined that the American woman should learn their names. Sometime, somehow, they wanted their families to come for them. When the American woman returned the second day, they had 2 sheets of carefully printed paper with each woman's name, hometown, and immediate relatives. They gave the papers to the American woman as if they were giving her one of their children. The American woman made no promises, but she came back every day and stayed 2 or 3 hours. She fed, changed, and played. Basically, she was another pair of hands, and a warm lap. Kids crawled up on her, grabbed a fistful of apron to pull themselves into a seated position, and laid their head against her chest. Some days one kid slept on her lap, other days she cuddled 2. Some days one of the women would quietly talk with her, a child on her own lap. Other days she could see them tending children in other rooms. It was a busy house. Friday she knew would be her last day. Should she send presents? Did they need money? She wondered maybe Tatiana could take her to a toy store and she could buy some stuffed animals. And maybe a couple pizzas for the women. She was in the middle of changing a diaper when Tatiana arrived. Early. Not much past 3. The American woman glanced over her shoulder and joked about having Tatiana help. Tatiana attempted a smile but pointed to a large man standing at the door. It's time to go, the American woman. I'm not ready to go. Trust me on this. You want to go. You want to go now. The American woman glanced around her. Inside the house, she saw 8 women backing away from the door, all watching the large man. Outside she saw a second man, just as large, standing by the car. The primary function of large men was obvious, and if large men were needed, it was time to go. The American woman gave Christina a quick kiss and followed Tatiana out to the car. Obviously, something had gone wrong. She wondered of Yuri and the wolf hunt. 47 Decision in an empty hangar. Decision in an empty hangar. He was leaving his lunch presentation. A local business group. They loved the apprenticeship idea. Any technical education boys might need after age 16, their employers could provide. He shook lots of hands, autographed a few books, and then stepped out into a glaring sun even. Siberia had a summer. He pulled sunglasses from his pocket. With or without sunglasses he could see 3 large sedans parked at the curb. An enlisted man stood at the passenger door of the middle car. Yuri squared his shoulders and remained right where he was. He was a colonel. Colonels don't go to cars. Drivers come to colonels. Nothing happened for a moment, then the car door opened, and an officer slid out. A major. Sufficient rank. Yuri took 2 steps towards the car, then stopped. He had indicated awareness of the other officer. Now it was up to the major to finish the ritual greeting. The major crossed to the colonel and executed a precise salute. Colonel, the Siberian colonel, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Major Primakov. I have been inquired by General Grinkov to present his greetings and ask if you would be willing to accompany me to a meeting with our senior staff. Certainly. Yuri followed the major to his car and took a place in the back seat. He noticed both the driver and the soldier riding shotgun, war sidearms. Yuri had left his pistol back at the hotel. If there was to be a gunfight, 1 pistol would make no difference. The major spent the drive describing security at his base, meaning no disrespect to the colonel, but obtaining clearances for him to enter much of the base would take weeks of work. So, they would be meeting at the base airport. A hangar had been cleared. Yuri nodded but made no other response. This was not a social visit. No reason for conversation. The colonel listened, and nodded, and watched the 3 cars cruise out of town and then slow through a series of security checkpoints. The airport hangar was largely empty. A 12-passenger jet sat to one side, a large portable table to the other. 8 or 10 soldiers entered through a side door as the 3-car convoy rolled into the hangar and parked. Soldiers, not officers. Yuri stepped out of the staff car and stared at the side door. Soldiers first. Yes. Men to place briefing books or fetch coffee or provide security. But officers should be next, lined up to greet him. Where were they? Colonel, if you would join me at the conference table. The major pointed to a seat on one side of the table. He sat across the table. Yuri sat where told. He noticed the enlisted men then formed a semicircle around him. There were enough men to form a firing squad. Yuri ignored them and kept his attention on the major. Colonel, first we wish you to know all of us admire you, and we agree with your views on education. We need boys to learn shooting skills and IT repair, not poetry. And we need girls home getting laid by their husbands. You have given us a model for a much more successful Russia. He paused, and the enlisted men actually applauded. Yuri ignored the applause and kept his attention on the major. And the suggestions I make for our armed forces? The applause stopped. Everyone has heard of your wolf hunts. Thieves need to be punished. After all, they have made our work in Ukraine much more difficult. We respect what you did in Novosibirsk. But that approach is not appropriate. Here. Let me explain. I remind you of 1991 and Russian officers standing at the Brandenburg Gate selling caps and medals to tourists. Late pay or no pay. A complete breakdown in discipline. An army selling military trinkets in Berlin. One result was what you found in your command. In truth, most commands followed that path. Petty criminality run rampant. An army without discipline. A response was needed, and your response seems appropriate for your base. Your base, not ours. A pause. He waited for Yuri to object. Yuri remained silent. We perform research at this facility. I will not describe it. I will say that the work continues, and it has yielded significant improvements in our national arsenal. That work required resources. We reached out and found those resources on our own. In exchange, we provided some materials to other countries. No, we did not sell nuclear material. That only happens in American movies. But we have sold and continue to sell specialized tools. In some cases, those tools are more valuable than a few ounces of plutonium. This is approved by our leadership. The major gave no reply. Silence, of course, was a reply. Time for Yuri to make his case. Major, I can accept that many illegal actions needed to be taken during the 90s. Units did the best they could to feed their men. But we are at war. Now, with Ukraine and with NATO. Discipline must be restored. Colonel, you came to our representatives offering to provide leadership. You would guide us, and we presume all of Siberia, toward a model military. Wolf hunts would be your tool for re-establishing discipline. You led them in Novosibirsk, and you would lead the first few here. Those who personally profited from military sales would vanish in the forest. The major paused again. He had prepared his speech carefully and wished to emphasize critical points. We follow a different model, we think a better model. It has generated significant income for soldiers on this base while still doing the work of the state. And I should emphasize that last point. Yes, we have found income sources that may not appear on our ledgers, but we still do the work of the state. When other units were selling their boots to find money for food, we fed our soldiers and continued important research and development. We also provided significant income to senior people in the Kremlin. Very senior people. Another stop. Another point of emphasis. Kremlin. Senior people. Yuri was given time to make the connections. Those people have given us a directive. You are to be taken out into the forest and eliminated. Fortunately for you, that is an order we choose not to follow. You will be taking a plane ride. He pointed toward the plane on the other side of the hangar. You will be going to the Crimea Sevastopol. We hear our ammunition trains to Kherson are being blown up. These orders put you in charge of those trains. He pushed an envelope toward Yuri. Yuri pocketed his orders and stood. The major stood. He and all his men came to attention. We have nothing but respect for you, Colonel. We wish you the best. He and all his men saluted. Yuri returned the salute. Major, you will have my silence, but you do not have my approval for how you conduct your operations. Yuri spun on his heel and marched directly to the plane. 15 minutes later he was in the air. 6 hours to Sevastopol. He spent the time wondering what they would do to the American woman, hoping she was bright enough and clever enough to get clear of Tomsk. What could he do to help her? Nothing. Not now, not later. He would die on one of the ammunition trains. He was certain of that fact. 48 Museum of Oppression. Museum of Oppression. The American woman couldn't believe the sign. Museum of Oppression. Who would create such a museum, and why had Tatiana brought her to it? It glanced. Like a group of school-aged children were entering the front doors. Her car went around to the back. Not a word, the American woman. We will be climbing a lot of stairs to a private apartment on the top level. Not a word until we get there, and only whispers once we are there. I'm not going in there. I read about this place. It's in the tourist brochures. It was a Stalinist prison. Thousands were executed in there. I won't be one of them. The American woman tried to push her way past Tatiana and get out of the car. Tatiana grabbed her around the neck. She had a very strong grip. Your hotel is 7 blocks from here. She pointed down the street. Go there. Walk there in your long white dress. See how long it is before you are picked up. See how many hours you survive. Tatiana let go of the American woman and got out of the car. The American woman followed her out. The two women stood looking at one another. The American woman massaged her throat and wondered about throwing a punch. Tatiana stood with her hands at her side. Her eyes met the American woman's. She stood waiting. How do you know Yuri is in trouble? He had good connections to that secret base. He had a plan for them. His plan was to clean that base as he had cleaned his own. He would begin the wolf hunts and take out their criminals. He didn't understand they are all criminals aligned with criminals far too powerful for Yuri to fight. He went to his death. I don't believe you. Yuri made friends all over Tomsk. Money matters. Friends don't. We have people on that base. He was never allowed onto the base. They took him to their airport and executed him in a remote hangar. They're waiting for you at your hotel. You will be taken into the forests and buried with him. The American woman stared at Tatiana. She studied her face, her expression. Mostly she studied Tatiana's eyes. The truth was always in the eyes. Yuri had friends in the Kremlin. So do you. They will be sorry to see you go. But your execution has been approved. In here. The American woman pointed to the brown brick building. Is this where I am to be killed? You are here because this is the last place they would look for you. Although if we stand out here much longer, this will be their next stop. So, time's up. Come with me or walk to your death. Tatiana didn't wait for a reply. She grabbed the American woman by the wrist and pulled her towards the back door. The instant the women had gone 2 steps, the car took off down a back alley. Tatiana punched some numbers on a keypad lock, opened a steel door, and pulled the American woman up several flights of stairs. Another keypad lock let them into a small apartment. No windows. A bed, a bathroom, a kitchenette. You will hide here. When it is safe, we will get you back to Novosibirsk. Why are you helping me? The American woman inquired the question much too loudly. Tatiana put a hand over her mouth. This room is soundproofed, and it is secure. But the building is old. The floor creaks, and sound travels through old ductwork. The building is public, and we never know who might be out wandering through the exhibits. Answer my question. We have plans for you. I won't help you. Yes, you will. You will see our plan, and you will approve it. You will join the FSB. Now take off that dress and pull a chair to the sink. I have some work to do on your hair. The American woman pulled a chair to the sink while Tatiana pulled things from a special section of the kitchen. She assembled several bottles near the sink. Dress off, back to the sink. Surely you did this in college. I'm going to dye your hair. What color? Gray. An hour from now you are going to be 70 years old. No one pays any attention to old people. It took over 2 hours. The American woman had long hair. Tatiana also worked on her makeup, creating bags under her eyes, and wrinkles around her mouth. It hurt the American woman to see what she would look like in 20 years. Next stop was a special closet. There was padding to wrap around the American woman's middle, and then a shapeless black dress in cheap rayon. The padding added 20 pounds, none of it in attractive places. Put on that apron. You are the new cleaning lady. Any sounds people hear up here or you shuffling around? You are a new widow from the edge of town. Don't worry about your husband's name, or the street where you lived. No one will want to talk to you. You are just another babushka with a broom. Mumble and face the floor, and you become invisible. And that's exactly what happened. The room had a second door. This one led through several offices and then into the museum proper. Tatiana went first, talking and pointing at places that would need the American woman's attention. You will sweep the offices each night after the employees go home. The museum closes at 5. I want those offices swept and wastebaskets emptied every night. Understood? The American woman nodded and continued 2 or 3 steps behind Tatiana. Now let's go into the museum. We begin in the basement. The American woman tried not to shiver as she descended the stairs. Several visitors wandered through the brick-walled rooms. They moved casually around the basement, entering and leaving cells, always in motion, never standing, never studying, maybe never feeling. Maybe that was the best response to a house of horrors. Efforts had been made to illustrate what had happened in that basement. The first room was a tiny office, small table, 2 chairs, a mannequin outfitted as an NKVD officer. The mannequin stared at all who entered the room, one hand holding a bundle of papers. Accusations. Evidence. Proof for a folder that recorded yet another guilt to be followed by yet another execution. Tatiana gave the American woman a moment to study the room, then went back to giving orders. Sometimes a visitor will sit in this chair opposite the Inquisitor. We try to stop that, but it happens anyway. So, you should check the chair each time you clean this room. See how it is aligned now. Always put it in that position. And sweep the entire room. This room gets the dirtiest. Dirtiest. Maybe the best description for a place where one man assigned torture and death to other men. The American woman swept the floor. She found herself staring at the mannequin. The face was not well made. Maybe the artist had not found the strength to give the man a real face, yet of course, the man who had sat in that chair had been very real. Hurry, old one. The museum closes soon, and I wish to get home. Tatiana led into the rest of the basement. The American woman had once heard the NKVD's headquarters in Moscow, the Lubyanka, described as an iceberg. Most things happened below the water, out of sight. That applied to the basement here. Tatiana pointed and explained duties. The American woman swept cells where men had been starved and tortured. Rooms where men had been executed. Rooms that now contained a few samples of those men's lives, a book, a Bible, a few tokens oddly arranged in the form of a cross. The American woman swept up dirt and gum wrappers and a child's sippy cup somehow left by a family. Remains of the 1930s and detritus of the 2020s. Closing time came. The American woman swept the basement a little longer, then followed Tatiana up to the ground floor. Offices, meeting rooms, a small auditorium. Tatiana pointed and the American woman swept as employees shut down computers and left for the day. When the last employee was gone, Tatiana led the American woman up to her apartment. Slouch more and take stairs much more slowly. Old people fear stairs. They're an effort to climb and a danger to fall down, but otherwise, you did fine. This truly was the headquarters for Stalin's secret police? 1920s to the 1950s. You see all the wooden houses in town. Very beautiful. They come from trees cut by the prison camps. Many thousands of accused were sent here. All accused were found guilty. They died in the basement, or they were worked to death in the forests. How long do I have to stay here? Weeks or months? We need you to be forgotten. I can't go into that basement again. You will sweep it at noon, and you will sweep it as the museum closes. You will do it every day. The American woman glanced around the tiny apartment. Tatiana took her hand. You can do this, the American woman. The American woman made no response. Her eyes continued to scan the room. The American woman, would you like me to stay with you tonight? Yes, please. Tatiana pulled her close and slowly stroked her hair. You can do this, the American woman. You can do this. 49 First day of school mother took several pictures of me to show to my mommy. First day pictures. I wore a new dress, one with a skirt that was easy to twirl in. I stood for several pictures. Mother was clear, mommy would be coming home soon, but she was needed longer in Tomsk. She showed me on a map where Tomsk was. It glanced close to me, but mother remarked it would take more than a day by train. I remarked I liked trains. Could I go? Mother remarked I could not go alone, and she had many things to do. We would have to wait for mommy to come to us. I liked my new school. Everyone in my class is a girl. No bossy boys. Yes, a few of the girls can be bossy too, but I just told them to stop. My teacher is nice. She seems very young. She likes to read to us, but she reads real books. That's what she calls them, real books. No more books about talking birds and smart frogs. She reads books about real people. The people are really old. We all laughed when she showed us the pictures of some of the explorers. Big fur hats, long beards, and funny glasses. But they were with Indians. Real Indians. Imagine that. Talking to real Indians. The book showed lots of pictures of Indian houses made of bark, and Indian canoes. The explorers had boats with sails. There were pictures of bays, where the boats and canoes would meet. We spent the first week hearing stories and then drawing pictures. I loved drawing pictures of sailboats. I didn't do as well with the Indian houses. Teacher showed us maps. I didn't understand. Then she brought in a globe. It's like a ball, but it shows where countries are. Russia is really big. It takes up a whole side of the globe. She had us each measure the size of Russia with our fingers. It took lots of fingers. Then she showed us where the explorers and the Indians were. It's not Russia now, it is America. But it once was Russia. Our country used to cover half the world. I wondered if I could just walk across Russia to get to my grandmother's house. That would be fun. I could just walk to her house in Madison, Wisconsin, and knock on her door. Hi grandmother. Can I help you bake cookies? She would be so surprised. My mommy would know how to do that. I'll ask her when she gets back from her honeymoon. I bet she would like to visit her mother too. Mother and father also want to visit my grandmother. They talk about it on email all the time. Father is selling his businesses. He says many of his stores are closing. They have nothing left to sell. So, he is retiring and wants to travel. He needs to get visas. That is a kind of permission to visit. He and mother talk to my grandmother all the time about visas. I hope they get them. I want to see my grandmother again. But I would rather go with my mommy. I don't think my grandmother would like Andre. He keeps getting more and more bossy. He says he is 12, so he is a man. He seems to be growing, but he is still a boy. And he is very annoying. It will be hard to be his wife. My favorite class at school. Cooking. We get to eat what we make. I think I am one of the better cooks in my class. Andre should appreciate that, but he doesn't. My worst class. Sewing. I push when I should pull, and the material always bunches up as I sew seams. Good thing I have 7 more years to sew my wedding dress. 50 nights in the basement. Nights in the basement. Tatiana stayed with the American woman for a week. She taught the American woman how to do makeup, so she glanced old. And she adjusted the American woman's posture and walk. More importantly, she held the American woman while she cried. Every evening, the American woman came up from the basement, broom in hand, head hanging low. It glanced like she could barely make it up the final stairs. She was not acting. Her husband was buried deep in some forest, and her job was to sweep up torture cells. She needed arms around her and a shoulder to cry on. Those first few nights Tatiana did the cooking. The American woman didn't do much eating. She leaned over her plate, took a few bites, inquired for permission to go to bed. Tatiana cleaned up the kitchen, then joined her in the small bed. She slid on top of the American woman and wrapped her arms around her. No words the first 2 nights. Just tears. Finally, a few questions. How much longer? We know they are searching for you. Someone is posted in your room, and 2 others sit in the hotel lobby playing chess and watching. Can you hide me someplace else? I hate it here. You are invisible here. And the building has good security. We can protect you here. Don't make me go into the basement. It needs to be cleaned. It needs to be dynamited. The history is important. People come, they go, they walk through in 10 minutes. What do you expect people to do? It is a basement. Thousands died there. That was almost 90 years ago. Stalin is dead. Russia has moved on. He is still alive in that basement. I can feel his hate, and their fear, and their bravery, and their loss. Just sweep the floors, the American woman. You may be doing it for months. The American woman closed her eyes. It was hours before she slept. At the end of the week, Tatiana spent a day bringing up box after box of food. It was almost impossible to move around the kitchen without stumbling over food. The American woman understood the meaning of the food. You are leaving me. Yes. It will be safer if I am not around. They might follow me to you. And I am to sweep. And write. I have a project for you. She pointed to a notebook she had placed on the kitchen counter, partially hidden by several cans of beans. Get your mind off the basement. Write about Yuri. A memoir. Your meeting, your time together, your conversations, your love. It's a good project for you. It will get you thinking about your good times, not the basement. Think of it as a long love letter to your husband. The American woman stared at the notebook for the next 3 days. Tatiana was gone. She was alone. She swept. She wept. Then finally she began writing. She started at the beginning. That morning at the playground. Her name called. Her appeal to Yuri. His demands. Her promises. And then she described his face. She could still remember every detail. Pride. If she had to put a label on his expression, it would be pride. He had been successful. He had gotten something he wanted her. Somehow that made her feel better as she reflected back on that day. He desired her. She was important to him. Writing filled her evenings, but not her days. 2 trips to the basement. At noon to sweep the morning litter. At closing to sweep again. They were different experiences. People were around at noon. Never very many, but a few here and there. Some were respectful, some were silly, most took pictures. The initial office, the cells with bars, the odd collection of hats and books and Bibles. She watched them. Once she scared them. A few teens wandered off from their parents and were pushing a young girl into a cell. The American woman saw where they were headed and got into the cell first. Black dress against a black wall. She was invisible. She waited in a corner of the cell and watched. When she was ready, she came out from her corner, broom over her head, moaning like a ghost. The teens screamed and ran. She wondered they should all scream and run, teens and adults. The basement of terror. Surely it had felt that way to the thousands who had been prodded down the stairs and into the cells. Pushed into cells already filled with the sick, the injured, and the dying. Looking into the eyes of men coughing from TB or sitting over a bucket in the corner shitting there. Insides out. Men in pain from one beating, waiting for the next. The smell of death. The noises of pain and despair. The sight of normal men now torn down past pride and hope. The museum contained none of that. Empty cells. Concrete block walls. Rusty cell doors. People shuffled through, glanced, paused, glanced, and left. The American woman swept up the corners of the cells. The dark corners. Not so bad at noon when tourists were around. Very bad when the museum was empty. She cried every night, her broom sweeping up ghosts and an occasional cigarette butt. She finished her job, went upstairs, and knew from the cans of food all over the kitchen she would be sweeping many more weeks. 51 Artillery is all that matters. Artillery is all that matters. His quarters in Sebastopol seemed luxurious. A hotel suite. Summer tourists were avoiding the Crimea. The military had been able to find thousands of rooms. His first days seemed miraculous. No, he was not going to be executed. He was to be used. He was assigned a train. Headquarters had maps and meeting rooms. He was pulled into one his first day. Descriptions of the map and troop placements took less than an hour. The rest of the morning consisted of lectures. Very demeaning lectures. He was to understand what mattered, and what did not. Who mattered and who did not. His understanding required a long series of lectures ending with a one-on-one from a fellow colonel with an artillery patch on his shoulder and arrogance baked into every movement of his skinny arms. We have lost 1,000 tanks and APCs so far. Doesn't matter. This is not a mobile war. Trenches. You would think we were fighting World War I again. They have trenches. We have trenches. They have NATO. Weapons that take out our tanks. So what? We have artillery that takes out their cities. Block by block, building by building, we smash them. The ammunition is old, the artillery is old. So what? Accuracy means nothing. When 20 howitzers drop round after round onto the same 100 square meters, that 100 square meters is cleansed of Ukrainians. Then we adjust the guns and take out the next 100 meters. We will get to Kiev 100 meters at a time, and all of Ukraine will be cleansed. You understand? Yes, I do. I wonder. Both men were standing at a map. Color codes indicated troop positions. Neither man paid any attention. It told commanders where. The local colonel needed to tell the new colonel how. You commanded a reserve tank division in Novosibirsk. Yes. Many of our tanks have been transferred here, but we still have 27 ready to fight. The Ukrainians have a contest turret tossing. They love tanks. They love to blow them up with shoulder-fired missiles. They love to see how high the turret flies when they explode. Yes, I have seen the videos, very entertaining and meaningless. A child's game for a defeated army. I need you to understand two things. Tanks don't matter. Infantry doesn't matter. Last month I was with a general I will not name. We watched a battalion of Donetsk militia march to the front. He just laughed. Garbage disposal. One bunch of Ukrainians off to kill or be killed by another bunch of Ukrainians. Fewer Ukrainians from either end of the place to deal with later. He paused. So, tell me, what really matters? Yuri was running out of patience, but he gave the obvious answer, artillery. Yes. Artillery wins this war. Tanks are for amusement. Infantry is just a mist of blood mixed with a mist of concrete when our artillery is through with them. Our artillery takes the war west. We cannot be stopped. He paused again and stared at Yuri. Yuri waited. The man was building to a final point. Yuri knew the point. He had already been told the point by 10 others with artillery patches on their shoulders. This colonel was number 11. Yuri expected there would be more lectures by more officers with those shoulder patches. He hoped this man was about finished. What do I need from you, Colonel? The Siberian colonel. Ammunition. Correct. I need ammunition, and I need it near my guns. It arrives here in Sevastopol by train, by ship, by air. We have mountains of it. But my guns are not here. My guns are in Kherson. Next year they will be in Kiev. The ammunition needs to come to them. You need to do that. Understood. Yuri had listened to all he was prepared to listen to. The colonel had bought or fucked his way to his rank. There was no sense pointing out the obvious. Trains to Kherson were being blown up at the station. Bridges to Kherson were being blown up. The man was too stupid to solve such problems, so he substituted intimidation. He made demands. Others men who actually understood problems would solve the problems. He saw himself as Patton or Zhukov. He pointed, and armies moved. Yuri stood erect, stared at the man, and hoped a pair of salutes would end all this nonsense. Bring me the ammunition my guns need, and we will get along just fine. The man turned and left the room. Yuri used a different exit. He had wasted a morning on a series of fools. It was time for him to get to the docks. A ship had arrived, and this shipment was assigned to Yuri. Every shell was going to Kherson on one of the next trains Yuri had scheduled. 52 Facing the Inquisitor. Facing the Inquisitor. The American woman spent her mornings writing about Yuri. Morning, when she still could hope. The Yuri notebook was nearly full. She described their first day to their last. What he did. What he inquired her to do. What she wondered he was trying to do. The school curriculum, the family day, the Napoleon dresses. She described it all. Pages on that Russia Day dance. Pages on his assignment of Svetlana to the Lauren family. Day by day, page after page. But her focus shifted over time. Each day she seemed to write more about them, and less about him. She inquired the big question. Why had she married him? Yes, he had control over her and Svetlana. He could send her east to an unknown fate. He could separate her from Svetlana. He owned her. But that was not why she married him. She wanted him. She loved him. She knew she was betraying Sergei, but she did it anyway. She did it for one moment. After he had taken her, on her back or on her knees, he held her. It was wrong to say they had made love. There was no we involved, and no love. He wanted her, he took her, he used her, he fucked her, and then there came a point where he laid over her, staring into her eyes, and his fingers played in the hair falling across her forehead. She could still feel those fingertips. And his breath on her face. And the light kiss that always followed. He always held that kiss. Gentle, long, one arm holding her tight, and one arm stroking her hair, the kiss lingered. Love. She wondered maybe, for those few minutes, she was feeling his version of love. She lay very still while he kissed her. Like she might scare him off if she moved. Or spoke. He kissed her, and then there was a final expression on his face. Happiness, warmth, contentment. It was all there. Some version of love, now gone. She spent weeks trying to capture those feelings. She filled pages. Then the next morning she would try again. Sometimes she would cry. Sometimes she would smile. Always she felt warm when she remembered those moments. Then, as the museum prepared to close, she picked up her broom and basket, bent herself and rounded her shoulders, kept one hand always on the stair railing, and shuffled carefully down to the basement. Sometimes there would be a few visitors getting ready to leave. Gathered by the guest book, they wrote short comments. Very interesting, was repeated in various versions. Very interesting, but not interesting enough to hold them more than 10 or 15 minutes. Not interesting enough to affect their penmanship. She started noticing that after a few weeks, the comments were simple and easy to read. Nothing scrawled out in anger, or fear, or remorse. The same words and same penmanship they had used on 4 or 5 other guest books as they toured Tomsk. The American woman swept up dust and litter, emptied wastebaskets, and listened as the last of the visitors climbed the stairs to the exit. And continued to sweep as she heard the employees leave. Within 5 minutes of closing, she was alone in the building. She heard creaks above her as century-old. Floors settled in for the night, and she wondered sometimes she saw things in the corners of the cells as she swept. It took weeks for her to lose her fear of those corners. Her route was to start at the far end of the basement and sweep backwards towards the stairs. That left the Inquisitor room as the last room to sweep. A room she hated. She wondered for sure the face on the mannequin watched her. It was only pretending to be a mannequin. There was a man under those clothes, and some night he would grab her. Grab her and send her off to be shot or sent deep into the forests to cut trees waist deep in snow, her feet freezing in street shoes, her bare hands blistered from rough tools. She swept around him. Parts of his head were falling out. Papier mats shriveling and cracking, hair dropping from the back of his head. She swept that up every night, and she reset the victim chair. People sat in the chair. A few people. It was against the rules, but she was glad that people did it. It was the one moment in the basement when normal people could have some sense of how it would have felt. Some official mannequin pretending to be a person, pretending to contemplate a file of evidence. Pretending to follow some law. then sending the real person to their death. Eventually she had the courage to sit in that chair. She stared into pretend eyes. Eyes that would never see the person she was, or care. The first several nights she remarked nothing. Why try? How do you plead with a mannequin for your life? There were paper ears on the figure before her. There had been paper ears on those who had once sat in that chair. She stared at that face and remarked nothing. It was enough, she hoped, to stare into that face, to keep her eyes up, to show her lack of fear. But of course, she was afraid. She kept her eyes up, but she could not still her hands. She put them in her lap to hide them, but the mannequin knew what she was doing. The mannequin had stared back at thousands of real people and knew their hands shook. She had swept that basement for more than a month when she finally started talking to the Inquisitor. You know I am guiltless. You know I am innocent. You have no evidence in your folder other than words from scared people. People you have already sent off to die. I am a good Russian wife and mother. You have no right to keep me here, and you have no right to kill me. You killed Yuri. You will kill me, but you have no right to do it. You are a criminal working for criminals. She repeated some version of that statement for a week. Then she felt stronger, angrier. Those women in orange dresses. Did you make them sit in a chair in your part of Ukraine before you sent them east to raise babies you will give to Russians? How long were they kept in cells? How many nights did they listen to you torture and kill Ukrainian POWs in cells just like these? You empty this basement of Russians, then build new basements to kill Ukrainians. She wondered she saw the mannequin smile. She reached over the table and punched it. Papers fell from its hand. Hair fell from the back of its head. She rearranged the papers on the table and swept up the hair. The mannequin didn't smile now. In the week that followed she didn't punch the mannequin, but she lectured it, and her hands didn't shake. 53A train to hell Singapore. Things would be so different if a company from Singapore had been contracted to run the port at Sebastopol. A company that actually knew how to run a port. But Yuri was pretty sure he knew how the contract was awarded. Some friend of Putin got the port, and Putin got a kickback on government payments. And so, the port was a mess. The ship captains screamed at the crane operators to get their cargo unloaded, and some even helped using onboard cranes. They wanted to be gone as quickly as possible. The Ukrainians had blown up large portions of the nearly military airport. Ship captains aren't stupid. They made the obvious connections. If airports could be blown up, so could ships, especially ships filled with munitions. So, they rushed to get stores off their ships and onto land. Their engines were warmed up and ready to go the instant the last crate was off their ship. They left behind a dock with materials everywhere. Shells of the same caliber might be stacked close to each other or might not. Shells assigned to Yuri's battalion might be in one area, but they might also be spread far and wide. Yuri's men needed to find what they could and move what they could with whatever equipment they could find. Battalion was an odd label to use for the 79 men and 3 officers Yuri commanded. Every unit was understrength, but his seemed to be most understaffed. And his soldiers? He had sent Novosibirsk's criminals west to join the military. So had dozens of other communities. Now he paid the price. Men showed up for duty, or not. Followed orders, or not. Agreed to go into Ukraine, or not. If not for 3 large non-coms in Yuri's unit, he wasn't sure a single shell would get loaded onto a single freight car. Given modern equipment, Yuri would have gladly substituted 3 forklifts with experienced operators for his entire battalion. But he didn't have forklifts, and he didn't have shells packed to be handled in pallets by forklifts. The work was as manual as it had been in 1945 when the Soviet army had millions of men and women ready to do any job for Mother Russia. Now it had men and women tourists lying on the beaches of Crimea while the untrained, unwilling, and unable defended the motherland. Loading took forever. While his officers and non-coms motivated his soldiers with fists and threats, Yuri struggled with the railroad administrators. Ukraine was blowing up trucks, and the usual problems with shoddy maintenance and reluctant drivers meant major troop supply couldn't be done by trucks. But Russia and Ukraine had excellent rail systems. Troops and arms and supplies moved by rail. All troops and all arms, and all supplies rode the rails to units all along the eastern edge of Ukraine. Hundreds of kilometers. Hundreds of units. Hundreds of unit commanders making demands. Most, like the colonel who had buttonholed Yuri that morning, Wanted artillery shells. Rail schedulers decided which train used which track in which order. Yuri was ordered to get artillery shells to Kherson. Schedulers would tell him when and if. They also told him to do something stupid. Twice the ammunition trains parked in the Kherson rail yards had been shelled. The yards were in range of the American guns being fired by Ukrainians and made a marvelous target. They could practically see the explosions in Kiev. Yuri had a response. One he wondered perfectly reasonable: shorter trains. Load just 4 or 5 cars, get them to Kherson and get them unloaded before the Ukraine guns fired. Run up 3 or 4 trains a day rather than one much longer train. His strategy seemed logical to everyone. Everyone except the schedulers, who were unwilling to tie up engines and track 3 or 4 times a day. He had been granted locomotives and track once per day. He should be grateful for what they could give him. He was not grateful. He measured how long it took his men to load a freight car, multiplied by 20, and knew UAVs or satellites would see him and direct their big guns long before he got his last crate of shells into some shelter. He would be sitting in Kherson's rail yard and end up one more colonel in Ukraine's Code 200, killed in action, list. His picture and brief bio would go out on their social media feeds: look who we killed today. And his train and his ammunition would be vaporized. He spent all day going from office to office at headquarters. Everyone needed shells, everyone needed trains. They understood he would face some risk, but what could they do? He drove back to 63 sweating and swearing men, now loading the 14th freight car. Men were already sneaking off. If kicked and threatened, they might load the cars, but none of them wanted to ride the train into Kherson and unload the cars. Yuri called a staff officer in a Kherson artillery unit and inquired for help unloading. The officer remarked he would speak to his commander but made no commitment. Yuri called several more times while his men finished loading but got no reply. The schedulers cleared Yuri's train 2 hours later. He and his officers boarded. So did 47 men. Yuri was surprised so many chose to go. One of his officers explained. They go to loot. Kherson has been picked over many times, but more people are leaving. Russians who came to the city looking to get a free apartment are now returning to their homes in the east. Ukrainians are either going east or west, but they know Ukraine will fight for the city. Time to get out. They leave behind apartments. Our men will kick in doors and search for treasures. Will they unload the shells first? Maybe. A non-com was sitting close and listening to the officers. He caught Yuri's eye and pointed to his rifle. Yuri tapped the pistol on his belt. Kherson was 300 kilometers. Cars routinely drove the distance in about 6 hours. Yuri had checked. Cars these days drove east from Kherson, towards Russia, some driven by owners, some driven by car thieves. Yuri saw no cars driving toward the city. The train was going to take longer. The tracks were crowded just getting across the Crimea. Lots of trains supplying lots of units. And there was a wait at a major rail junction. Trains crossed a narrow section of the Crimean Peninsula and then split off toward a series of eastern Ukraine cities. Traffic always backed up there. The perfect target. Multiple trains. Packed close together. Ukrainian artillery was just out of range. Or was it? If they could hit the airbase on the Crimea, why not this rail junction? This junction was so much closer to their guns. Every man on every train watched the skies, and waited. And complained. No food had been provided. The men were tired and grumpy after a long day, and they would not say it, but they were also scared. They couldn't talk about their fear, but they had lots to say about the lack of food. Their volume was standard military, loud enough to be certain officers heard them, not loud enough to suffer any consequences. After sitting idle for over an hour, the volume got louder. The non-coms prepared to respond. They glanced to Yuri for instructions. He motioned for them to wait. Whatever discipline remained in this army would be needed later in Kherson. Finally, the train moved through the junction and into the southern section of Ukraine where the worst fighting had occurred. The men quickly quieted, their attention out the windows. Kherson was another 50 kilometers, located on the far side of a major river. The Dnipro was half a mile wide as it flowed just east of town. The Russians had taken the town in the first days of the war. Their plan was obvious: keep going west and take all the Ukraine cities along the Black Sea coast. Cut Ukraine from the sea. Take out its industry, take out its shipping. Leave the remains of the country in poverty an easier target for the next step in its conquest. The Ukrainians had lost Kherson to the Russians, but they had stopped their advance past the town. Now they were counter-attacking. The Russians had 20,000 troops in and around Kherson. Well dug in, but their backs were to the river. 2 railroad bridges crossed the river. Both had been attacked and damaged. If those were taken out, the Russians would be cut off from food and ammunition. Senior officers had already abandoned those soldiers and crossed to the near side of the river. Half a mile of water separated officers from the units they commanded. If ever there was a sign of an army on the verge of collapse. As the train approached Kherson, it stopped again. Repairs were being done on both bridges. The train engineer was given an update. Repairs to one of the bridges would be completed in 2 hours. The train was switched onto that track. Movement again, then another stop. They waited the 2 hours. They were in range of Ukrainian artillery. It was getting dark fast, but heat from the engine would bloom before any UAV with infrared capabilities. Nowhere to hide, nowhere to move. Stationary for 2 hours. A very inviting target. 54 an offer and a price, an offer and a price. It was late October when Tatiana returned. She was waiting when the American woman came up from her evening meeting with the Inquisitor. She studied the American woman and waited. The American woman had been yelling at a phantom. What could she say to a real person? She remarked nothing. She took the final steps to Tatiana and wrapped her arms around her waist. She kissed Tatiana, then lay her head down on her shoulder. Tatiana backed her onto their bed, lay on her, and whispered to her between kisses. You are safe now. They did not kill Yuri. They will not kill you. He was sent to Ukraine. You are free to go back to Novosibirsk. Thank you. Tatiana undressed the American woman and held her all night. She watched the American woman. She felt how close the American woman pushed herself against her. How desperate she seemed to be to hold, to touch, to feel. Her isolation had done exactly as Tatiana had hoped. Tatiana held her with her arms and with her legs. She established control. As dawn approached, she used her hands to excite the American woman. She made her wet, and even more anxious to hold and be close. She brought the American woman to climax, then whispered her proposal. If you wish to help those Ukraine women, that may be possible. The ones with the babies? Yes. Tatiana kept her voice at a whisper. Barely that. Silence was her ally. Quiet. Time for the American woman to think back on the 8 women in orange. Time to think of a life outside the museum. Time to feel Tatiana's warmth against her. What could we do? The American woman kept her mouth close to Tatiana. Ready for a kiss. Hoping for a kiss. We need to find a way to get them west. Maybe back to one of the Baltic countries. Once there, their families could come for them. Silence again. She let the American woman consider it. Imagine it. The women across the border, back to a friendly country. Time passed. Tatiana kissed the American woman while she waited. I have read about the crossings, Tatiana. They usually cross into Estonia. Apparently, the border is not well protected. Yes, we could try that. Do you think the border is still so open? Tatiana tilted her head ever so slightly. She waited for the American woman to answer. No, I am sure everything is harder now. Maybe Latvia or Lithuania would be easier now. Yes, that could be. Silence again. More kisses. A hand stroking the American woman's hair. A thigh pressed between the American woman's thighs. Tatiana let time pass. The American woman. Did you once travel to Kaliningrad? What's that like? It's an odd place. Russia but not Russia. It's on the Baltic, just like Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia. You can't get there directly from Russia. You have to go through Poland or Lithuania. Yes, now I remember. I wonder if we could get permission to take the women to Kaliningrad. It's still Russia, but it would be closer to the Baltic countries, and maybe easier to sneak out. Who would have the authority to make that happen? You would, the American woman. Tatiana continued to stroke her hair. Twice she kissed the American woman while she waited for the American woman to work through what was being offered. This was not the time to rush her. This is my recruitment? 2 months seeing the worst of the security bureaus, and now you ask me to join? Yes. Nothing hidden from you. No pretenses. Your first action as an FSB agent is to sneak 8 women and 13 babies out of the country. I would just be moving them to another part of Russia. You are creative. You will think of how to accomplish the final step. You will gain their freedom. And the price I pay? You will sign the papers and take the oath, and do what? Whatever you are told. You have that already. I do what you want, or you take Svetlana. What if I freed Svetlana? We bring her with the women to Kaliningrad. And she is freed when they are? She returns to America and lives with your mother. But I stay here. Yes, my love, you will never leave Russia. The American woman closed her eyes and cried. Partly for joy, partly from loss, she tightened her arms around Tatiana. A bear hug. She wondered if she could crush her ribs. She kissed her instead. Yes. I will sign. 55 Father is angry, father is angry. We learned all the names of the explorers who had discovered America. We even did a play where half the class wore paper beards and paper hats and got out of a boat. We walked in from the hall and met the American Indians. We told them about Russia, and they told us about their villages and their people. Then we sat around a pretend fire and talked about how we would be good friends. It was fun. It took up most of the day. In fact, it took up most of every day. We talked about another explorer and another place in America that was started by Russians. We started lots of cities almost all the way to San Francisco. Some days we also had some spelling, but we almost never had arithmetic. We spent most afternoons sewing costumes for Indians and explorers. We would do a play for the whole school later in the year. That sounded like fun. And I am bad at sewing, but I am getting better. I know that is important for a girl. At home, Mother would give me a snack, and then we could use her computer to email my grandmother. Mother knew how to send pictures, and we sent lots of me and Andre and the family. Grandmother sent pictures too. Her garden in the backyard glanced really good, and she also sent pictures of a family gathering. My cousins were getting much bigger. They remarked I glanced bigger too. I will be 9 this winter, so I am getting a little bigger, but not as big as I would like to be. Andre is so bossy. It would be nice to be big so I could push him back. I suppose wives shouldn't do that. Father is at home all day now. He has sold his businesses. He says he is retired. He says all the family should travel while the weather is still good. He has remarked that in several emails to my grandmother. She says that would be very nice. Then he writes about visas. Grandmother says she doesn't know anything about them. I don't either, but they seem important. One evening I heard Father yell at Mother about them. She remarked he should just go to Germany instead. They give Russians visas. He started shouting something back at her, but then he dropped his voice very low and remarked something private to Mother. I wondered I heard my name. I don't know why. I have been good. I do almost all the cooking for dinner now, and all the cooking for breakfast. And I keep Andre's room very clean. I have stopped asking about Mommy. They say she is busy. Sometimes I still cry at night, but Mother doesn't hold me anymore. I know it is time I stopped crying. I will soon be 9. Not long after that I will be a wife. Grown-ups don't cry, but I do miss Mommy. I think she will be proud of me when she sees all the spelling words I have learned, and all the explorers I can name. I am getting smarter. I am sure she will like that. 56 across the river. It was almost midnight when the train finally got permission to cross over the repairs and pull into the rail yard of Kherson. Yuri had spent time with the train engineer looking at maps. The track they were taking crossed the river well north of town. It was miles before the tracks reached the main train station. All along the way was a series of roads near the tracks. The Ukrainians had blown up 2 trains unloading at the station. Why not unload miles from the station? Cross the river, then stop along one of the roads. Unload where the local troops could collect the ammunition and use local roads to get it to their artillery? The engineers had agreed long before Yuri completed his explanation. Miles short of the train station would mean less time in Kherson and a quicker return to the east side of the river. The ammunition would be where it was needed west of the river, but the train would not be where the Ukraine artillery expected it to be. This might be a trip they survived. Except, like most plans in wartime, this plan fell apart almost immediately. It began well enough. They made it across the river. Almost a miracle in itself. Across a half-mile-long bridge that had been under bombardment. Lots of odd noises from below, and several jerks to one side or the other, but the engineers kept their speed down and made the far side. They were across the Dnipro. Now to find a place to unload. A large highway ran along the tracks. Yuri stood with the engineers staring at the ground along the tracks. They needed flat. They needed close. They got it in just a few miles. What they didn't pay attention to was the apartment buildings near the tracks. Men sprinted out of the passenger car as soon as the train stopped moving. Apartments, probably abandoned. Certainly filled with goods not available in Russia. Two of the non-coms fired their guns in the air and then pointed them at the men who hadn't already disappeared into the dark. I will let you loot. Yuri put himself between the men and the apartments and made a promise he never wondered he would make. But he wanted the train unloaded. He stood before the remaining men, non-coms and officers standing behind him, weapons ready. For each crate you get to that road there, I will let you bring back one item. Unload quickly and you will have time to search for the best computers and washing machines. But you will unload first. The officers will guard that road. If they see you cross it before the train is unloaded, they will shoot you. Enough remarked. He pointed to the first freight car. Men got the door open and started muscling ammunition crates to the door. 6 men carried them to the road. 2 non-coms held guns on them until they set the shells down and went back for more. It took an hour for the first car. Yuri knew the others would take longer as the men tired. He had radioed the local commander, but no one from the Kherson regiments brought food or water, or sent men to help. Yuri guessed why. Besides the usual laziness, there was fear. The train was a target. 2 trains had already been blown up. Who would go near a train that might be next? Yuri started taking shortcuts. No one would help. Fine. Let them drag their own ammo to the road. He had his men just leave the crates next to the tracks. By the third car they were actually stacking the crates next to the car doors and using them as staircases. They were stepping on ancient crates filled with shells back from the days of the Soviet Union. If a crate broke and a shell was hit hard, the entire train would vaporize. But they were Soviet crates and Soviet shells, built by men who were underpaid, but men who had at least a minimal sense of honor, not the current collection of crooks. Yuri walked up and down the explosive staircase and even helped move some crates. They got 10 cars unloaded before the air raid sirens screamed. Some men dove under the rail car they were unloading. Yuri went running for the engineer. He yelled as he ran. Time to go. The engineer had been sitting in the locomotive. He came to the door. Are you done unloading? Yuri glanced up at the man. Do you want to die? We need to leave now. We can return another day with more shells. There is an endless supply of shells. Is there an endless supply of trains? No, load your men. The train was already starting to back away as men climbed aboard. Non-coms pulled them up the stairs. Yuri waited for the last man, then jumped on. As the train backed away, he could watch men rushing from the apartment block, televisions and washing machines on their backs. The looters got to the train tracks just as the first shells landed. One staircase of shells took a direct hit. In an instant, all the unloaded shells went up. The blast blew the windows out of the locomotive as it backed away, but the train kept to the tracks and kept gaining speed even as a heat wave set fire to Yuri's sleeve. Yuri's uniform was soon put out, but fires grew in every direction. Whatever looters and citizens remained in the apartment block were quickly consumed. It was brighter than daylight. It was deafening. It smelled. Concussive waves pounded the train, and men in the train screamed every time. 27 men remained on the benches in the passenger car. All were coated in sweat and confused from concussions. None of them complained about lack of food or water as the train spent 7 hours backing to Sevastopol. They slept, or cried, or turned their heads to one side and puked on the floor. Yuri stood at the door and watched Kherson burn in the distance. 57 Building Trust. The American woman and Tatiana were driven to the home of the Ukraine women. They both wore orange dresses. They sat with the women and helped with the babies. They cooked and cleaned and washed an endless supply of diapers. Days passed. The women refused to go. They were past the point of ever trusting another Russian. Promised train travel, promised freedom. All promises were just new lies from the world's liars. Their current house in Tomsk was a prison for them, but it was a better prison than any others that might await. They had each other, they had the babies, they had a safe house on a quiet street. The American woman focused on Christina. Still skinny, the woman was armed with a chin she liked to point. The American woman sat near her, helped her when she cooked, did dishes with her after meals, but mostly she listened. It took little prodding. Her hometown. A boy she talked with and wondered about. Her job in a flower shop. It was all gone now. Blown apart by Russian artillery. Friends killed or escaped to Poland. She had stayed a day too long. A few more things to pack. Rounded up and filtered. She wouldn't talk about that camp and those soldiers. The American woman talked about Poland. Good people. Lots of Ukrainians there. Kaliningrad was Russian, but it was an island surrounded by Lithuania and Poland. A train had to travel through Lithuania to get there. Things might happen as the train traveled through Lithuania. She could say no more, but she wondered good things might happen. Christina pointed her chin and inquired the obvious question. Why are you doing this? You are Russian. You come in an orange dress and pretend to be one of us, but you are Russian. I have a daughter. The American woman paused and took Christina's hand. I am Russian now, but I was born American. I have a mother in America. I want my daughter to live with her. I want my daughter out of Russia. When you leave, I ask that you take her with you. You can take her out. You are Russian. Get a tourist visa. Go to Germany, then go to America. I cannot leave Russia. I am a different kind of prisoner. I will die here. The American woman held Christina's hand and glanced into her eyes. That chin pointed at her for a while, then slowly sank. Maybe they had an agreement. There were 2 more days of babies, cleaning, cooking, and conversations. The Ukrainians tended toward one end of the house. They took babies up there to change them, and they talked. 2 days they talked. The American woman and Tatiana left them alone to talk. They sat with babies on their orange laps and listened. They could not hear words, but they could hear the noise of arguments. A decision was being debated. Late on the second day, Christina sat with the American woman. I wish to see a picture of your daughter. The American woman pulled her wallet from her purse. She had half a dozen pictures of Svetlana. 2 were first day of school pictures. 1 was of her at Christmas. 1 was her as a flower girl at the wedding in Wisconsin. 1 was her reading to the children in Poland. In 1 she sat proudly on her mother's lap. She is truly your daughter. I adopted her when she was 3. She was in an orphanage near Moscow. We will keep these babies until they are 2 or 3, until they are toilet trained. Russian mothers want to be mothers, but they don't want to change diapers. These babies will come WTHS. We will take them back to Lithuania or Poland or Ukraine. They will not become Russians. And if any of us refuse to come with you, I do not know what will happen to them. Christina was gone for over an hour. The American woman and Tatiana waited in the front room with several babies. All 8 women came forward with their decision. Christina spoke for them. We will go. We don't want these babies to grow up to be more Russian monsters we will hate. Tatiana made some calls on her phone. The American woman hugged each of the women while they waited to hear what would happen next. Tatiana finally announced the schedule. We will take the morning train south to Novosibirsk. We will be there 2 hours while the American woman gets her daughter. Then we will take the Trans-Siberian train west. It will take us several days to reach Lithuania. The women spent the next hours packing for themselves and packing for the babies. They whispered among themselves. They feared the Trans-Siberian train. It had carried them thousands of kilometers from their families. Now it would take them west. Maybe. Or maybe this was a trick to take them farther east. They slept when they could and cared for the babies when needed. The night was many hours long. The American woman and Tatiana spent the night planning for Svetlana. The Laurens would not give her up. Tatiana knew about all the attempts the parents had made to get U.S. visas. They were in daily contact with the American woman's parents. They had been asking the American woman's parents to contact the U.S. State Department. And the American woman's father had done that. He had completed forms that might admit the Lauren family as relatives of his. So, they could not ask the Laurens to bring Svetlana to the train station. They would not give up their lever to get into the U.S. The American woman would have to go to Lana's school and get her. But the school knew Lana's mother to be Natalia Lauren. They did not know the American woman. Tatiana made more phone calls. 2 vans arrived at 6. 13 crying babies needed to be cleaned, dressed, and given a bottle as they and 10 women in orange filled the vans. 2 matrons in black, both armed with pistols, joined the women crowded into the vans, It was a long drive to the train station. Rather than board at the main station, they would board at the smaller station at the south end of town. Smaller station, fewer observers. Most babies quieted from the rocking of the vans. Not all. The 30-minute drive seemed endless. A dozen or so passengers waited at the southern station, and 8 guards, 6 in uniform, 2 pretending to read newspapers. The American woman had been assured the FSB fully approved this escape. They would have the right people at the right places. The assurances had come after the American woman had signed her name, recited the oath, sat for a picture, and had her fingers printed. She had joined the FSB ironically in an office at the back of the Museum of Oppression. They had been her guards for the past months. Now they were her brother and sister, agents. They inserted a computer chip into her shoulder, shook her hand, and sent her off to her first assignment: get the Ukraine women to Lithuania. The train station was the first test. Would the FSB agents keep local cops from questioning 10 women in orange? Yes. 3 local cops walked through the station but kept their distance. Maybe they were following instructions from the FSB agents. Maybe they wanted nothing to do with 10 foreign women and a collection of screaming babies. The matrons led them to a car near the end of the train. Babies, baggage, 10 women in orange. They made quite a sight as they hurried to their compartments. The matrons pointed, barked orders, and kept the women moving. They were quickly loaded in 4 adjacent compartments. Baggage spilled over into the hall. It took an hour for the women and babies to finally settle in for the ride. Fortunately, the rocking of the train did magic for the mood of the babies. Tatiana did her share of baby care, but she also spent much of the trip whispering with the matrons. The American woman assumed the matrons were in on the escape plan. The American woman was not. She assumed something would happen somewhere in Lithuania or maybe in Kaliningrad. Something that would free Lana and these women. The American woman's concern at the moment was Lana. How could she get her daughter out of her school? As it turned out, the FSB did what it was best at. It arrested her. The next morning as the Tomsk train pulled into the Novosibirsk station and the women and babies were pushed into a secured room, agents entered Lana's school. The principal was ordered to bring out a subversive student. She had been communicating illegally with agents in the US. A very confused Lana was loaded into the back of a government car and taken away. 10 minutes later she was with her mother in the train station. Hugging and crying lasted almost until the arrival of the westbound train. But the American woman did find time to introduce Lana to all the Ukrainian women and Tatiana. Tatiana pulled an orange dress from a bag and got Lana changed just before they all boarded. They got the last car on the train. This time no compartments, just rows of seats quickly filled with women, babies, and diaper bags. The American woman put Lana on her lap and held her tight. She would have 3 days to explain the purpose and final destination of this trip. 58 a final train to Kherson, a final train to Kherson. Yuri watched the men do it, injure themselves. It was easy enough. The crates were heavy. They needed to be moved carefully. But tired men with wet, sweat-soaked hands can easily lose their grip. And if a foot is underneath, of the 27 men who had showed up for duty that morning, 6 had already injured themselves. Yuri watched them did and repeated the same oath: 3 forklifts. Just give me 3 forklifts. With so many injuries, loading the train took far longer than usual. So long, in fact, that they lost their place in line. Their train would have to wait. Before crossing the bridge and pressing on toward Kherson, the men would have extra hours to finish loading. Extra hours to injure themselves. Extra hours to just slink off into the bowels of Sebastopol. Yuri's phone buzzed constantly. He didn't bother answering. What was the point? Some officer at headquarters would yell at him about all the delays. Some officer in a cool office. Some officer who would still be alive a week from now. Yuri knew he wouldn't be. Someone in Kherson was alerting the Ukraine artillery. He didn't even have to be close to the railroad. Trains aren't exactly stealthy. His would be heard crossing the bridge and the orders to fire would go out minutes later. He had missed death 2 days earlier. Death would be waiting for him this time. A staff car raced toward him and his men. A Volkswagen. Sure sign it was a senior officer. No one above the rank of captain drove a Lada. Yuri was right. A major. A major who carried himself like a colonel. He wore an immaculate blouse and creased trousers. Yuri stood in dirty, sweaty BDUs. Unbuttoned at the throat and rolled unevenly at the sleeves. He watched the major approach and dared him not to salute a senior officer. He didn't. We just had an entire howitzer unit shut down. No ammunition. Yesterday they were killing Ukrainians. Today they are hiding in the shadows of trees, waiting to go back into action. We can leave now with a partial load, or we can finish loading and take our assigned slot at 7. You look like a major who doesn't respect military traditions. You don't salute a superior officer. Perhaps you would like to give an order to your superior officer. Will you be issuing an order for us to leave now? I'm here to find out why you can't fill freight cars. The man still didn't salute. He also stood close enough that he risked getting Yuri's sweat on his clean blouse. Yuri pointed to the freight car they were currently loading. Allow me to show you. Yuri signaled the closest non-com to get the men out of the car. Then he led the way up some makeshift stairs to a pile of crates. The major was dumb enough to follow Yuri into the back corner. Yuri beat him unconscious. 4 hours later the last car was loaded. 7 enlisted men were left. One of them went to use the latrine and never returned. Yuri had 2 non-coms, 2 officers, and 6 enlisted men seated in the passenger car when the train left the port. With just these men could he unload the train? Yes, eventually. Could he unload it and move off before the Ukrainian artillery blew the train apart? No, he calmed his breathing, glanced out the window and enjoyed his last day. Then the train stopped. Just a few miles past the rail junction. Just the start of the final miles to Kherson. Yuri climbed down from his car and walked forward to the locomotive. What's the problem? He climbed up onto the first step and glanced through the open door into the control area. 2 engineers banged on one of the pipes. Yuri had seen such shows before. Their wrench was light, and their swings were half-hearted. Their frustration was all pretense. Fuel line is clogged. Must be dirt in the line. Can it be fixed? Yuri already knew the answer. We don't have the tools to fix it. We'll have to return to the rail yard and get a couple mechanics working on it. Yuri pulled out his pistol. You will get this train to Kherson on schedule, or I will shoot you. 4 bullets struck Yuri, 3 from his own men, 1 from an engineer who had a revolver hidden under a grease-soaked rag. Yuri dropped to the side of the tracks. His men quickly pulled him into a stand of trees. He was still alive. Wolf Hunt, Colonel. One of his officers knelt next to him and offered him some water. We voted. We love you and respect you, but we won't die for you, we're sorry. The men boarded the train as it slowly began backing to Sevastopol. Yuri watched it disappear. He nodded his head. They were right to do it. This was all fucked up. No reason for them to die. He felt the skin on his face grow cold. A sure sign his blood was pouring out of multiple wounds. But he liked the feeling. For the first time in days, he was cool. 59 finally, some retribution finally, some retribution. The noise was incredible. Even back in the last car they could hear shouting and some fighting in the rest of the train. Passenger cars were filled with men going west. Drunks and failures, they had signed contracts to fight in Ukraine. They had been paid some money as an advance. It sounded like it was all going for vodka. The women of the last car never went near the men. Food was brought to them. But food also brought attention. Drunk and bored, men followed the food carts. The 2 matrons kept them out of the car, but they could see a car full of women. Young women. Women in orange. Ukrainian women being moved to some city. It was only a matter of time. The American woman and Tatiana moved the women and babies around the car, farther from the door. And they made a barrier of suitcases and diaper bags near the women. The 2 matrons were armed. They stayed near the door. So did the American woman and Tatiana. Kaliningrad was over 4,000 kilometers away. 3 days in the train if there were no interruptions for military trains also headed west. Given the noises the men were making, there seemed no way the men would not attempt to take the women. Maybe today, maybe tomorrow, but they would try. 2 men seemed particularly persistent. They stood between the cars and banged on the door of the final car, and they made noises. Animal noises, really. Some words, all obscenities, then more noises and gestures visible through the glass. The women were frightened. Babies sensed something was wrong, and they began to cry. Soon it seemed the car was filled with tears and fears. The American woman inquired Tatiana if she wanted to take on one of the men, She agreed. That ended the planning. She told the matrons to shoot only if absolutely necessary. Their job was to open the door, let the two men in, and then lock the door behind them. The four women glanced at each other, nodded agreement, and waited. The matrons made it look good. They opened the door and yelled that the men were disturbing the babies. The men just shoved past them. They went straight for the two women in orange. "You look old, but you'll do for starters, try me." The American woman took a step back from the door but moved slowly. The drunk grabbed her. The American woman eased down to the floor. The man was instantly on top of her, already pulling his pants down. The American woman pushed a thumb into a nerve bundle on one side of his neck. When he jerked his head to that side, she took the other side of his neck in her mouth. He wondered he was getting a love bite. She clamped down. She didn't break the skin. But she tightened her jaws around his carotid. Her free hand kept his hands down for the moment or two it took for him to lose consciousness. She felt him collapse on her. She waited. He lay motionless for a moment, then spasmed. Her decision. Life or death. She chose death. She tightened her jaws until all movement ceased. Tatiana chose a different approach. She wrapped her arms around her man's neck, a smile on her face. Then she grabbed his chin and threw herself over his shoulder, bringing his chin around 180 degrees. She felt his neck snap. Tatiana let her man drop to the ground. The American woman rolled her man off her and stood. The babies continued to cry, but the women were silent. The American woman and Tatiana caught their breath and glanced down at the two bodies. "Out the back." "Yes. Out the back." Tatiana bent over the men. "But we take their wallets." They were robbed and killed by the other drunks. Tatiana pulled the wallets from their pockets, then laid the men out so they could be pulled by their arms. "Ladies, we could use some help." The women immediately took down the suitcase barricade and came forward. They hesitated a moment, then grabbed the arms of the first man. Tatiana took the legs. They dragged the man the length of the car, all the women watching. The American woman followed behind with the second man. Both men were pushed off the back of the train. Women went back to caring for the babies. The American woman went back to Lana. "I wondered he was going to hurt you." The American woman sat next to her and pulled her tight. "He was a bad man. I know how to fight bad men." Lana put her head on the American woman's shoulder. She did what children do with fear and stress. She closed her eyes and willed herself to sleep. Several hours passed, and then there was banging on the door again. The American woman glanced around the room. The Ukraine women had armed themselves with kitchen utensils. Butter knives mostly, but a few with an edge. One woman held up a serving fork. They settled the babies into blankets. No suitcase barrier was created this time. The matrons glanced through the glass and raised 5 fingers. The American woman and Tatiana moved to the door. They stood on each side. Tatiana pointed at the matrons' guns and whispered, "Only if necessary." The men were staggering drunk, but large. They were already pushing on the door and shouting obscenities. The matrons yelled back, telling them the babies were sleeping, they should go away. The men just kept shouting. The American woman glanced around the room. The women were ready. She glanced each woman in the eye and nodded. "Approved." The American woman told the matrons to open the door. The fight was much different this time. No effort at surprise. The American woman met the first man with a roundhouse kick to the face, then pulled him to one side and broke his neck. Tatiana took the second man to the other side of the door and punched him in the throat. While he choked, she slammed his head against the wall. 3 men charged past, too drunk to know or care what was happening to their friends. They saw orange dresses, young women, waiting, 3 drunks, 8 women. The women went for their throats. Knives, the big fork, stabbing over and over. The men swung fists and connected. One woman was knocked back over a seat. As her attacker rushed after her, 2 other women slashed at his throat. One woman stabbed straight into his neck and left her knife there. The other woman missed several times, but finally got a knife point home. The man dropped to his knees as he tried to pull the knives from his throat. The American woman and Tatiana approached the men from behind. Kicks to the kidneys or spine would have taken the men down. They waited. The Ukraine women were all over the men. If anything, they got in each other's way. but all of them stabbed and slashed and screamed. It was the screams the American woman always remembered. Deafening. Shocking. Visceral. Past. Terrors and anger erupting from the depths of their bodies. Screams repeated with every stab. 8 women fighting with the men, and then fighting with each other to get yet another knife into yet another body. The men went down. The women jumped on top, knives in fists pounding. The men again and again, long after they had stopped moving. Screaming as they did it. Screaming names. Screaming places. Just screaming. When they stopped, there was absolute silence in the car. Babies did what they always do with loud noises. They shut down and slept. The women panted for a while, then slowly stood. They finished their business. Wallets. Pulled from bloody pants. Men dragged one by one and pushed off the train. The women cried while they cleaned the blood off themselves, and continued to cry as they cleaned the floor. But it was an odd sound, coming as women gasped for breath, and as they inserted obscenities. Angry, they tore off bloody orange dresses. They cleaned themselves, then wrapped themselves in blankets. Tears continued, but the obscenities increased. Several times they joined together. Fuck Russia. Fuck every single Russian. Fuck them for all eternity. They remarked it in Ukrainian, but the American woman didn't need a translator. 60 tears in Lithuania. Tears in Lithuania. There were more attacks on their car. More banging on the door. More obscenities. But the matrons pulled out their pistols and showed them through the glass. The men went away. The killing that needed to be done was done. The women stayed in their blankets for a day, then changed into clean orange dresses. There were a few tears, but little talking. They cared for the babies. But they seemed to sit a little taller as they did it. They changed trains in Moscow. 10 women and a girl in orange, 2 matrons joined by several local guards to move the women off the first train, into a locked room, and then onto the second train. Compartments this time. The babies fussed, then settled again once the train started moving. They loved the rocking. Time to learn the escape plan. The American woman pulled Tatiana out into the hallway and insisted. How? I have a right to know. As we travel through Lithuania, one of the track signals will be broken. The train will stop while it questions the scheduling center. The stop will be out in the country, but a local road is just 50 meters from the tracks. A bus will be waiting. The matrons will let the women and Lana leave. I will be leaving with them. The American woman understood what she was doing. So, there you are, another poor helpless woman in orange, hoping for freedom. You go with the Ukrainian women, listen, and learn who else is sneaking women out of Russia. This whole effort is an undercover operation to study and block Ukrainian escape routes. So, what if it is? The American woman ignored the question. 8 women and 13 babies would get to freedom. Maybe Tatiana would learn what she wanted, and maybe the local Ukrainians weren't as stupid as Tatiana wondered. Time would tell. In the meantime, she needed to know about her daughter, and Lana? You were already using the American version of her name. America is where she belongs. How will she get there? Tatiana took a moment to smile. She was very proud of herself. I will take Lana to the American embassy. I will give your name and the name of your FBI controller, Ms. Jackson, correct? Deirdre Jackson. And my connection to her is no secret. No, it is not. She maintained her smile. Almost a leer. I assume those 2 names will perform miracles for me and for your daughter. All will end well. She will return to America and live with your parents. And you will use her? Unlikely. As long as you are a good Russian. The American woman was certain the Russians would use Lana, just as they used her. But Lana would have Deirdre for protection. And, most importantly, she would be back in America. The American woman crossed into Lana's compartment and pulled her onto her lap. Lana was half asleep. It reminded the American woman of a much younger Lana. She stroked Lana's hair and directed her head onto her shoulder. Mommy, I am tired of trains. This is your last night. Just before dawn you will leave the train and take the bus to the American embassy. They will call one of my friends, and she will take you to your grandmother's house? Okay? The Laurens want to go to grandmother's house too, but they cannot get a visa. That is a permission paper, right? Yes, it is important. But my friend will bring one for you. Maybe you remember her. Ms. Jackson? She is a very large woman who visited me when we were living with your grandparents. A large black woman. Sorry. African American. She stumbled over African American and repeated it. Yes. You and she will fly back to Madison, and you will go back to your old school. Will Andre come and marry me? Probably not. Lana glanced like she might cry. He was bossy, but I think I would have been a good wife. Madison is full of boys. You will find one. Probably in college. Or maybe later when you are touring the world as a prima ballerina. Lana laughed at that. I haven't done my exercises in weeks. I used to stretch and twirl as I made Andre's bed, but I stopped. Madison has a great ballet school. You will be back on your toes, and you can twirl for your grandmother while you make cookies. And you will be there, won't you? Lana glanced up at the American woman. The moment had come. The girl was young, but she deserved some version of the truth. I have to stay in Russia for a while yet. I have to find your father. He is somewhere in Syria. I need to get him back. As soon as I can find him, I will send him to you. And then you will come to Madison. You and I will email every day like you did with your grandmother. You will tell me what you learned in school and tell me all about your dance classes. I will tell you about my day, and I will tell you when I will be able to come to Madison. Come with me now. The American woman was determined not to cry, but she glanced at Lana's face and couldn't help herself. The first day I am able, I will be on a plane to you, I promise. They both cried. Eventually they dozed off. The American woman was still holding Lana on her lap when she felt the train slow, then stop. Tatiana began moving between the compartments, waking and whispering. The women began gathering up bags and wrapping the babies in blankets. The American woman didn't move. She held Lana in her arms and slowly stroked her hair. She felt Lana begin to stir. Your grandmother is going to be so surprised. You have grown so much. I don't want to leave you, Mommy. The Ukrainian women were already passing down the hall towards an open door. Several carried 2 babies, all carried bags or backpacks. Tatiana led the way. The 2 matrons lingered outside the American woman's compartment. Both had their pistols out, pointed toward the floor. The women need you to help with the babies, Lana. The American woman stood Lana up and moved her toward one of the remaining babies. She wrapped the baby tight and placed her in Lana's arms. You need to carry her across a field toward a bus. The bus will go on to the capital city, and then Tatiana will take you to the embassy. In just a day or 2 you will be in Madison. Lana was crying so hard the American woman had to help her down the stairs and out to the field. The matrons both gathered close, their pistols now pointed at the American woman. 2 other guards appeared from another car, pistols also pointed at the American woman. Mommy, please. The American woman hugged her and pulled the blanket tighter around the baby. The night had a chill. Tatiana appeared out of the darkness. She rushed back into the train, grabbed 2 diaper bags and the last baby. She stood with the American woman and slowly wrapped her arms around Lana. We have to go, Lana. The babies will get a chill. The American woman kissed the top of Lana's head, then slowly unwound herself from Lana while Tatiana began moving Lana into the darkness. The American woman whispered her goodbyes. I am so proud of you, Lana. You are so good. I love you. Lana quickly disappeared into the night. The American woman glanced past her. She could see the bus on the road. Its interior lights were on. Women were moving toward seats, babies still in their arms. She wondered she would wait to see Lana board, but the matrons ordered her back inside. One held a pair of handcuffs. Why? The American woman just stared at the woman. You overpowered us and took our weapons so the Ukrainians could escape. But when the other women were gone, we fought with you and recaptured you. That's your story. That's the story that lets us keep our jobs. Or at least keeps us out of jail. The American woman nodded and turned so they could handcuff her. She spent the rest of the ride in her compartment, the 2 matrons sitting across from her. The matrons slept. The American woman watched out the window for any bus. 61 Kaliningrad, it wasn't much of a city. Russians had killed much of the German population in 1945. In 1947 they had shipped all survivors to Berlin. All remnants of the German city of Königsberg were destroyed, replaced by Soviet apartment blocks. Lifeless Soviet rectangles in place, German Königsberg became Russian Kaliningrad. The constant fog did nothing to improve the looks of the place. The American woman stayed seated and handcuffed long after the train settled in the station. Cars emptied, Soldiers boarded. Replacements for the dead in Ukraine. The American woman waited while the matrons talked on their phones. Some contact made, some decision reached. She was taken to a waiting car. One matron on each side, each holding an arm. There was no reason for Europeans to visit Kaliningrad. The weather was bad, the architecture worse. But in the hopes that a few might venture in. One old German hotel had been rebuilt. Hotel Kaiserhof. A bit of Bavarian styling, a relief from endless Soviet architecture surrounding it. The American woman had stayed there once. With a woman who planned to kill her. Now she stood in the lobby, orange dress and handcuffs while one of the matrons filed paperwork. Next stop. A room on the second floor. And Ilya. Ilya pointed to a couch, ordered the American woman to sit, and signed a transfer document held by a matron. They had lost 9 women, a girl, and 13 babies, but they had retained the American woman. Ilya signed acceptance of the prisoner and closed the door behind the matrons. She stood and glanced down at the American woman. You have been a busy woman. She pulled up her skirt and straddled the American woman, her ass heavy on the American woman's thighs, her chest pressed against the American woman, her fingers quickly finding the depths of the American woman's hair. She forced the American woman's head back onto the top of the couch and brought her face down for a kiss. I like you in handcuffs. We will have to do this more often. I often wondered if you were FSB. You seem to have some of that swagger. A colonel. You have no rank yet. Maybe you will never be given one. I think we all like you just as you are. She tightened her grip on the American woman's hair. Not painful, yet, but the promise of pain was there. She kissed the American woman again and moved her hips against her. You knew I was imprisoned for months? Yes. Interesting prison, isn't it? A history lesson, and an object lesson. And you educate yourself as you sweep. Is that where I go next? No. My love. You are indoctrinated just once. If you do not understand what you saw there, you will be terminated. Like both your husbands. She gripped the American woman's hair with one hand, her other now gripping her throat. No pain. Just complete control. She glanced into the American woman's eyes and waited for the obvious questions. I should see some sympathy, Ilya. You know I loved both men, sorry. There was no sorrow in Ilya's eyes. She glanced down at the American woman and waited. The American woman blinked away tears. If you loved me, you would be sorry for my loss. I do love you. They were competitors. Now I have you to myself. Silence lasted several minutes before the American woman could ask the question. Yuri first. How? Why? He was leading an ammunition train to Kherson. Ukrainian partisans ambushed the train. He fought bravely as did his men. You will read all about it when your next book comes out. What? He wrote books. Now you write books. A biography of Yuri, the Siberian hero, and a book for women, a guide to love and marriage. We think you will be very popular. Initial reviews are very good. You, the American woman hesitated. The journal I wrote while in Tomsk. Yes. 2 unnamed authors did some heavy editing, but I think you will still see your style coming through. You are quite the romantic. Women will love you. And Sergei? Let's finish this. The handcuffs are painful, and you are heavy on my chest. You can handle both. And don't lie. I can feel your hips warm. You like this position just as much as I do. Sergei. Finish it. Roadside bomb in Syria. It happens. He is buried there with his troops. I can send you a tape of the funeral if you wish. Lots of uniforms and flags and several gun salutes. His men loved him. Why? Now tell me why. Both were safe and effective in Novosibirsk. Both were sent into danger. Why? If you need to be told why, you should never have been selected for FSB. Or maybe you spent too many nights sweeping that basement. Career. Officers are being killed these days. Lots of them. Look it up for yourself. The military is a dangerous career choice, especially for those who might have ambitions. They might have ambitions for after the war. Right now, they just want to win the war. Now is the time to solve problems before they appear after the war. Get off me, Ilya. No. The American woman struggled, briefly. Ilya just tightened her grip and waited for the American woman to tire. You will tell me about the bus. You will tell me about each woman in your group. You will evaluate Tatiana's performance. You will report to me. And when you are done, you will please me. 62 with Grandma in Madison. Madison, I love to ski. It is so much fun and beautiful. My feet glide, and I turn. I can do things I would love to do in ballet. My grandparents ski with me. Grandmother skis at my side, but I can see she is having trouble matching some of my turns. But I can slow and wait for her. Grandpa likes to do circles around us. Sometimes he skis behind us, then he takes a quick turn and skis in front of us. He says he has fun that way. I think he is watching out in case some bad skier might ski into me. Ms. Jackson skied with us the first month. She is so huge, and then she is even bigger with heavy ski clothes on. She's not really a good skier, but she can keep up with us. She is always laughing when we get to the bottom in the hill. I am glad she is Mommy's friend. Mommy told me about Daddy. He was killed in a place called Syria. Grandmother showed the country to me on a map. It looks small. Daddy is big. After Mommy talked to me, Grandmother sat with me, and we glanced at pictures of my daddy. He glanced so handsome in his uniform. And he had a good smile. We have pictures of him smiling at me and smiling at Mommy. I don't know why he had to die. Grandmother and I put together a big sheet of cardboard and covered it with pictures of my daddy. I have it in my room. I look at it when I lie down to sleep, and I cry. Mommy still isn't home. I get angry sometimes when I read her emails. Why isn't she home? She remarked she needed to find Daddy. Well, she found him. He's dead. She should come home now. She promised to come to me after she found Daddy. She promised. It makes me so angry. Sometimes I say bad things about Mommy, and Grandmother holds me until I stop. We both love Mommy, and we both want her here. My other mother, Mrs. Lauren, wants to visit me. She asks in emails to me and to Grandmother. Grandmother says, no, Russians would not be welcome here now. But I'm a Russian. Am I not welcome? I got angry that day, and I think I am still a little angry. I no longer get emails from Andre. He remarked I should help with visas since he is my husband. I told him he was too bossy. I would find another husband. He got really angry. I had fun telling him he was bossy, but then I wondered if I should have done that. We agreed he would be my husband. Is it wrong for me to change my mind? The boys at my school are just as bossy, by the way. And my school has boys and girls together. I don't think I like that. Why are boys so mean? Can I talk about the thing I like most? Yes, I like skiing, and ballet lessons, and playing with new friends at school. But what I really like is making cookies with Grandmother. She hums while she works, and she hugs me about every 2 minutes, and she tells me I am a good cook, all of which is nice. But I think it is the smell I like, and the warmth of the kitchen, and being close to my grandmother. She watches me put dough on the baking sheet, or mix in chocolate chips or something, and she smiles. And I know she loves me. She's big and soft and close, and she loves me. Of all the things in America that I like, she is what I like most. I think of Mommy and how when she was little, she stood where I stand in the kitchen and did the same things I do now, and I smile. She must have been a happy little girl. So am I. Chapter 63 Fame and Fortune. Fame and Fortune. Ilya and the American woman stayed in Kaliningrad 4 days. They barely left the hotel room. They weren't there to sightsee. They were there to establish the basis of their life together. Ilya would lead, the American woman would follow. The American woman wore one orange dress or another. Much of the time she was in handcuffs. She answered questions. She listened to the role that had been assigned her. She absorbed her new duties. She knew without being told or threatened she had signed an IOU. Lana was in Madison. A bargain had been made. A bargain would be kept. Lana got America. The American woman got Russia. When it came time to return to Novosibirsk, Ilya told the American woman to pack all her orange dresses. She would be wearing them again. But for the flight, for the arrival, for the reception, she would wear her public color white. Ilya provided her with 3 dresses. All were simple. Scoop neck, half sleeves, A-line skirts to mid-calf. Cotton. White. Glaringly white. Noticeably white. Stand out in a crowd white. The American woman wore her first white dress in months. 1 she wore. 2 she packed next to half a dozen orange dresses. A reminder. A statement of her true condition. She packed both the white dresses and the orange dresses carefully. Kaliningrad barely noticed her presence. Just a very tall lady crossing a very small airport. Moscow was different. 3 women were waiting with television crews. Interviews. A seating area had been reserved. Questions about her books. The American woman had read them. Neither was particularly long. Ilya had underlined the paragraphs that would garner the most attention. She had been right. The American woman was prepared. When did you know Colonel the Siberian Colonel was the right man for you? Immediately. I was working with some Ukrainian women, helping them understand the new opportunities they would have in Russia, and Yuri came by to see how things were going. He wanted to help. He already had a plan to launch his family day. We talked briefly about it, and I knew he was the man for me. There was a pause. Checks on sound levels and lighting. Men with headsets spoke to each other briefly, then signaled the on-camera people to continue. You must be feeling his loss. Yes, of course. I will always miss him, but also, I will always be proud of all he accomplished. He made a difference in the lives of so many. And of course, he was a hero. His final stand in Kherson will always be remembered. Holding off hundreds of Nazi fighters while his men unloaded freight car after freight car, getting desperately needed artillery. Shells to our gunners. It was an amazing feat. Mrs. the Siberian Colonel, you were an American Army officer at one time, were you not? Yes, I served 20 years. But all veterans will tell you the same thing. All soldiers honor heroes. No matter what their uniform. We respect courage wherever we see it. I certainly saw boundless courage in my husband. There were a few more questions, but the main points had been covered. Yuri was a hero. Yuri's wife, an American Army officer, confirmed that heroism. Her book about Yuri would sell well. Once back in Novosibirsk, the American woman moved in with Ilya and her husband. Ilya and the American woman shared one bedroom. Her husband used the second. He was gone most nights, no explanations given or requested. On nights when he was home, he often slept alone, but there were nights when he came to the women's room and stood at the side of their bed. He would watch them for a while, and they would watch him. The American woman on her back, her wrists bound. Ilya lying across her, hands in the American woman's hair, one thigh pressed against the American woman's thighs. They would kiss. Conrad would wait, then reach out and grab a wrist. Usually he took Ilya, but some nights he took the American woman. She followed him willingly. He was an indifferent lover, but she hardly noticed. In the brief periods he mounted her, she wondered of her 2 husbands. She remembered Sergei and the day he pressed her against the wall in the Warsaw Embassy, slamming the wall hard enough to be heard throughout the building. Marking his territory and leaving her hot and breathless. And Yuri. Binding her wrists, one arm tight around her shoulders, holding her, taking her, tightly, but tenderly. Light kisses and fingertips caressing her face as he brushed hair back behind her ears. Always staring into her eyes, searching for her essence. He took possession of her. He made her love him. Victor was not a man she would ever love. Just a warm body who helped her relive nights with better men. He fucked her, kissed her once or twice, and was off her and asleep before she even finished remembering better nights with better men. As soon as he slept, she returned to Ilya's bed. Ilya was clear about their relationship. If no guests were in the apartment, the American woman was to wear orange, and cook and clean. As much a servant as a lover. Always the one on her back in bed, always the one who let Ilya lead when they danced, always the one who pleased in the shower. But the American woman also had 2 books to promote. The book about Yuri she actually liked the most. She had no idea how much of Yuri's final battle was true, but it was well written. She could well imagine him standing alone firing magazine after magazine from his rifle, taking out whole squads of Ukrainians while his men worked in the shelter of his bravey, getting the last of the desperately needed artillery shells off the train. The FSB had men write the book, and they put money into initial promotions. They sent the American woman out to speak to several veterans groups in Novosibirsk. Briefly. Then the FSB moved on. They explained there were over 100 popular books describing Russian heroes. Men, always large, always intense, somewhat frightening as they graced the book jackets. All were real, all had killed at least a few Ukrainians, and all were dead. Every book ended with a massive battle and mounds of Ukrainian bodies. But 100 such books was plenty. The book the American woman had written was just one more. Her efforts could better be used on the second book. Love and Marriage was unique, and the American woman had actually written Portions of it, even though she didn't know that's what she was doing all those mornings in the museum. The people who had crafted the book did a good job balancing the story of the American woman's and Yuri's love, and the new school curriculum. Part romance, part educational treatise. Everything Yuri was trying to achieve in Novosibirsk was in there. Girls left school at 16 having spent the final 3 years of their education concentrating on courses such as medicine for mothers, tips for shopping, meals families will love, and sewing the perfect wedding gown. Boys got lots of physical education, marksmanship classes, and computer network programming and repair. The American woman noticed that she was quoted as being supportive of each of these new classes. There was one additional component of this book: the American woman's description of Svetlana's engagement. Her decision to find a husband for her daughter when she was just 8. Benefits to the families, a chance for young ones to bond. Her daughter's delight to have a marriage already arranged for her. She didn't know who to talk to, but she wanted that out of her book. Ilya remarked she would talk to someone about removing it from future editions, but the current edition was selling like crazy. No question, Love and Marriage was popular. The Women's Council endorsed it and sponsored multiple reading circles and day-long conferences. Half the women in Novosibirsk carried the book everywhere they went. Priests also endorsed it. They gave copies to all parents who entered their cathedrals. They invited the American woman to attend their services and speak to parishioners. They endorsed it in weekly homilies. Finally, in their view, someone had presented a guide to the proper roles for God-fearing women. The FSB had spread some money in some places to get complete support, but most support was genuine and enthusiastic. The American woman returned to Ilya's apartment, changed into an orange dress, made dinner, and wondered if she would eventually come to believe the words she had written. So many people loved the book, believed the book. Schools had already adopted the curriculum of the book. Yuri was getting what he wanted. And the American woman was helping. Lives were being changed. Russia would have more babies and far more teen mothers. 64 Book Tour. Book Tour. The FSB used the American woman's Novosibirsk talks as a way to monitor reactions and refine their message. They had a winner. Now was the time to go big. The American woman would go on a book tour. She would use Novosibirsk as her starting point and work her way north and south. She would sell all of Siberia on the new curriculum, then move west. Moscow and St. Petersburg would be much easier to convince if the American woman arrived at the head of millions of converts. They sent her north first. Tomsk. She was known there. She would avoid the 8 universities, too many skeptical professors and unmarried women. But a city of 500,000 had plenty of business and social organizations. She would make the rounds. And she did. In 10 days, she spoke before 18 groups and sat with 4 book clubs. The local library put up a huge display of her books and invited her to sit for tea and autographs. The main cathedral in town inquired her to deliver the weekly homily. Bookstores sold out of her book. The FSB roughed up a truck driver who did not get a fresh shipment to town in time for autographs. The American woman was always accompanied by a driver and a guard. Both were friendly. Both were armed. Her last evening in Tomsk, they drove her to the museum. The director came out and joined the American woman in the back seat of the car. "You have been very successful," the American woman. "You are a gifted speaker. You have become very popular. You understand the risks in that, I assume. I might wind up back in your basement. You are asking to change the words in your book, to leave out the marvelous young love of your daughter. The book will not be changed. You will present the book as written. In this book and all future books, you will present your books as written. You will smile, you will show enthusiasm. You will do the work of the FSB. And if they ask to see my daughter, the world is full of little girls. One can be provided." There was a long silence in the back of the car. The American woman studied the man in the growing darkness. She wondered she saw a resemblance to the Inquisitor in the basement. Had this man been the model? Or were all bureaucratic killers born with dead eyes? "I want my own apartment." Tired of Ilya? Or bored by Victor? The man smiled for just an instant, but his eyes never change. "We like you where you are. We like you in orange, and we like you on your back in one bedroom or the other. It helps remind you of your place in the world. You will spend your life in Siberia. Do exactly as you are told, and it will be a long life." He left the car. The driver took her to the airport and back to Ilya. Ilya waited with a present, a waltz gown in orange satin. Waltzes across her sitting room now filled their evenings. Long ruffles to her ankles, the skirt floated as the American woman turned. A very low, very tight bodice made her breasts bulge against the material as she breathed. Raised up on 4-inch heels, Ilya leered down at the American woman as she swept her across the room. "You are the girl of my dreams, the American woman. Just don't drool on me." Another turn, another sweep of skirts. "You are to learn more about seduction, the American woman. We have much to teach you. Right now, narrow your shoulders and thrust your hips. Yes, like that. Make me feel you. Men don't want to arm wrestle you, they want to fuck you." Ilya grabbed the American woman's ass and yanked it toward her, slamming their hips together. "I know what you want. You want it too, the American woman. I can feel your body heat. That is good. Very good." The American woman could feel it too. She kissed Ilya and kept dancing. Ilya held her close. Was this her life now? Days giving talks, afternoons cooking and cleaning, evenings holding each other tight as they danced. Wife to a woman? "Ilya, am I yours permanently? The wife you remarked you wanted?" Ilya stopped dancing and just held the American woman. The music kept playing. Ilya kissed the American woman and held it. More to be remarked. The American woman waited. A proposal. The American woman pressed her hips against Ilya and slid up onto her toes. She felt some desire for Ilya. If Ilya was inviting her into some sort of marriage, she was willing, she would accept. Then she noticed tears in Ilya's eyes. "You are the girl of my dreams, but only for 2 more days. You will take your book talk south to several cathedrals that interest us. You will seduce the priests. They will be easy. A good start to your training, and an important link to the church. And then? Moscow and St. Petersburg, of course. Your school plan is being approved in district after district. You will get it approved in Moscow. A few nights. With the right men. All levels of the FSB are in complete agreement. Girls leave school and marry at 16. They form families. Our national character is established families. Large families. You will make that happen." The American woman wiped tears from Ilya's eyes and knew the answer to her next question. "Then I return to you. I would love that, my beauty. But you have been assigned a new husband. Widows must remarry. We will establish that. You will meet him in Moscow. A whirlwind romance. You will adopt 2 Ukrainian toddlers, they are so cute, and then you will move to a small town east of here. East? A timber town. Your husband will work in the mill. You will be home with your toddlers. You will post a blog, and maybe a podcast about your adventures in the East and the activities of your family. The perfect mother. Every year or 2 there will be a book. In the East. Far to the east. Thousands of kilometers from Moscow, hundreds of kilometers from a train or airport. A small town where everyone knows you and sees what you do and who you talk to. A prison. A comfortable prison. You will look warm and well fed in your podcasts. Your children will be happy. Your husband will keep you satisfied. We will modify all geocodes and local signage so no one will know which village in the East is yours. No one will come for you, and you will never leave. You will raise your children, the ideal Russian wife and mother. And if I refuse, don't be stupid, the American woman. Ilya, please. The American woman took Ilya's face in her hands. You are FSB. You are my friend. Change the orders. I do Moscow, then I return here. Siberia. This Siberia. Yuri cleaned up this city. Let me live here. Your wife. I will serve you. I will write books. I might even teach in one of the schools. That would work, wouldn't it? Ilya held her. Her thumb swept away tears she saw on the American woman's face. They fear you, the American woman. They want you gone. East. Where they put all the people they fear. You are my friend. Yes, I am your friend. I was not to tell you, but I wanted you to know this is our last time together. Ilya steered the American woman toward the bedroom and pushed her down on their bed. She held the American woman's head as she kissed her. You are my gift to Mother Russia, the American woman. I will cry for your loss, but the decision has been made. You will be a model to our women. The perfect Russian wife and mother. Strong, loving, dutiful. Russia will Treasure your memory. I will cry, my wife, my loss. And she did cry as she held the American woman, the two women wrapped up in each other's arms. 65. A perfect ending to the book tour. A perfect ending to the book tour. The book tour started 2 days later. South this time, toward Kazakhstan. Smaller towns. A 6 or 7 hour drive between each. The cathedral was the main focus of each visit. Many of the locals were Muslim. The local priests were convinced the American woman's message would show that. Christians also understood the proper role of women. Crowds at the American woman's presentation were smaller, but enthusiastic. After each presentation, the American woman moved to a guest house accompanied by the local priest. She and the priest had tea, her driver and guard went somewhere else for locally produced vodka. She and the priest spoke for a while, and eventually she remarked, "Yes." The priest was grateful. The driver and guard were drunk. At sunup it was on to the next town, dust following their car in a long plume. The last town on the schedule was Rubtsovsk, possibly the ugliest town in Siberia. Certainly the driest. It sat just outside Kazakhstan in its endless desert. The cathedral was small, the mosques were large. Women walked the dusty streets fully covered. The American woman wondered if she should autograph her books with the little bit of Arabic she knew. The driver brought the car to the back of the cathedral. He parked. They waited until the dust had settled before getting out. There to greet them was the largest priest in Christendom. He waved them into a small living area and offered them dinner. As they ate goat stew, he paged through a copy of the American woman's book and pointed out elements he was sure the evening's audience would surely appreciate. School children separated by gender. Of course. The local Christian school will adopt this immediately. It will make our school much more attractive to Muslims. And the vocational classes. We have many local women who could teach these classes and teach them well. I think you will have a very eager audience this evening. He smiled through darkened teeth mostly hidden under a wide mustache and long gray beard. The American woman smiled back and managed to eat most of her goat stew. Her driver and guard seemed to pay more attention to the vodka constantly poured for them. Her audience was small, barely enough to fill a classroom attached to the cathedral. But the priest was right about enthusiasm. Every point the book made was attractive to them. If anything, mothers wanted girls out of school at a younger age. They could be taught women's skills at home and be available to help their mothers with childcare. As for the boys, yes, marksmanship was an important skill. The American woman had to wonder if they would be shooting goats or Russians. When the lecture was done, the priest went off with the American woman to a guest house, but not until after he sent the driver and guard to a different house, each carrying 2 bottles of local vodka. The priest left the lights off as he and the American woman entered a house that was really just a large room with a single bed. The vodka is augmented, of course. But we should give them an hour to drink it, just to be sure. While they drink, I have plenty of time to tell you about the Americans I met in Damascus and the plans we have worked out to get you over the border. The American woman put a finger over his lips, back to the bed and pulled him on top of her. No need. I was sure the roadside bomb was bullshit. And I always knew you would come for me. Kazakhstan was the obvious entry point, and this was our last chance. She kissed him and wrapped her arms around his head. We will have 30 years for you to fill in all the details. What I want now is for you to shut up and fuck me. He did. Author's note. The Museum of Oppression is real. The basement is largely as described in this book. The horrors of that basement are left for far better writers to describe.